studying for presentations, and so we will continue this day with that in that conversation. With those like already indicated, if you have not been able to find the conference link, we will be able to share that link, and if you are able to access the conference website, which is provided under the KEMU website. If you are able to, if you go to the KEMU website, that is www.kemu.ac.ke, you should be able to see the conference website, and from there you should be able to access the link. There are links there. Eventually, if those who may have difficulties, please feel free to get in touch with the numbers that have been provided for that, so that we can be able to sort you out. We want you to feel that this is your conference. We want you to feel that this is your day. We want you to feel that this is your event, and so your participation is particularly important. We want to formally now launch the process of the conference, and so we will invite the university chaplain, Reverend Dr. Patrick Kalani, to lead us through the devotion, and then we will have this officially started. Thank you and welcome. I'll be your Master of Ceremony, John Mushiri, from the Directorate of Postgraduate Studies in the Kenya Methodist University. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MC Dr. Muchiri, and good morning, all of us. And yes, allow me to read from 1 Samuel, chapter 16, verse 23. 1 Samuel, chapter 16, verse 23. When it came about, whenever the evil spirit came from God to Saul, David would take the harp and play it with his hand, and Saul would be refreshed and be well, and the evil spirit would depart from him. We are meeting today and tomorrow, and mainly we are looking at the various approaches, the psycho-spiritual therapeutic approaches that would enhance the livelihood of a human being. And one thing I need to say is that in this brief moment is that a human being was created as a full unit, full operating unit, with a mind, with a soul, with a body. And therefore wellness is very key to a human being. Wellness is very key to every humanity. And therefore everyone requires someone to lean on. And therefore that's why we are handling and we are bringing up these psycho-spiritual therapeutic approaches that will enhance the livelihood of this unit that is called a human being. And therefore I and you and other human beings are not segregated. The mind is not separate, the body is not separate, the spirit is not separate. Everything, all the dimensions of a human being, whether social, economic, political, they are not separated from a human unit. And therefore, this is a very crucial moment that we are handling these approaches that will bridge the gaps and complement each other for the sake of the wellness and the peace of a human unit. And therefore, we want to think and believe that by the end of the conferences, we will have come up with the solutions to this that will help this human livelihood as far as being well, having wellness and healthy minds and bodies is concerned, and even spirit. So a human being, the key thing to note is a unit that is not segregated, it's not dichotomized. It requires wellness in all the dimensions of our livelihood. And therefore, even as we continue, may the Lord continue to bless us and give us wisdom to handle and use us to be people who bring solutions to the livelihood of this human being. Let us pray. Gracious God, we want to thank you and honor you and respect you, for you are our creator. And even as we meet today and tomorrow to provide solutions through the wisdom that you've imparted in us, may you give us also good health, sound mind, sobriety, so that we can be here and have productivity as far as the livelihood of a human unit is concerned. Therefore, take over the whole conference, even as we begin, guide us, and we uphold your precepts. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend Kalani, for that session. And we are reminded that we need to have a wholeness of wellness. So in all elements of our whole being. We are glad again for having you. We are happy to host you. And we want to proceed on now so that we can be able to have the conversation about the conference objectives. Because we need to know why are we here. And though we have said it, we want to hear it in a formalized manner. So I want to take this opportunity to invite Professor Carlo, who is going to take us through the conference objectives. Professor Carlo is coming from Harvard Medical School in the United States. So Professor, karibu sana, Kenya, welcome. And please, it is your chance to take us through the conference objectives.
Thank you, Dr. Muchiri. I really appreciate the invitation. I'm so happy I could actually be here in person with you all. This is a very humbling experience, and I really appreciate that I was invited to come here today. So this is a very important conference because this is our second international dialogue on integrating psychiatry, psychotherapeutic, spiritual approaches, and legal perspectives on enhanced mental health. So right now we're at the crossroads between mental health and faith and spirituality. So it's very important to promote a multidisciplinary collaboration. We have to foster the dialogue and the collaboration among mental health professionals, spiritual leaders, legal experts, and policymakers to create a holistic care approach. To enhance, our second objective will be to enhance the understanding of spirituality in mental health and how important it is. Explore the intersection of both, and also including how spiritual practice and beliefs can support mental well-being and resilience. We're also going to address some ethical and cultural competence. We're going to discuss ethical considerations in integrating the spiritual and mental health care, ensuring that respectful and effective practices. We're going to highlight the importance of cultural competence in addressing spiritual beliefs within diverse populations and tailoring mental health interventions accordingly. They shouldn't be separated. We're going to also explore integrative therapeutic approaches. We're going to present on how to evaluate, integrative therapeutic approaches that can also, for example, family systems therapy as well as marriage therapy. In addition to using evidence-based research from neuroscientists and the best practices and evidence-based strategies for combining psychotherapy as well as spirituality. They shouldn't be exclusive. We're also going to promote, we're also going to talk about the legal and ethical frameworks and examine how these legal perspectives related to mental health care, focusing on patient rights, ethical dilemmas, and the implications of integrating various approaches. We're also going to talk about trauma and how the leadership and management and this mental health integration, how we're going to how are we going to treat our communities in these issues, but meeting them also culturally during the way so they could be effective. Finally, I think that cultivating a resilience through spiritual practices is very important. And I don't think science and spirituality should be exclusive. I think especially when you're addressing mental health issues. So I want to thank you all for being here today. This is a very important conversation, and we should all be at the table and work together and collaborate on these important issues that will help that will help our people. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Carol, for that. A moment of highlighting the need for this conversation and why we all are gathered here and why we should all be proud that we are part of this discussion. We are, as it were, in the beginning of this event. I want to check quickly to know whether the people online are hearing us. So I'll give one or two people a chance to say hi so that we can know that they are hearing us. both locally and outside the country. So I mean, both locally means within the university and outside the university, just to be able to check that they are hearing us. And I can see the names, the listed names. So I'll pick Ladomre, just get set, and see whether we can, know that people are following this conversation. So don't log off just because I said I'll pick you. Just be there. So that we know that you are hearing us, and so that we can continue with this conversation. Can I check? Dr. Charles Moyoya, are you hearing us? Please say hi.
Present, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
Great to hear from you, Dr. Muchiri, my good friend. I'm happy to be here.
Very good. Thank you very much. It's good to hear. You are joining us from which part of the world?
I am in Kitui County. Welcome to Kitui County at the university, that is Southeastern Kenya University. I'm actually in the library of the university, so you can see the background behind me. That's how our library looks like.
Very nice. Please let other people know that you are attending an important conference. They can join you even as you continue with this conversation. We are happy that you are able to join us from Kitui County. Very, very good. Thank you. Can I check with Adan? Adan? Adan, can you hear us?
Yes, I am from Mandera County.
Very good. You can say hi. Tell us how is Mandela and how you are coping with the scenario there.
The weather is very, very hot. The temperature is around 33 degrees.
Still less than the temperature of chicken. So that's fine. You should be able to survive that. And below the temperature of the body, the human body temperature. So you're good. Okay, thank you very much, Adam. We are glad that you're able to join us from there. I want to see whether anybody else is, just to be sure, just to check. Grace Gatete, please say hi.
The weather is somehow hot today, but now it's cloudy.
It's cold at 33 degrees. That's interesting. Okay, thank you very much, Adan. We are happy that you're able to join us. Please let other people know that you have this important conversation and they can be part of it even as we continue. Our meeting is disconnected. Is that true? Anybody hearing me? Apart from the people here? Hello? Grace Gatete, can you hear us? Grace, can you hear us? Grace, can you hear me? Yes, they should be able to hear. Oh, the network is not very stable, but you can hear us. Very good. At least from where I am, I can see you are still online. So I was checking. Grace Gatete, I wanted to be gender sensitive. That's partly why I'm going there. Hello? Yeah, say hi to us, Grace, and tell us where you are listening, you are joining us from. Nairobi County, did you say? Yes. Thank you very much, Grace. Thank you. We can see already we have counted no less than 4 counties, with us. Meru is still part of us. Thank you very much, Grace. And then I want to check with Josephine Kevenji. Josephine, you said you are joining us from Nakuru? Did you say Nakuru, Josephine? Nakuru. Okay. That's good. So we see we have quite a number of people online, and we are glad that you are able to join with us this morning. We are able to have you on this very important conversation. And as we get on to the next moment where we'll have...
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello? Yeah, so as we move forward and look forward to having... Hello? Hello? Okay, thank you very much. Just a little bit of checking the system so that we are sure that it's running okay. So, welcome again for this conversation. And I ask one of the members present here to also formally salute us. Then we will be able to get to the next stage of our conversation. Reverend Dr. Shebere, the chair of the Department of Theology, Religious Studies and Counseling, please say a word.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Dr. Muchiri. Good morning, everyone. And let me take this time to welcome all of us and also appreciate the fact that God has enabled us to be here and to gather together. So as we start off, we look forward to a very wonderful conference between now and the end of tomorrow. And we hope that we are going to be enriched, energized, and also get out of this place with the new ideas on mental health. Thank you so much. God bless all of us. Even our visitors from far away, as far as Harvard. God bless you as you continue to be with us in this conference. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Now, can I confirm that Professor Baguma is with us? Professor, can you hear us? Professor, I saw you online among the list of the people when I was going down. Are you hearing us, Prof? Prof, are you hearing us? Just want to be sure that you're hearing us, at least checking with somebody outside the country. Anybody else who is listening for joining us from outside the country? Hello? Can I be heard? People, are you hearing me? Yes, Professor, I can see you're trying to speak. Please speak. Let's see.
Yes.
You can hear.
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. At least we wanted to be sure that we are being heard beyond our borders. Thank you, Professor. So we'll be getting to you soon. So thank you very much.
We have Major Fred Mariagano. Major Fred Mariagano mnamjua? Hapana ya subiri. Major Fred Mariagano wa kile kilomita and the law here. So
Is that Professor?
yes.
Thank you. Yes, hi. We're listening. We hear some people speaking on the background. That's what we are checking.
Yes. I think I'm now secure.
Okay, very good. So, are you ready for this conversation then?
Hello.
Hello, Prof. Yes.
Yes, I'm getting ready.
You're getting ready in a few minutes because I see it's about 9:07.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Very good. Thank you. We are looking forward. Prof, we were sure you're coming at 9:40. That's why I'm allowing that moment of preparation so that you're able to go. Okay, Prof?
No, I wanted to start now.
Okay, please.
Yes. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you, and we are all set. We are listening.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning and welcome.
Yes. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Let me take this opportunity to welcome everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and students, it is my great honor to address you and address this prestigious conference hosted by Kenya Methodist University. The theme of today is the interplay between spirituality and mental health. A very warm welcome to all you participants. Participants are from all over the globe, including from the USA, especially Harvard University, McLean Hospital, McLean University, Kawara University, and the host, the Kenya Methodist University. My deepest appreciation goes to the Vice Chancellor of Kenya Methodist University, Reverend Dr. Kinoti. I thank her for her visionary leadership and support and understanding she has shown so far for this conference. I would also like to congratulate Professor Carroll from Harvard University. Allow me also to congratulate Professor Joy Kwesiga from Kawara University and Professor Bantu Edward from the same university, who is currently at the Methodist University. I commend the conference organizing committee that has taken us thus far. Thank you, the organizing committee. And so far, things are going on very well. Let me start by talking about the significance of the theme. The theme is addressing spirituality and mental health. This theme is very important because spirituality has been sometimes ignored in most of the mental health programs. Spirituality has been relegated to the side. But we are happy that these two conferences are addressing spirituality and especially how it relates to mental health. And we are being advised by the National Center for Complementarity Institute and the Institute of Health in the US. This center emphasizes the whole person concept. So those people who have been ignoring spirituality are not handling a person from as a whole person. You cannot consider a whole person without addressing the issue of spirituality. So that's why this conference is very, very important. And when we are addressing mental health, we cannot forget spirituality. Because as I said before, spirituality is one of the components of human nature. So whatever we are doing in interventions, in trying to help people, spirituality is going to remain an important topic. So, apart from holding conferences, we should very soon delve into research. Focusing on spirituality, so that we get more knowledge that can be used to address spirituality. In point number 4, I'm emphasizing the role of educational institutions, especially universities and other institutions of higher learning. They are the ones to conduct research. So we are happy that a number of universities are represented here in this conference. And soon after, as I said, once the conferences are over, we shall be able to delve into research. So, universities, please sharpen instruments ready to delve into research after here. Members, allow me also to talk about spirituality in practice. When we are practicing psychotherapy, sometimes spirituality comes about. In psychotherapy, we address spiritual beings. We address people who come to our clinics, who have different beliefs, spiritual beliefs, and sometimes counselors don't know how to address the issue of spirituality. So through these conferences and the researches that are going to ensue, we are going to see how we address spirituality even in psychotherapeutic practice. Normally, we should respect the spiritual beliefs of our clients. However, the efforts to address spirituality are with challenges. We know that religion sometimes has been misunderstood, misconstrued, and sometimes misused. So we should be aware of this. Counselors should be aware of this, so that some of these challenges are addressed. And these challenges definitely are also going to be addressed in research. So another point I would want to emphasize in this address is the coming together of all the university and more to come on this platform. We are talking about collaborations. We need collaborations. And in this, at this moment, I would want to congratulate Harvard University and KEMU, Kenya Methodist University, and Kabale University and Mackay University, who spearheading some efforts towards this idea of collaboration. We hope at the end of these conferences, the efforts towards collaboration are going to become stronger and stronger. And indeed, we are getting excited because there are many universities from all over the world, particularly including those in East and Central Africa. And we look forward that at the end of the conference, collaboration issues should be addressed, because it is not important to just gather and talk and take beers, then after that you go away. That would not be in our best interest. Permit me also to talk about outputs and outcomes of this conference, because it is, as I've said before, alluded before, sometimes conferences take place, but you will never know whether they really took place or not. And that question is addressed if we have outputs and outcomes. So, how shall we judge the success of this conference or the success of these two conferences? We need deliverables, something to deliver after the conference. I'm looking forward to a book or a series of publications. A book will actually speak volumes after we have left. Everybody will read the book or the books, and they will know that a conference took place at Kenya Methodist University. Furthermore, we need to establish collaborations before we leave this conference. There should be documentable efforts to start collaborations. And then research should be the outcome of these collaborations, and mobility. In this research and collaborations, I would like to see mobility of students and staff. Permit me to recognize the participating institutions. There are many, there are about 21 participating institutions, including Kenya Methodist University, Kabale University, Harvard University, Makerere, Nehari Medical College, Makerere University, Methodist University, World Council of Churches, Meru University, Karatina University, Embu University, University of Kinshasa, Uma University, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Ngul, Kenyatta University, Lila University, Bustema University, Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences, Mbarara University, Chambogo University, and University of Yaoundé. You might find that even more universities have joined after I have written my speech. So I want to congratulate all these participating universities wholeheartedly, but you know from my speech that I would want something. I would want something that is going to unite all these universities and even more to come. In conclusion, we are exploring the interplay between spirituality and mental health, a topic that has not been well addressed in the past conferences, in the past academic exercises, and in the past research and practice. So we are happy that this interplay between spirituality and mental health is being addressed in this conference. We look forward to sharing research insights, to share research and knowledge and experiences over the next 2 days. And at the end, we are going to have a deeper understanding on how spirituality enriches mental health and mental health practice in the service to the overall well-being of the person as a whole, or holistically. Together, we can pave the way for more compassionate, holistic, and inclusive approaches to address mental health care. Thank you very much. I'm happy for this opportunity, and I look forward to fruitful discussions and collaborations. Thank you, members. I will again join you tomorrow when I will be delivering my own paper. Thank you very much. Guests, once again, you are welcome. I'm excited. Asante sana, kwaheri.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Let's applaud the Prof, those of us who are here and those online. Thank you very much, Prof, for that very central message of this conference. We are delighted that you were able to make that, that conversation. We are delighted that you were able to make that key highlight of keynote address on this conference. And we can't appreciate more the highlights and the outputs that you have highlighted that we expect from this conference, the book of conference proceedings, the network and the collaborations, the exchange programs that may arise from this interaction and partnerships, and most importantly, the continuity of research, which we all need to be part of. And so thank you. This is very, very important. We are so glad that you were able to join with us this morning and really deliver that address to this conference. Members, and I note that...
Hello.
Yes, Prof.
Hello.
Yes.
That paper is, can you capture that paper so that you share it?
Yes, indeed. We can have it.
Can you share that paper?
Yes, we will be happy to have it, Prof, and then we shall circulate it to the participants.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, I hope it's already forwarded in the through the email.
No, I will forward it.
Yes, so we should be able to give you the email address so that we have it, and then we can have members read. That was very good, and I think we all need to have a little more interaction with it. Thank you. We are so glad. Members, you have listened to Professor Baguma, and I'm sure you now understand the real key reason why we must come together, and appreciating even the many of us who are participating from different corners of this globe. Both here in Kenya, in the East Africa, in the major African continent, and outside of Africa, in the United States and other places where people have joined online. Thank you very much. I note that I was noting that we had somebody from the Southeastern University of Kenya, Seku. So that's another university that was not listed, and I'm sure there are many others who will be able to capture. Thank you very much. We are glad that you're able to join with us. We will be proceeding on.
Thank you, members. Am I on? Okay, thank you, members. Now we are going to the panel discussion number 1, where all of us are supposed to participate. Everybody will participate. There is a select group, a small group of people. The ones that appear on the program, we cannot be able to find them online, but in the event that they are online, let's find out. Dr. Evans Machera, are you online? Okay, Evans is around. And Dr. Charles Moyuayua, are you available?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Reverend Dr. Mary Kinoti is not. Dr. Mengwe Asila is from Cameroon. Are you online? Okay, in the place of Dr. Mengwe Asila, we are picking Reverend Dr. Karani to join the panel. Reverend Dr. Karani, are you available? Thank you. And then we have Professor Baguma, who has just spoken. Yeah, he is online. So we are not releasing him yet. We want to continue with the discussion. Then we have Dr. Daniel Matovu. Dr. Daniel Matovu. Dr. Daniel Matovu, are you online? Okay, so that one is not online. We shall replace that one with Reverend Dr. Tarasila Kibara. You're available. Then we have Professor Karen Nyamwange. Professor Karen Nyamwange, are you available? Okay, Professor Karen Nyamwange is not available. We shall replace that one with Dr. Washira. Dr. Washira, are you available? Dr. Washira? Yes, she is. All right. And then we have Dr. Ekuri Dorothy. Dr. Ekuri Dorothy. Dr. Ekuri Dorothy, are you available? Is not online. And that one we shall replace with Reverend Karanja. Reverend Karanja? Okay. Okay. The moderator is Professor Caroline Palasivino Maggio. That is the moderator, and we are handing over to her. Thank you, and welcome to the discussion.
Maybe the session is a bit early. People have enjoyed. That session was to start at 10:15.
Yes, there is something that did not happen, but
themselves may still be programmed for 10:15.
we shall shift them to the next one.
Hello. So I'm really excited to have this conversation with experts in the field. So we're going to talk about the bridging the gaps in understanding and addressing the misconceptions and promoting dialogue. So I think the first question I have for Dr. Karanja is, what are some, as a person who has a PhD in theology and you've encountered many faith-based organizations, what are some misconceptions about mental health that you've encountered in your field?
Sorry, come again, Professor Caro.
What are some misconceptions about mental health that you've encountered in your field?
Okay.
That you've had perhaps maybe disagreements with other religious leaders or leaders of faith-based organizations. Like, what are some misconceptions you think?
Thank you very much for that very crucial and critical question about the misconceptions. Number one, if I've encountered a misconception within the religious setup of something like when one is suffering or when one is experiencing some difficulties in life, there are some misconceptions from some Christian setups that it is a curse. they are cursed. That's why they are suffering. So sufferings are taken as if it's a punishment. Whenever people are going through some situations that are tough and hard in their lives, there are some within the religious setups that are inclined to that thinking that people are cursed. That's why they are suffering. But also, if we dig deep the Bible, we see that even those people who know God very well, they suffer. They do suffer. And therefore, I don't take it in being entirely a curse and a curse and a punishment from God. Even all of us, some of us get sick. We can't say that you are sick because you are cursed or you are being punished by God. That is one. And another misconception is the exclusivity. There are those that exclude others, you know. Like I usually say, again from the religious setup, there are people, due to those misconceptions, think that they own God. And therefore, they own God, they are the ones with God. God does not own them, they own God, so they share God. They share bits of God to those that they think they don't know God. And therefore, that's a pure misconception that excludes everyone. And we don't see it even in the practice of the one that we follow as Christians. Christ did not practice exclusivism. And therefore, that's another misconception I see. So there is that one of punishment and curse, and there is that one of excluding others on the basis of these are the ones that are right, the number one, they are the perfect people in the earth. Therefore, I've faced that severally.
Thank you, Professor. I think you've brought up some really great points. The punishment and curse, that is something that is not also foreign actually to even South America. I know that this is, how do you think, this is something very common where you think right away that you're cursed or you're punished. How do you think, what are ways that we can conquer this? Like how can, so for example, one of the, you know, the issues I remember learning about is like, for example, epilepsy. We know epilepsy is like an actual, it's a chronic illness. However, people live long lives, long happy lives for hundreds of years. The misconception was for a long time, and predominantly in most populations, was that people were possessed because of the behavior they saw. They assumed right away. I think one idea would be like, how are we able to conquer those beliefs? And can we use those methods to conquer the present beliefs? And what are ways, is it through education? Is it through providing people with the right sources? And not necessarily education, because I think that's the wrong word, because I think people think it's very condescending to say that. But I think, what about like providing with information? Like these are actual biological factors that they could be treated, and you could still live a long and happy and, you know, and fortress life. It doesn't have to be. So I'm wondering, like, what are ways that we can conquer these misconceptions in the communities as well as our own. You know, within our own people.
Thank you very much for that, and you mentioned some of them. I think the creation of awareness from all perspectives, whether from the religious setups, from the psychological setups, from whatever dimensions of life, there has to be the proper awareness of this, like I said in the devotions, that a human being is a unit that needs not to be dichotomized or segregated. It's a unit with the mind, the spirit, the soul, the body. This is one person. And therefore, when there is awareness through also people who are informed, for example, we have many psychologists, many theologians who are informed to bring the right theology, so that people can be informed that irrespective of where they come from, what they do, what the religion they subscribe to, they are human beings that need to have that awareness. That, for example, we have mentioned something, and I've ever experienced also when I was serving in the fields, people hiding children that suffered, is it called altruism? They were hiding them, and they continue to grow when they are being hidden in the houses, because it's seen as if it's an abomination to bring this child out. But also they were being stigmatized for having such children, because again it was taken as if it's a curse. There was no awareness. So that creation of awareness that some things happen, just like even Jesus said, this person is not sick because they have done something or anything, but it's because so that God can be glorified after they got healed. So that awareness that brings people together for that inclusivity and the dialogue, where many approaches can be brought together for that interplay, so that when even people leave the church, they are going to work, they are meeting other people, you know, they get that awareness of multidimensional awareness of how they can have their livelihood. I think that creation of awareness is very key from all perspectives and the centers of life.
Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, participants. My name is Dr. Eliab Serone-Some. I personally have encountered mental health in my family and in my friends, and I've seen the role of religious beliefs and practices coming in, and there is a way of dealing with it. The first level is that beliefs, and a lot of beliefs are influenced by what the religious leaders teach and preach. So we have to intervene at the level of preachers. What exactly do they teach? When the Bible says, I will bless you to 1,000 generations, and then I will curse you to 4 generations. What does that mean? And then there is what we call intergenerational curses. What are we teaching about that when someone is sick? Then let's come to the second level. People don't do what they do before they start thinking about it. It's the thought processes of people who are affected, shall I say, like in the case of my family. They are the person who was affected, and there are the rest of us who are also indirectly affected. What are our thought processes? What are we thinking? And the answer to that is at the education level. What have you learned? What is the ongoing awareness raising so that we influence people's thoughts? Self-stigmatization is a very major issue. In fact, some people end up being discriminated, incarcerated for years. As a medical officer myself, I've seen people, most of you from Kenya may not know, we have a terminal mental health facility in Gilgil. And I've known people who have been there for more than 40 years because their families don't want them back home. To me, those are issues of education. Number 3 are feelings. People who have gone through mental health or their relatives have been affected, they have deep-rooted feelings that really are difficult to reach. And there is intervention at that level is a question of bringing out fairness and justice. There are people who say, this is not fair. It's not good for me. They charge themselves so harshly based on their feelings. It's like 2 people who are in a relationship and then they divorce. Each one of them will start blaming themselves for the rest of their life. These feelings are there. And the intervention is really to bring out that, look, this is the reality. It's not unfair. It's not your punishment. Another 4th level is people who are going through mental health. They speak to themselves and speak to others. Whether they are hallucinations, you can't tell. But to the person who is mentally sick, those hallucinations are real. They know someone is talking to them. At that level, the intervention is society. If you recognize that the person is actually mentally unwell and they may be having hallucinations, don't take them seriously for what they say. I have known people who have assumed, sorry to give a good example, he assumed he was the husband of the Prime Minister of UK. And he got his passport. Those days we were going without visa to UK. And the only place he was stopped was at the immigration when he was boarding the plane. And then he was asked, who are you, sir? And he said, "Don't you know me?" And the immigration officer said, "Who are you?" "I am Mr. Thaja." Then they said, "Please step aside." The guy was mentally unwell. Finally, actions. A lot of actions of mentally unwell persons are misinterpreted. Because you think, you feel, you think they are under punishment. We take them so seriously and try to punish them for their actions, especially when they have resources. When a mentally unwell person have resources, people take advantage. And so those 5 levels, for me, we will address through religion, education, societal awareness, and not exploiting people who are mentally unwell if they have resources, so that they live a good life. I'm speaking this from my heart because I have seen it. And it was terrible, I can tell you. Thank you very much for accepting me to contribute. Yeah.
No, thank you very much. I think, so you brought up very valid, really great points. So I want to share a little bit of personal my story. I know I think I shared a little bit in the first conference, but so I have to tell you, so when I was younger, my older sister died by suicide. And the reason why I say die and not commit was because she obviously wasn't well and she didn't know what she was doing. Okay? Like, we don't want to die off our species. So that's not something natural. Okay? Something has to be biologically wrong. And it's true. So for a long time, I remember, because we're very Catholic and my parents are very Christian, and for a long time they were ashamed of the way Angie had gone. And for me, I was just trying to understand, because they says in the Bible, thou shalt not kill thyself, that it's a sin. So for me to grapple with that was very difficult, because I saw what my sister did before she died. She would teach the elderly how to read and write, especially, so I know here, I'm seen as white, but in the United States, minorities are the Latin American minority population. It's very difficult to grow in that area because there's a lot of systemic oppression. And I remember my sister teaching the elderly how to read and write. I remember her volunteering so many things, and for me, she was my everything. She was my role model. She was my, everything I ever aspired to be. And we were very poor, so actually Angie and I actually even slept in the same bed. And then my brother was asleep because he was a boy, so he slept on the other side. So when Angie died, for me, it was devastation. I didn't understand. I never heard of the word suicide before. I couldn't come to grapple with what happened. My parents were so destroyed. They were very ashamed. And so and then for me, it was hard because I was 13. I was in high school, and I couldn't even mourn her death because and you're so young, because I didn't understand what was going on. I couldn't even talk about it at school. It's very different when you go to school and you say, "Oh, my sister died, by cancer." Oh, and so many people sympathize with you. But the common thing is that you lost a person. That is what is the tragedy, and that's what you have to help the person mourn, but not stigmatize the way they've gone, because then you affect others, and it's like this rippling effect. So one thing, you have this constant battle between faith, religion, and then also about the realities. And I remember speaking to a priest, and I told him exactly, I was like, this is messed up, because if really God would understand that Angie was sick, and he looked at me, he goes, "Yes, he does." He said to me, "Carolyn, the Bible is a guide. It's for us to be philosophical. It's for us, to care and love for each other and be good people. You use this as a guide. It's not. You have to understand now we know that so many things, like people, we know that there's certain chemicals, there are biologicals and factors involved with depression. There are biologicals involved with schizophrenia. These are things that could be treated with medication. If you don't allow people to be treated, how are they going to be resilient? How are they going to be able to overcome from that? So you can't just, sanction someone for being, mentally ill just because we can't see it. So if you have a broken leg, you can see it. So it's, you know, it's culturally and also acceptable by the people. But if you have something wrong in which, you know, we know the brain is you know, is a biological, it controls everything. So knowing that, and you know, we have the emotional parts of the brain that also undergo, they also undergo different types of diseases and also deficiencies in certain chemistry, and it's just, I think it just raises those a lot of these innuendos and a lot of these suspicions of what it could be, and I think that uncertainty, the lack of, you know, of knowing about these things that we now know, like we have MRIs, we have CAT scans, we can see an actual brain. For example, people with dementia, the older people, you see somebody who was your parent going through a process that you're just like, oh my goodness, you know, it's the brain is dying off and they start becoming aggressive. They're a different person, you know, and this is right before your eyes. You're seeing how the brain, how much power the brain has over everything, your thoughts, your behavior, the way, you know, everything, I think, that is important to evaluate, and I think we have to also always consider. I would say that, you know, maybe like a little bit of my own, I'm very religious in the sense, like I have faith. And I do not like when people tell me, well, you're a scientist, you should be an atheist. No, why? You know, honestly, it's through God is when I have resilience. It's like I have hope. I can overcome this. I can understand how these dynamics work. You know, and it's through him is when I go and I help others and I try to inform others of things that I know of. I think it's just it's a very complex, multi-layer situation that I think is hard to address. And I know that this is something we all grapple with. It's like, well, if you have to pick one or the other, and I don't think that that's the case. So the other question I have for our panelists is, what are the misconceptions, right? What do you think, and the other thing too is when you have, for example, this is another thing that was really, that really impressed me. Like, so my father-in-law had multiple myeloma, and he was put in hospice care, which is hospice care is end-of-life care they have in the U.S. And I remember, this is something we all still don't understand, not even science, what happens afterwards in the afterlife. We don't understand none of that. We can't tell you, for example, we can't tell you why love, you know, we can tell you how it happens in the brain and how you're thinking about it, but we can't tell you why it exists. So there's a lot of questions that we still don't know, and I think there's, you know, that we don't even, we can't even begin to address without having a spiritual perspective on it. And so that's where it's so powerful and so important to have. And I remember in hospice care, somebody told me one of the sessions that we had was crossing the creek, and the person that they assigned us to was a pastor. And they were talking to us and talking us through this. And this is something that's integrated in the American medical system for hospice care. So I think these are things that, you know, science cannot deny that exist. And we acknowledge it, and we, you know, but we have to, I think they both go hand in hand. We have to also understand that these discoveries that we have in science are also rooted through our faith and through resilience, or else scientists wouldn't be able to, I think, through work through that. So I think the next question for our panelists is, how can we conquer the misconception with education? Like, what are ways for us to reach the people? What are ways that you've seen that are effective to reach the people?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I think I would try to respond to that. Issues of mental health are quite complex and complicated. And they are from various levels. Some levels are quite low, some levels are very high, and very complex. I'm sure every one of us has encountered a person suffering from mental health who cannot really be held up. Even when people want to hold the person to take to the hospital, the person is so strong that has got even to be sometimes chained to be able to contain the person. And that is why I'm talking about complexity of the mental health issues, because the person sometimes becomes so strong and one wonders where is the source of all this strength, which is breaking, and even 10 people cannot be able to hold the person, and sometimes the person has got even to be sedated to be calm, so that the person can be taken to the hospital. Nevertheless, when it comes now to addressing the matter, to me, a multidimensional approach is the way to go. It is a sickness, yes, which should be addressed medically. There is need for social support through counseling and making the person understand that this is an issue which can be handled, it can be healed. We have also the faith-based approaches, the belief issue that this person may be believing, that you believe that maybe you have been cast, can be countered in the same manner through instilling positive belief. Just like Jesus said, this man is not the one, it is not about the man sinning that he was born blind. That is from the book of John, I think, chapter 5. It is not the parent, it is neither the man. And so he was trying to allude that this is sickness, and God has a way of healing it. Issues of belief can be counted, but negative belief can be countered by positive belief through instilling the word of God about the healing and about the purpose of God for man to live fullness of life and good health. At the same time, medicine also should be brought in praise for healing of this person. And at the same time also, we have also the psychosocial support through counseling and the acceptance of this person, that this person, though is having mental health issues, should not be stigmatized, should be supported and can get healed, because you have witnessed mental health cases also, people getting healed. Now, the bigger problem we have is now our centers where we take these people for healing and the kind of names we have branded these centers. For example, like here in Kenya, we have the hospital for mental health is called Mathare. Mathare is stigmatizing by itself because it means people who have been manned. It means this is a place for manned people. And anytime people hear somebody has been taken to Mathare, it is like a light of case. And it is the person is viewed very negatively, and sometimes even the kind of an approach and methodology of dealing with this person even at Mathare is not a very appetizing experience. So we need to change the narrative even about the names of these centers where people go for treatment, so that it is accommodative, it is welcoming, it is therapeutic, and it is highly supportive. And then where awareness through even our social media, community awareness in our institutions about how mental health issues should be approached. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Kiwara. My other question is, what are ways that where it's not what are ways that your spirit, like for example, of promoting, how can, let's say, where is it where it has to be addressed spiritually and not biologically? Like, have there ever been instances where this is where do you see that? where it's not something, it has nothing to do biologically, but rather, where do you see these instances where spirituality works? And you can't, there's no, you know, like let's say if somebody, do you think maybe like frustrations or like everyday, like where do you see like where one would work and not the other, or where they wouldn't go hand in hand, where one would triumph? Where do you see that it's being most effective? Where it's something not chronic, but something, I would say like short, like a short episodic episode. Like where do you see that where medicine doesn't need to come into play? If that, I don't know if that's a clear question.
Once again, in medical practice, there is an element of treatment we call placebo treatment, where the person believes they will get well when you do something. And that is the root cause where spirituality comes in. If a person believes that this is the cause, sometimes you provide a religious ritual to the person. I recall we had a mental health person who every 3 months came for an injection of Motegate. But we realized that he was more interested in the injection than the drug. So we changed and we gave him water for injection. And he was well. 3 months later he came back, we gave him water for injection. And he was well. That's number one. Number two, we also know right now that the will to live, the will to change, has a lot of influence on prognosis of disease outcome. And so, personally, as a medical practitioner, I clock my patient and I want to know their belief system. And if the person actually believes in religious practice, I would combine. You know that Kenya right now, from 2018, we developed the alternative medicine policy. And alongside our modern medication, if a patient believes that traditional approaches would work well for them, they are offered on the basis of their belief. And so the two can be integrated after understanding exactly the position of the person presenting to you. Thank you.
Yeah, question, Prof. Caro.
That was amazing. That was great. I think everything you said was right on. Professor Karanje.
Thank you very much, Prof. Following that line that the DVC has mentioned, I just want to pose a question. Does it, or is it a misconception that, because does it mean that those issues that are not diagnosable cannot be mental health issues? Because like we are here, maybe we cannot like I and somebody else with mental issues that are not diagnosable. Are there such things that have not been diagnosed as mental issues? Number two, last 2 weeks I handled parents with the kings that were suffering, they were traumatized. And they have a belief that children cannot suffer from mental health issues, but from my perspective, they were suffering mental health issues. Now, is it also a misconception that kings, children, cannot suffer such?
So my laboratory is actually at McLean Hospital. It's a very highly well-known psychiatric hospital in the U.S. And we have a children's division. And I've actually worked in there, and you could clearly see when a child, there's some, like, they need something, either ADHD or sometimes they're just, sometimes the child is, for example, if the mother did drugs while she was pregnant, if the child has an underlying some type of disease or that is possible. These are things that happen a lot, but they're also very treatable, as well as epilepsy. And I've seen it where, because I think sometimes, I know we have this misconception and comments like, no, what children can get over it. That's not true. There are children also born with, and there's nothing wrong with that, with some biological factors. The same way that if a child is born missing a finger or with an extra finger, there's nothing wrong with that. The same in the brain. It happens the same in the brain. And I think that we have to effectively treat it. You can't ignore it, because then this child would be, let's say if they're going to school, they're not going to be able to effectively learn if you're not correcting the problem in the brain. They're not going to be able to then have fulfilling lives. This is what we talk about. Do the benefits outweigh the risks? Does giving this child the medication, is it gonna, for example, I'll tell you, I was in Uganda in January, and Brenda had taken me to a home where the mom had 3 kids. One child had an atopic kidney, which just means that the kidney was in the wrong position, like in a different position. The other child had ADHD, and another one had epilepsy. The mom was told by the villagers that she was a witch, or that she bewitched her 3 kids. And she took them out of school, okay, and she just, she kept them home. And these are these are kids in almost adolescence. And when I went there, I said, why do you think that? She goes, oh, because I was like, look, ADHD is something so common. You can easily treat it. And for all you know, she could be the next person to cure cancer. You can't do that. You can't deprive your child from this if there's medication that exists. That is a sin not to use the medication. Okay, because then you're depriving that person from a happy, fulfilling life. And so I spoke with her and I explained to her exactly how there's, like, for example, ADHD, that's something I can't even tell you how common it is, even on, like, in the college campuses. A lot of kids take Ritalin. Oh, that's so normalized over there. And I think, and then and her other child, she said, well, he was born with I was like, no, there's nothing wrong. I was like, the same way some people are born with the nose, like, crooked to one way or the other, that's the same thing in internal organs. He has ectopic kidney, but most people don't even know unless they're having some type of symptoms because it got hurt from some type of physical impact. I was like, other than that, it was incidental, because she couldn't interpret. So we went through that, and I told her, no, he is fine. Embrace your child. Do not deprive him from the education and the social stimulation that he needs. Sorry. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Sorry. So, and the other child with the epilepsy, and I told her, I was like, this is something, we have to normalize these things. This is something that could be easily treated. I know many people that have lived fulfilling lives with epilepsy, that suffer from epilepsy, including professors, very successful professors at Harvard, people who CEOs at Google, Facebook. They have these issues, but they treat it. They treat it and they live fulfilling lives, and then they give on great things to others. I think it's so this is something that I found was, and she was doing a disservice by keeping her children at home. And she was telling me, well, the teachers are saying they can't handle my daughter because she has ADHD. And I said, you have to understand something. I was like, first of all, there's medication for it. Secondly, people who are very creative, who learn differently, are usually diagnosed with this. But it's not to say that the child is there's nothing, like, there's nothing that could be done, So I think it's really important to. Sorry, I was losing my train of thought. But so that was something I remember. Just I was like I was really like surprised and like so. I was worried because I'm like, from these are simple epilepsy, ADHD. These are things that people chronically have, but they can live fulfilling lives. There's no reason why to deprive the 3 children from going to school because of what the villagers are saying. So, I'm really grateful for Brenda for taking me to this home, but just learning about that and knowing, for example, like the professor, I also have a lot of mental illness in my family. But no one, but that's not to say they all treat their symptoms, and, they all have productive jobs and live fulfilling lives. So I don't think, like, But then at the same time, there is instances where some people, you have like the placebo effect, where people are like hypochondriacs, you know, where they think everything is wrong. I think this is where instance where spirituality and faith and meditation is what we call meditation, or some form of like some type of holistic approach that's also becoming very accepted in the Western world, is that we know there's certain things that, you know, medicine can't do. We know that, and that's why we've been very open to holistic measures as well. So I think, yeah, and like I said, even talking through like psychotherapy, I think that each actually evolved from Christianity. Like when we, you know, like they have you confess, you know, when you're in Catholic school, they have you go and confess to the priest. You tell them, oh, I stole the piece of candy from the store or whatever, and they say, okay, say 5 Hail Marys. But I think in a way, it's kind of like you're like, in a way, that's a sense of therapy, because you're taking everything out that you have like inside that was worrying you or disturbing you. You're releasing it, you know, and you're talking it through with someone. And then I guess with this prayer is like a form of reflecting, like what you did, you know, how this affect you. So I think, and then I think it has evolved to this formalized psychiatric, you know, where it's, you know, patient and doctor care. But that's not to say that we don't have the church also in mind. But yeah, so I think for now we're gonna. Huh?
One of your analysts, Charles.
Oh yes. Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. Yes, Charles. Sorry, Dr. Kinaga. Would you like to add?
Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can. We can.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. And and then most of the things that I wanted to say have been said, but I want to focus on something that don't be mentioned. This is the issue of mental health among the persons living with the disability. You will find that these are one of the most vulnerable groups. As you already mentioned earlier, or someone else, mental health sometimes associated with a lot of stigma. Now, among the persons with disability, this is where the stigma is now taboo, because first of all, they are stigmatized as persons with disability. And when the mental health comes in, complicates that kind of that stigma. But more importantly, it's about the whole area of interventions and even understanding. In the first place, the person with the disability, you know, is misunderstood generally because of that state, that the condition of impairment, of some impairment, and when other people experience mental health disorders, it sometimes becomes difficult, not easy to notice, except by those who are close to them, that these people are actually experiencing mental health, so that they can be taken to a facility or to a counselor to be assisted to overcome that mental health. But now, issues of intervention. How do we, in terms of sensitization and creating awareness? And I'm thinking that maybe a lot can be done in this field to make those interventions more inclusive in approach, because that means we need to have even language used. Like when we go to hospitals, in most cases you find the posters. When in an hospital, posters are one of the most popular method hospitals use to create awareness within the community. So the patients, when they come, they are made aware of certain other conditions and how they can be, and the interventions that they can be taken. But now, you know, most the posters, I'm thinking someone who has come in and is not able to read, cannot see, or is poor-sighted, they don't get the message. There are also situations whereby people, the speech spoken language then you maybe leave out people with hearing impairment because they cannot follow the conversation. So that now, even if there are sensitization and awareness creation programs within the community, as is normally done by from the time to time by the hospitals, do all the persons with disability get the message? Are they able to be communicated to, given the diversity of the challenges that they face? And also one thing I also thought is important to note here is about looking at the issues of the when mental health affects the let's say the leader. I am thinking about the head of the family. It can be a very that's an area that we need to look at and see how then how are these people aware? When the pastor can have mental health, even the doctor. So all this following through a lot of awareness and needs to be done. Also, these leaders, because of the respect we have for them, they may go with mental health problems for a long time without someone noticing. Yet they are maybe having a problem. And also the whole issue of some sects which do not believe in conventional medicine, taking people to hospital. That's another area that is a challenge to dealing with mental health situations. So, and I think that's something we can, the religious leaders need to come and try to see how can we deal with this situation. The people who do not follow the conventional way of practice in the region, they are anti-science, anti-affluence, anti-medicine, and this area, this can be a challenge to combating or to managing mental health issues and those areas. I think a lot of research need to be done under collaboration with the family. Later on, I'll be presenting. I'm focusing so very much with the family because that's where actually everyone is. And if we start from the family, going outwards, I think then we'll be able to arrest this situation. We know how to create an enabling environment within the family to avoid, to even prevent, but we have a preventive approach. What is it that causes this mental? And some of these things that cause mental health disorders can actually be dealt with, and so that we prevent people from, first of all, getting into it, and also get into it. Then a conducive climate is created within the family for them to operate to as normal a life as possible. Thank you so much. That's my contribution.
Thank you, Dr. Kinaja. Sorry, my throat. So I just wanted to, so basically we need to normalize mental health, mental illness, and we also have to talk about caregiver or leader burnout. So for pastors who listen to so many different stories and are trying to console families or trying to help them, they can also go through their own burnout. And I think one analogy that I always talk about is in the airplane, they give you an oxygen mask. Like they say, if the pressure in the plane drops, you have to have an oxygen mask. You have to put it on yourself first before your child. And I remember asking the stewardess, like, I don't want to do that. I want to put it on my child. That's my instinct as a mom. And she said, well, if let's say something happens to you and your child is still living, how is he going to survive without without an adult there helping him? If you empower yourself and you give yourself oxygen, then you can help others. You can't just, so I think, so definitely caregiver and I think leadership burnout is real, and it's something that we also all have to keep in mind. But there's another professor here that would like to add more onto, and then after the professor adds, we can go on to break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Mwenda. My question is a question. I would like to know, we have talked about countering with spirituality, countering with education, but I have not heard how we counter the same with our traditional knowledge, because it's also there and it was used in the past and even today is applicable. How do we use our traditional knowledge to counter the same? Yes, thank you very much. For example, if you come from the society where I come from, that is Meru here, and we have issues of what we are calling mental health, there's a way that this particular patient, let me not call it a case, this particular patient was treated, not necessarily isolating the person, not necessarily chaining the person. They were taken, not necessarily also to taking them to the, let me use quote unquote, witch doctors, but there was some kind of traditional medicine that was applied, and this person was, would get well. Those of you know where we are standing, or where this university is built. There were a number of trees that used to grow here. I don't know where they are still there. I will ask Ken if he has seen one. But there are a number of trees that used to be used to treat the same, and they were being picked from this land where we are at Kaga. I have only seen one small budding tree around here, but many of the others have been cut away. So there were a number of trees that were used to treat this kind of cases, and they used to heal, not necessarily going to hospitals, taking them to witch doctors or isolating them, but they used to heal.
Thank you, Dr. Mwenda. Just for disclosure, Dr. Mwenda is actually an environmentalist, so I like that you refer back to the trees that were grown here. I think so now we have to, they've been telling me we have to go to break, and we can carry on discussions afterwards. Thank you very much for everyone participating in our panel.
Thank you very much. We thank you for that conversation. This conversation will continue. That is the purpose of having this conference for the next 2 days. So we'll take a short tea break or health break, and we'll resume in about 20 minutes, so that we are able to proceed on. We have a continued discussion in form of a workshop soon after the break. So we will request the chaplain who is with us here to bless the items that we may use. And those online, please just take your short break. We will be back in about 20 minutes.
Thank you, MC, Dr. Muchiri. I needed to give the conference some information before we break. Remember to register. Yeah, and just go to the conference site and you register with the names that will appear on your certificate. It is very, very important. Only 12 members have registered so far, and I'll encourage you as you take your cup of register. Welcome back in the next 20 minutes. Chaplain, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's pray. Oh God, we want to thank you for this Father who brought us, and even as we break to take a cup of tea and snacks, Lord, may you bless them for our taking. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Enjoy your break. We'll be back.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, Your future is here. Intake ongoing.
Yeah, and when we are back, we'll take a number of the comments coming online. Those making their comments will give you a chance to bring forth a bit of that conversation. Please join the cup of tea. The 20 minutes is already started. It's already counting. So please look at your clock.
The recording has stopped.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing.
Go to the conference
Call us
website.
on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Session 1, day 1, session 1. Then you provide the details.
Kenya Methodist
then
University,
you click on the
taking
green
education
button,
to a new
register
realm.
and
The
attend.
convergence of excellent
Those are the
facilities,
steps.
friendly
Kindly
learning
register
environment.
as you take your cup of tea. Thank you and God bless. Hawa ni wa hapa, si ndio? Excuse me, is there anyone here? No.
goodness of God. I love you, Lord. Oh, your mercy never fails me. In all my days, I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. All my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire in my darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend. Oh, I have lived in the goodness of God. Oh, and all my life you have been faithful. All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. When my life laid down, I'm surrendered now. I give you everything. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. With my life laid down, I'm surrendered now. I give you everything.
In the next 5 minutes or so, we shall be resuming our program. 5 minutes is the time we will be resuming our program. That's about 11:10. Please just take note so that you can refresh yourself.
All my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. Worship his holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. I worship your holy name.
Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here.
Discover Kenya Methodist University main campus. #study abroad.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162. or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to KEMU. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to KEMU. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University.
Welcome back.
Taking
We
education
are
to a new
now
realm.
at 11:11,
The convergence
and
of
that's not
excellent
about
facilities,
time to start off.
friendly learning environment
Those of
for
us
our
who had
scholars,
gone out for
the expertise
some
of our faculty,
tea break,
and the
I hope you
market-driven
can hear
programs
us.
is by
Can I
design
confirm
geared
that the
towards
people online can
producing
hear
the
us?
graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and
Can I confirm that you're hearing us? Please say you're hearing us, then I will be able to proceed.
Yeah, they can.
They can? Very good, thank you. Thank you very much. So we are back, and I want to invite Corinne. We want to make an announcement. Please go ahead, Corinne.
Yes, again, welcome all. I hope the conference is going on smoothly. The people online, we appreciate you. For the people attending here, the presenters who are here physically, we have set up a booth for you to do your presentation. We wish to kindly request you to consider using it. It's going to enable us to have a close-up image of you, exactly like the one you can see right there of myself. I never knew I looked that slim. I've always thought of myself as being big. But anyway, I think everyone is slimmer on TV. So for the people around here, attending physically, kindly, if you could be gracious with your presentation, you can give it to me, and I can have it loaded on that device. And when your time arrives, you can just sit on that seat right there and give your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In addition to what Corinne has announced, may I also say that those of us who are coming in and out, please consider that there are cameras that are projected so that you do not continuously go across the cameras. That would be important so that the people online do not then wonder whether there is some kind of a layout within the hall where we are having the conference. Thank you very much. At this moment, we started together. You know that we had a session in the morning that we needed to hear the welcome remarks from our university administrators, the Vice Chancellor and the DVC. And so on behalf of that team, I want to invite Dr. Some, who is our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance and Administration, to be able to bring that conversation now. And so Dr. Some, who is with us here and who you have heard mention or who was in a discussion about mental health, he has been sitting with us here. Welcome, and please make your remarks at this time. Karibu.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are joining us from around the world. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to this international conference on mental health and spirituality, hosted by Kenya Methodist University in partnership with esteemed universities globally. In the ever-evolving landscape of mental health, it is imperative that we expand our horizons and integrate diverse approaches to address the complexities of human mind and spirit. This second international conference is a testament of our commitment to fostering a multidisciplinary dialogue that bridges the fields of psychiatry, psychotherapy, spiritual practices, and legal frameworks to enhance mental health outcomes, especially what is called PROMs, or patient-reported outcome measures. As we gather virtually, we stand at the intersect of science and spirituality, tradition and innovation. This conference provides a unique platform for academics, practitioners, legal experts, and spiritual leaders to engage in meaningful conversations about the synergies and potential conflicts between these domains. Our goal is to explore how we can collaboratively develop holistic and compassionate mental health care models that honor the diverse experiences and needs of individuals. Allow me at this juncture to frame the conference. By multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral approaches, in general, stems from the understanding of systematic problem analysis, where when a problem is caused by 5 different factors, those 5 different factors must be addressed. And usually, those causes can be addressed by different disciplines and even sectors. So multidisciplinary, multi-sector approach stems from a systematic problem analysis where in detail we need to address the manifestations of mental health, the immediate causes of mental health, the underlying causes of mental health, the basic causes, and the root causes. If you apply this framework, you will see that the best level to address mental health is at the basic and the root causes. Similarly, multidisciplinary and multi-sector approach stems from the fact that if a problem has multiple effects, and say it has 5 effects, all 5 effects must also be addressed, often by different disciplines and different sectors. So coming together is truly a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral approach to a very complex problem. The importance of integrating spiritual approaches into mental health care cannot be overstated. For many, spirituality is a source of strength, resilience, and healing. It offers profound insights into the human condition and provides coping mechanisms that are deeply rooted in cultural and personal identity. However, these spiritual dimensions must be thoughtfully integrated with evidence-based psychiatric as well as psychotherapeutic practices to ensure that we provide comprehensive and effective care. Moreover, the legal perspectives on mental health are crucial in protecting the rights of the individuals and ensuring ethical practices in treatment. Legal frameworks provide the necessary structures for safeguarding patient autonomy, confidentiality, dignity, while also addressing societal challenges posed by mental health issues. Throughout this conference, you will hear from distinguished speakers who are at the forefront of their fields. They will share their expertise on topics such as the latest advancement in psychiatric research, innovative psychotherapy techniques, the role of spirituality in mental wellness, and the legal considerations that underpin ethical mental health care. We are also privileged to have interactive sessions where you can engage with these experts, ask questions, and share your own insights and experiences. These discussions are invaluable as they foster a collaborative spirit and drive the collective effort to improve mental health globally. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our partners, speakers, and participants for making this conference possible. Your dedication to advancing mental health and your willingness to explore interdisciplinary approaches are truly inspiring. As we embark on these discussions, let us remain mindful of the shared mission that brings us together to enhance the well-being of individuals and communities through integrated and compassionate mental health care. Let us challenge ourselves to think creatively, listen deeply, and act decisively in our efforts to bridge the gap between psychiatry, psychotherapy, spirituality, and legal perspectives. Thank you once again for joining us, and I wish you all a fruitful and enlightening conference. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud Dr. Some together. Thank you for that those very good remarks, inviting us and encouraging us as we join and participate and continue this discussion. Very important. And as a university, we appreciate the leadership that you're offering together with other universities that are organizing this to make this not just a conversation in the streets, but a conversation that can be taken up by institutions of higher learning, because then we have to demystify and advance the issues of mental health in a way that can be helpful to the society. We thank you, Dr. Some. I want to invite those online. Maybe you have one or two people who may want to make a comment. You can address it to Dr. Some because we have had the people in here speak. I want to give you a chance. I'll give one or two comments in response. Online, so that you also feel like you're part of this conversation. I saw a number of people who had made comments on the chat, but I also want to invite others who might want to make a comment, even ask a question to Dr. Some to speak to. Anybody online? Are you hearing us?
Yes.
Very good. So you have a chance. Sala, you want to speak?
No.
No. Okay, fine. Then you mute yourself. Then mute yourself. You are good. Thank you. Anyone and anybody else? All right. If we don't have anybody who any of the people online who want to make a conversation, in the people in here physically, anybody who want to raise a question directed to Dr. Some or any other comment, now I'll give you a chance before we enter into the next discussion. Yes, please open your mic and introduce yourself, and then go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Eunice Boroki. I'm a clinical psychologist at Amanas. I wanted to respond on mental health affecting children. Out of my observation in my place of work, I've observed children who are hyperactive, and hyperactivity is classified as a mental health problem. So mental health does not only affect adults, children are also affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Eunice, for reminding us that this conversation is not just about adults. It also have others who require our care and attention and support. Thank you very much. Anyone else before
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, thank you for recording. All right, yes, Dr. Mwamisi. Please introduce yourself. So that people can also know you.
My name is Joseph Mwamisi. I just want to perhaps ask for a reaction on some of the areas that we have been listening to. From where I come from, there had been, I'm saying had been, because I don't know how much of it is now, quite some practices with reference to witchcraft and a few of those unwanted practices. And therefore we would have, or there are some people I know in the village who maybe have been giving warnings, cautions to some of their family members, like brothers or sisters, and somebody says, I will kill so and so. You know, this kind of a thing, sorry. Don't play with me, I will kill so and so. And on the basis of that, maybe I need some reaction. And then there are some homes I know that the children in those particular homes may not want to get out of their houses. They just want to stay in the houses either because they don't want to see some light or they don't want to see other people. And this now particular person who was cautioning and threatening some of the siblings or brothers and sisters, actually one day decided to get hold of a panga and just cut one of his younger brothers. And they, unfortunately, the younger brothers passed on. Of course, we expect to take this person either to prison or hospital, and actually was taken to hospital after some time. So I don't know, with this kind of feeling of witchcraft, somebody is not sure whether his or her children have been looked upon badly. How do we address these things? Do we get somebody who is cautioning, who is warning, quickly tie him up and take him to the hospital for that? In that perspective, either take them to Mathare Hospital, like what my sister, Reverend Dr. Kibara, was saying. What do we do? And these children who like staying in their homes, in their houses, do we get them out by force and take them to hospital, or take them to religious people who will now subject them to some cuttings and medicinal applications to get well? Or is it a creation of awareness? We need to be advised so that when we go home, we are not looked upon as people who may seem to matter, and we experience some few pangas. Thank you.
Moderator, allow me to respond to that. I personally have experienced exactly that in our family. A son threatened that since everybody doesn't like me, he was going to kill. And it wasn't taken seriously. This is quite a while ago, and I want to tell you, this was in 1971. He sharpened a machete and woke up at 5 a.m. and made sure nobody had left the house. And he stood by the door. And the first person that came out was his father. And he attacked him, cutting across the mouth all the way to the spinal cord. And the father died instantly. And there was crying, and neighbors came. He peacefully surrendered, dropped this machete, and said, I have done what I always promised. Up to today, he was in Mathare to the day he died. The response to your question is that we never had a good legal framework to address issues like this, and that has been changed. I believe it was up to 83, 84. No one had the right to take anyone by force for psychiatric intervention. And therefore, imagine, how do you get someone who is mentally unwell to agree to go for treatment? So that was removed. And today, anyone who notices somebody is not well have a right to use whatever force that is necessary to get that person for treatment. I know it's very traumatic for the family, but to avoid such extreme threats. Second response, if someone threatens you, all of you who are here, you may know from psychological point of view or psychiatric point of view, take it seriously. Even in a close relationship, you know that. If someone threatens you in a relationship, you don't just brush it aside. Even if necessary, confidentially report. Have a point of reference and exactly write the details what happened. I don't want to talk about that anymore in Kenya. The last example is a young man who left Kiambu. He bought an axe, sharpened it, drove his car all the way to Eldoret, and waited for the girlfriend outside the hospital. And you know what was the problem? He had sent her some money and didn't do what he expected, and immediately attacked her and killed her on the spot. So we are talking of a real serious issue that we need a framework, both legal as well as counseling, as well as family therapy, social workers to really walk through those families and understand. Thank you very much. I want to back after this session that I'll go back. Our VC is not in, so I'm acting in that capacity. But I'll be coming in and going out from time to time. Thank you. Yes, there's a hand, sir.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Evans Machera. I'm a lawyer by profession. Mental health and our society, there are challenges in regard to how do we identify a case. For example, someone may be of extreme mental challenge and someone may not be of that extreme nature. The actions one has to take, either at family level or at the community level, is a big way forward. Some time back, I was in the village. I am a patron to a local school. So occasionally, I visit the school. While at the school, I didn't know that there were students who were mentally challenged. So later, I made a remark, and allow me to make it with apologies. I asked the teachers, how do you teach with this kind of disturbances? So I called it a disturbance. Then later I came to know that it was a mental case. Then with time I realized there are so many students in such a challenge. So my question was, what should be done? They told me there is nothing that can be done. Then we had to address the issues of resources in the school for the purpose of these learners who have come to school because they come from the community. Going forward, we made contributions, beginning with the portion of the school, a piece of land. Then we sought some finances with our local community. We managed to make a school running today. So there is the aspect of identifying, however negative it may appear. As I have said, I termed it disturbance. But I didn't leave it at there, that if it's a disturbance, how do we cure it? We made a move, now we have a school. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think these are important conversations. We will continue to handle them and to integrate this discussion. I've seen a similar question online, which I think the person wanted us to highlight. I will just highlight the question. We will not discuss this. We will continue this conversation. We want to enter the next session. I want to confirm that Dr. Purity Mudhima is available. Dr. Purity, are you here? Dr. Purity Mudhima?
Yes, please, Daktari.
Thank you very much. We are going to...
How are you?
You know, yeah, good, thanks. We are getting to your session.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Just get set. You are ready? Dr. Purity, can you hear me?
No, you are breaking, Daktari. You are breaking, Daktari.
All right, can you hear me now?
Hello?
Hello?
Now I can hear you.
Now you can hear
Yes,
me?
please.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we are about to enter the session that you are facilitating. I am aware that you are facilitating the session on the interactive session, integrating spirituality into practice. You ready for that, okay?
It's okay.
The practical strategies for mental health professionals. Is that, you are set for that? Are you set?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. So I was just going to read the question online and then we'll invite you because there was a question so that I bring it to the fore so that people can continue to think about this. From Janice Mwebia, she says, we are not emotionally attached to the reality that mental health has other repercussions apart from being ill. And above all, we do not know how to approach it. Again, we are in denial and blame substance abuse and the devil, but refuse to admit that a person has a problem which can be tackled early enough to change the situation. So that's part of what's the conversation online. So we think about these issues and the many dimensions that mental health presents itself with. So be aware and so that we know how to take this approach. And this is why we have this conversation. This is why we have this conference, so that these discussions can come to the fore. So Dr. Mudhima, now you said Purity?
Yes, Daktari.
Very good, thank you.
I can just, yeah.
You can,
okay,
very good.
Okay, thank you. You'll just allow me to show my face briefly and then I switch off because I don't know, it's internet that is not so strong, but I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you and can see you too.
Right?
And we can hear, and we can hear you too.
Thank you so much.
Very good, thank you. So you can start it off.
Okay.
Professional practice.
So thank you. Okay, so thank you so much. I also want to say that I'm so grateful for this moment that have been given to share this, to facilitate this session. My name is Purity, as you have said, from Kenyatta University. That's where I teach. And in my line of duty, at one time I was given a position that the docket of student affairs that actually now prompted me even to do a counseling course so that I can be able to continue helping the students. So the session is very, very important. I'm happy to hear a lot of nice experiences and way forward. And for this session, as it is meant to help us to discuss the various strategies that we can use for mental health professionals. I'm happy also that there are several and if varied professionals in this conference, and our approaches may be different, and therefore it's a good session for us to share. So where we are asked for the strategies, practical strategies, they are very important, and it shows that we must have identified the various causes, so that we can now look at the strategies. So maybe for this session, maybe what I would wish that we may also look at as we share, and we as members or participants give different strategies for the causes of this mental. For the causes in our different fields, I would wish to know whether there are some varied, maybe by region, by countries, where these mental health causes are different. So whoever maybe will participate or give us an experience, I just wish that you just say maybe one cause in your area and or in your country or your institution, what you according to the experience, and then we look at the interventions or the strategies for the various professionals. I don't know whether Daktari, I'm still heard.
Yes, we are hearing you.
That.
We are hearing you, truly.
Okay, thank you so much, even for this reconnection. Okay, so I want to ask one of us, or several of us, but I would wish to request Professor Caroline, I don't know whether she's here, now that she's a bit far from, in terms of the country, just to tell us maybe what is generally in her country, the greatest cause of this mental diseases or problems, and then the strategies that the institution or the country has, so that we can also learn from other best practices. So if she's around, I would wish to that she will unmute and then share with us.
Hello, Dr. Purity. Thank you very much for that question. Mental health, mental illness in general is very complex in the Western world, because even though there's certain, we have a lot of information. There's a lot of forward, also with medications and treating a lot of the diseases. There are also still this stigma of mental illness. It's not something that is just to Kenya, but it's actually also over there. It's something we're trying to normalize. So for example, what we're doing here is something that I wish to do over there, because I think that there's a huge disconnect between faith-based organizations and psychiatrists and scientists. So this is exactly what we're doing here is actually a forward approach. And it's something that we hope to do over there, because what we find is there's a lot of what we call health disparities, where a lot of the minorities in the U.S. are the ones mostly suffer from a lot of these disorders. So, and what we find is that even when you go and you talk about this and you talk about things to look at, people still have these issues. And so what we're finding is that in order for someone to listen and actually effectively help with these issues, you have to meet them at the point where they are culturally and competently, and not just preach to them, but rather more about understanding the dynamic and understanding what's going on and how you can reach them. So this is actually one of the reasons why I'm really excited to work with KEMU, is because of their spirituality and psychiatric integration, because it's something that we need over there. I would say one successful that I've seen a lot of initiatives is prevention. So for example, they teach, if you see somebody who has not been sleeping, so things that lead up to an episodic episode where the person is already so depressed or withdrawn, realizing the symptoms, are they aggressive? Are they snapping back at you? Is the child, socially withdrawing? These are things that they're raising awareness on. And I know they've taken that to social media as well as in the schools. They talk about, as you all know, we have a problem with school shootings. There's a lot of that in the U.S. and we know that it's due to bullying, and we don't like to say mental illness because that's not normalizing mental illness. But we understand that bullying, trauma, all of that leads to that. So we are still in a work in progress. So we're no different than Kenya when it comes to stigma, and we're still trying to effectively address that. So I would say the preventive measures, understand, for example, if a child or an adult is not doing what they normally would do, if there are any changes in basic behavior, sleeping is actually a huge, is something that we're really conscious about, because we understand that when you sleep, the brain is undergoing what we call, it's cleansing itself. It's undergoing, that's the way you memorize, that's the way you can effectively learn, and also your attention is a lot to do with sleeping. So sleeping is very important. I would say the other we also talk about is diet. Having a proper diet, not eating so much sugar. These are things that I know that they're addressing over there, and I think they've been very successful with that in presenting that in the schools. How eating sugar, let's say sugar can then modulate your behavior, can change your behavior. So that's something they talk about. They talk about the sleep. They talk about also interpersonal relationships. What does bullying look like? And for not only, even at the workforce level, How does that look like? So I think they're just more mindful, not mindful, I would say they're just more promoting these issues on a lot of national platforms about prevention and wellness. But as far as the stigma, it's still over there, unfortunately. They'll say words like, we try to normalize the words instead of saying, oh, a lot of times people say, oh, that guy is crazy, instead of understanding like that's actually somebody who's actually sick. I would also say that one issue that I have also in my country is that, for example, I know as a neuroscientist that the prefrontal cortex of your brain, which is the frontal part that is responsible for executive learning, function, and also understanding the consequences, is not fully developed until you're 25 years old. So what that means is that that's why you have these teenagers that have the adult, a body of an adult, but they make all of these risks, and they take all these risks, and they do all these, make very terrible decisions, they take terrible advice, they're very impulsive, and that's because the prefrontal cortex of the brain is not fully developed. And we know, and back home, like sometimes there's kids are on death row for killing someone, let's say. Yet, my argument is, well, that child is 16 years old. They're still not fully developed. How do they know what they were doing? And then if you put them and you give them death row, or how are you going to rehabilitate this person? Obviously, they wouldn't be alive. But for somebody who's like, let's say, facing a life sentence, is that really the answer? And these are like ethical issues that we try to bring on, but it's hard because we have politicians that don't believe in science, don't believe in climate change. So it's really hard as us as academia or even hospitals or to effectively challenge these notions and also be effective with addressing stigma is difficult because, as I think some of the things we talk about is how our country is going backwards. There's a lot of things, I don't know if you guys have heard, and like there's a lot of political discourse over there, and they seem to, there's the thing about issues, different issues, reproductive health. Some of the senators have taken upon themselves, and they think they're an OBGYN. So that is what we're battling over there. I think as health professionals is trying to sort of I would say like at least change policymakers for it to be more exactly what they're seeing, but that's difficult to do because there are other people in the area that don't believe in science. So, and they'll say, well, it's all in your head. These are things that are so detrimental. And they'll, the thing with gun control, these are issues that we face all the time with politicians over there. So we always talk about how we're going backwards as a country. But as far as it being effective strategies, I would say the preventative part, like the understanding behavior, changes in behavior. If you're isolated, trying to capture that way before it becomes an episode or it becomes worse. But yeah, so yeah, we're still a work in progress. There's nothing. Like I said, mental illness is very big over there, and it's actually a huge problem. We have a huge homelessness issue. We have a huge domestic violence issue. We have a lot of, school shootings. So yeah, we also have our problems. But I think what you guys are doing here is very effective. I think pairing up with faith-based organizations is the best way to go, and just having everything integrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor, for that detailed experience, and especially to hear that what is very key is the prevention part of it. And I think even in terms of course that helps when the public are aware, that awareness creation, issues of diet, issues of sleep. That is very, very good information when the member of the citizens, members of the families are aware, so that we can try to reduce that. Thank you so much. Before I just ask for any other person to share, I would also wish to know whether there is somebody different, maybe not from Kenya. We also hear from a different country. And then I'll also ask Reverend Kibara to share from Kenya. anyone, in case there's someone who would wish to have some experience, you just tell us generally maybe the cause, the major cause, and then the strategy that maybe your country or institution is using.
Members online, that's your invitation, and specifically those outside the borders of Kenya. We have quite a number. Please just open your mic and let us know, and then we listen to you as the facilitator is asking.
Okay, yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Brenda.
Good morning.
And I come from Uganda. So I would like to give my experience according to Uganda. I'm here as a representative of an organization, a non-profitable organization that deals mostly with women and the teens, not forgetting the youths also. But mental health is really a big challenge in our country, in that many people refer this to a traditional thing. As the previous speakers have mentioned, we look at mental health as someone who is being cursed, who is possessed by demons. So in my position and also in my perspective as one who represents an organization, like we are coming out as one of the organizations to create awareness in our communities. So we team up with community leaders, those are the pastors, the imams, to bring together our community to create awareness, to show them that having a mental challenge is not basically a possession from the demons or from the family backgrounds. It's something that is, this is something that regards our brain. That we need to teach these people that mental issues are actually something that comes from the brain, what you feed your brain. Also like the things that surround us, because if you look at the stress levels in schools, these are things our schools do not teach us. So we get stressed in schools and people come out with these challenges. They don't know how to face it. We don't know how to interpret this because we are not aware that this is a mental issue. So as our organization, Women of Purpose International, we are coming together with different organizations and spiritual leaders to really address these challenges, the mental challenges in schools mostly, and also in our communities. We visit the churches, we talk to the pastors and show them how we can really engage with our community, not only relying on I'll go to pray, I'll go to the pastor to cast out these demons, to rebuke them, but also tell them that you can go to the pastor, address the issues, pray with the pastor, but also the pastor should recommend these people to the hospitals to get medication. So that's basically what we are doing in Uganda, and we are looking forward to collaborate with more organizations and create this awareness. Thank you so much.
Okay, this is Dr. Kibala. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am from Kenya. My first experience with a mental health person was a woman in our marketplace. And it took me quite a number of years to see a man with mental health issue. And I lived wondering, is a mental health issue a women issue? Because that is the first experience I had. And as I continued growing, although I met a man who had a mental health issue, still in another marketplace, if I can recall my mind, the women I met were more than the men. And I inquired, and what I was told is that women have mental health issues related to marriage stress and childbearing and growing. I don't know how true that one is. Now, my other experience as I've grown on is that I've observed that the greatest group of people experiencing mental health today are the youth. And some who have dropped out of school. And they have also observed that when you come to try to dig and investigate a bit, some of them, or majority of the youth who are experiencing mental health are the male youth. And if you go deeper, I have noted an association with between mental health among the youth and the drug abuse. Is it true, therefore, that there is a relationship between drug and substance abuse and mental health? There was a man who was living across the river from our home, and we were facing one another. We were separated by a river, and the man used to scream so much at night. And the people used to think he had mental issues, but he also used to be an alcoholic. So he used to drink a lot, beat the children, and even the wife. He ended up dying. That was an observation also when I was young. Could that be his mental issue? Could it have been caused by addiction to alcoholism? So what am I trying to draw attention to? Though mental health is a sickness, and though mental health is a belief that maybe it's out of our cause or is related to family issues, there is a need to dig deeper. If we have to address this mental health sickness, we must get to the root cause of the mental health. Different root causes, because not all mental health are caused by one cause, like what our DVC said. There are some multidimensional factors, and there are some factors of mental health which cannot be treated in the same way. A mental health case, it's a case on its own merit, according to me. And therefore, the cause of which case must be addressed. My case of mental health from my family background may not be the case of Mwamisi in Ukambani. And it may not be the case of our sister here from US. And to me, therefore, if you have to address the mental health issue, we need to go case by case and investigate and find out what is the root cause of this mental issue. And therefore, how can it be approached? How can the person be assisted? Thank you.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Kibara. And I think that is very important as far as the analysis of the root cause of each issue, because as it has been said, there may be several, but maybe even as researchers and educators, generally is that what maybe we find common. Maybe I don't know whether also in some areas, as you have highlighted, maybe drug abuse, there may be some areas where it is actually really abused in large numbers, and then we also find whether there's a relationship between that and mental health. So the root cause is very important as a strategy as we continue noting. I also want to thank the Uganda colleague who also mentioned a solution, a strategy of collaboration with the churches, with the spiritual leaders. There's a time, as I had said earlier, I deal with students, and even when we are going out for some activities, and you find that even in some regions, there are students who may totally refuse to do things. Maybe, I don't know whether it's maybe because of beliefs, where they say either, for this time I'll not sit for an exam, I know what is happening, I can't see, my eyes can't, read any question. And I remember there's one that I had to take to church, to a pastor actually, because you can see the person is very bright, but has said, no, I know what is happening in our world, in our place, and so I'll not sit for this. And unfortunately, when we went, he totally refused to be prayed for. So I don't know, maybe whether there's a reverend who can also help us. What would we do from that point where we thought that the last solution or the solution would come from a spiritual leader, and this person has refused? I don't know whether this, I can see Reverend Getia, Dr. Getia. Would you kindly maybe also tell us, yes, we want to go spiritual, which is very good, and that's the unique thing I found in this conference. And suppose now others are not believing in the education or in the guidance of our spiritual leaders.
Thank you very much. I think that is a very important question. I am both a reverend, a pastor, and a psychologist. And what we usually recommend as the best approach, of course, for support of patients with mental health disorders, as DVC mentioned earlier on, is an integration of different approaches, both in understanding, supporting, and treating patients. We, of course, have a problem where people want to treat mental health issues and conditions from only one perspective. And that what we have been advocating for is a working alliance where an individual is supported from different approaches, both from a psychological perspective, a spiritual perspective, and even a psychiatrist perspective. Because the spiritual aspect of a human being also plays a very important role in the mental wellness of an individual. From a faith perspective, when a person is not considering themselves good enough, or when they have done something and then they are guilty, or they feel that they are not living to the expectation of the Supreme Being, that bothers them, that disturbs them. And therefore, being in a position to answer that question helps a lot, both in addressing and, of course, also in preventing the perpetuation of the same. Again, if a person believes, or the level of an individual's belief in a Supreme Being, for whether it is the Christians or the Muslims or whichever other religion, that belief alone again helps in a way to address the challenges that to the extent that human beings cannot address. And then this person falls back to at least the Supreme Being for the answers for the comfort, for the solace. So maybe that is what I would want to say at this point. And I believe what is very important is for us to have a working alliance and to look at mental disorders, mental health issues from a multidimensional perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like that, the issue of integration. Dr. Muchiri, can I be heard?
We're hearing you. We are hearing you loud and clear, Dr. Purity.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I appreciate. Yeah, so that is something else, the integration, and I think that is a good thing. Because at times, maybe even in some in the institutions, we have counselors, and maybe we think that after we've gone through the sessions, finally the student can be now be given to the priest, and again we continue looking for the other medical practitioners or psychologists. So that is very good. Another strategy, that strategy of integrating. I don't know whether there's still somebody else who can share, and as somebody prepares, I would say that I have also realized that there are several causes, family issues from the family setups. Many of the students, as I'm saying, mostly I'm in the institution, there are very many family issues that are causing students to be overstressed. And in one of my teaching class, in a class, a fourth-year class, I remember there's a time I saw a student who is dressed funnily, jumping from one corner to the other, and the lesson is still going on. And I was wondering what could be. I thought he was drunk, but he wasn't. So at one time, I just told him, "Can I just see you after this class?" So I saw the boy just sat down, and I don't know whether he was confused or what. So at the end of the class, I went down. He went down because I was, I think, in an upper room. When we went down here, I found him seated. Then I just asked him, "How are you?" So the boy did not talk to me, but started crying. He really cried. And then, of course, I gave him a tissue paper I had, and then I told him to tell me why he is crying. So after that, I think there were all issues, how often he is, how stressed, how they were chased away, all those. And you can tell that he was really disturbed. And I then realized that even such causes of problems at home are still making some students to express themselves differently in terms of behaviors. And so I had to work with him, and finally he got some help, and he was, because he was the firstborn and he was educating the others, the family, because the parents had died, they were chased away, and he was the only breadwinner. So luckily there was some support. So there are so many such common cases, and then he could tell me he was trying to do some drugs, and then he couldn't even get the money to buy it because he thought it was something good. So even at family level, there's also an issue where we also need to be able to listen to the students and be able to help them where need be. So I still want somebody else now, again, from an institution, what you're doing, and maybe the causes that you still find. Anybody who is ready to share?
There is a hand here of one of our students one of the student leaders. If you can get to a mic, Tony, then you can be able to give your position. One of our student leaders.
Thank you so much. My name is Tony Otieno Wino. Here from Kenya Methodist University. I'm a student. I do education, a Bachelor of Education Science, Physics, Mathematics. Yeah, something that I wanted to comment about when it comes to things dealing with the culture. During in our area there was a moment where you would find that there was fear. Someone you find would be suffering mentally because of fear. For example, there was a family. They were known for hizi stories za kwenda kwa mganga, and they were doing this. I don't know whether those are ritual activities or something. So that if you crossed their line, they would say that, when do umenifanyia hivi, so we will see where you go. And then you would find that this person, literally, the person who has been warned, either dies in a week's time or a month's time. So you find that it would really create fear in a village. Like even our parents would always warn you that don't overstep, don't go to those and such a place. It is so dangerous. Yeah. Something else for the youth is expectation. The youth, there are so many things that are expected that the youth thinks that people expect them to do. Youth thinks that people want them to have vehicles while they are still students. They want to own big houses while they are still students. So you find that they strain themselves on finding these things, and as a result, it causes these mental problems. Things like even in relationships. Allow me say this. In relationship, you find that there are ladies that pressure you, so you don't perform well in bed or something like that. So someone, maybe a girlfriend has left a man because of underperformance. So this guy is strained, or he go and buy things like male boosters. These are things that really affects the youth. Something else is betting. There's something called aviator. A plane that flies, I don't know how it works, it multiplies the money. Sometimes a youth may lose. As a result, ameweka pesa, may lose, ama maybe amewekea team fulani, hiyo team imepigwa. So as a result, maybe alikuwa ameweka na school fee. Oh, okay. As a result, sometimes the youth has betted, and he has put it with a school fee, and as a result, he has lost. So he feels rejected. He feels like he has done a mistake. Yeah. So in summary, those are things that I have seen happening. The one I said is in just a village, there's fear that comes around when a particular person in the village is just feared for no reason. People believe that he's a ritualist, or he has a way he can maybe if you wrong him, he can kill you or something. And then youths with a lot of expectations, things that they want to get, then when they don't have a means of getting them. Something else like relationships, maybe underperformance. A lady leaves a young boy because he doesn't perform well in bed, or even because he lacks money or something like that. Yeah, thank you so much. That is all I have.
Great. That's so nice. Mr. Otieno, I hope you said you're Otieno. Yeah, you have highlighted a number of things that are affecting students today. I hope still I can be heard.
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the issues of the culture, maybe even relationship, which is true. We have found so many.
Now we can't hear you. Dr. Purity, now we can't hear you. Purity, we can't hear you. As we try to reconnect to Dr. Purity, Professor Bantu, your hand is up.
Yes, it is true. My hand is up.
You can contribute as we wait for Dr. Purity to reconnect.
Can you hear me, Dr. Mushiri? Thank you very much.
We can hear you.
Yes, my name is Professor Bantu, and I appreciate the dialogue about mental health, and a number of mental health issues are a growing concern globally, with significant impacts on individuals, whether they are students, whether they are academicians, researchers, and even in the communities. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please continue, Prof.
Yes, so these mental health issues are many. They affect professions. Medical doctors get stressed. The teachers get stressed. The students, the pastors, the reverend is affected. And especially in vulnerable groups. And therefore, accessible mental health services, the stigma that is associated, and inadequate support systems exacerbate these challenges. And the reason why we are having this dialogue is to help us enhance mental health services, establish comprehensive mental services accessible to all, particularly vulnerable. And as you are aware, most of these mental health conditions cannot be explained in our local language. For example, I can be stressed, or I can have depression, and then I can't explain. So there is a relationship between these. The drivers have stress interaction have. So the reason for us to have that dialogue is to find sources where we can cope. And that's why we see if someone has a stress of life, the only alternative place to be is in the church. Others are able to understand that such conditions require treatment, and they get there to be treated. So the others who are living with these conditions, and now they eventually just come out in different forms, and a number of people will cope differently. So the reason for this dialogue, of course, is to promote research and innovation so that we can foster cutting-edge research in mental health and psychology through our collaboration with our partners. So it is very important that people can access the support system, and also us who are now getting awareness of these conditions, we should join hands together, heal the minds, and then transform people's lives. So that's the reason that we have this discourse. We want to look at the role of the healers, we want to look at the role of doctors, we want to look at the role of the psychiatrists, the medical doctors in the treatment of these mental illnesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. You're still on the load, I'm hoping so. So you're joining us sooner here.
Yes, thank you.
Good. Thank you. Dr. Mwiresia has a hand up. Dr. Pirete, are you able to join us? Has Dr. Pirete joined us back? Dr. Mudima? Are you back yet? Okay. Dr. Severina, you want to make your contribution?
Okay, thank you. My contribution concerns the causes. I also want to point out that the causes include some which are congenital or rather inherited. When you look at some of the mental illnesses, when you try to investigate, and in fact research has shown that some of the people with mental illnesses have blood relatives who have had similar conditions. So it can be either congenital or acquired. That is much later in life. And when we look at the cause, the acquired, as it has been alluded by many colleagues, it also involves so much of the environment. And this can include what one of our students here has cited, the use of drugs. Yeah, the use of drugs or even trauma. The causes are many. And I also want to propose to deal with management, prevention, and even cure. We need to use multidisciplinary approaches where we are very keen on the expectant mothers so that they also take precautionary measures, including avoiding drugs when they are expectant, because that can also affect the fetus and affect the growth of the brain. And even later, after the delivery, there is still need to take care of the baby all the way up to adulthood. So we realize what I wanted to bring out is that the causes need to be looked at all the way from before birth, during birth, and after birth. Because even during birth, there can also be conditions that can cause the mental illness or conditions. During delivery, maybe trauma to the baby during when the baby is being delivered, or even prolonged labor. So it's something that can emanate from any level of life. Thank you so much. That's what I wanted to contribute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Severina. That is a good addition, that there are maybe genetic relations to some of the conditions. And I think that, like Professor Bantu said, that's why we have this conversation. That's why I think earlier Professor Baguba said that we need to address or go into research. There are some biological elements and factors. There are obviously some emotional, spiritual factors, and that integration is important. And this conversation that we carry out today and tomorrow and moving forward is central to properly addressing the issues of mental health. But demystifying mental health is critical for all of us, so that we no longer consider it as something that is out of our conversations or out of our continuous concerns and addresses. Thank you very much. I want to invite Dr. Babu, whose hand is up. This conversation continues, and when Dr. Pirete is back, you can let me know. Otherwise, this is about the practical element about handling issues of mental health. So, Dr. Babu, the Dean of Students at Kenya Methodist University, and then I will then be listened to Geoffrey Misoti. So, Dr. Babu, please.
Yeah, this is Dr. Esther Babu from Kenya. My contribution is about the way we refer to mental health. We lump mental health issues together from the community where I come from. We call all the people with mental health issues mad people. There's a name that we use that is, that just lumps them all together, and we call them mad people. And for those who can understand that. But I would like us to remember, even as we seek help, we need to understand there are a lot of mental health disorders, so many of them. And just a few, to mention a few of them, some of them, one of them, we can call them anxiety disorders. We have attention deficit disorder. We have depression, we have bipolar and other mood-related disorders. We have eating disorders, obsessive-compulsive disorders, personality disorders that include borderline personality disorders and so on. We have post-traumatic stress disorders, schizophrenia, and those that come as a result of substance abuse. So I would like us to, even as we consider working with people, to also want to understand the various types of mental disorders, so that as helpers, we are not lumping them all together, so that we are able to direct them to the best, help possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that contribution, Dr. Esther. Can we go to Geoffrey? And then from Geoffrey, we'll go to Wajiro Morethi.
Thank you, Dr. Mishiri, and thank you for the presenters. My name is Geoffrey Misati. I'm a PhD candidate, Health Systems Management at the Kenya Methodist University. Was excited to see this conference taking place because, of course, as a parent, I know parents make a deliberate choice of choosing that their learners take their courses at Christian universities like KEMU. But again, want to mention that my experience is that I've heard that learners face a lot of challenges. And of course, the recent past I had an experience of a learner who is trying to deal with, come out of substance abuse. So deliberately listening to the discussions from what Professor Caroline was speaking from the US experience, is that we need really to have a kind of how we can have a framework that is supporting integrated approach at the different disciplines, particularly even for institutions of higher learning, such that we are able to pick out mental health issues. I remember one of Dr. Purity mentioned that at Kenyatta University, she was given a new role, and that compelled her to do a counseling course. So meaning that for us to be able to address holistically some of these challenges, we need to see really what we need to do, because parents are banking on us. These issues sometimes might be picked at home or not, because the recent one I was handling, of course, I was handling a child of my brother. And of course, I have one of them in actually Meru, the Methodist University. So meaning that we really need to see how we need to come together, because if it makes at least at parent level, when they come to school, integrating issues of spirituality and among the faculty, looking at what skills and maybe are required, such that we are able to pick some of these challenges that in good time, so that we are able to facilitate our learners for the welfare of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. As Wajiro, of course, speaks, I also realize, Purity, you're back, and I think you should be able to take it up so that you can wind up your session. Purity, can you hear me? Dr. Purity?
Yes, Daktari, I can hear you, and sorry at the power went off, and I think my internet was disconnected, but I'm happy to come back.
Thank you.
And I've also have had, thank you. So I have had some other additions, and I'm grateful even for the last speaker who has also talked about also acquiring skills, some skills to help. It's also something. So thank you so much. We have had a lot, but before I concluded, I just wanted to hear what the lawyer would say.
Dr. Purity, there was one other person whose hand was up. I was going to give her a chance, and then you take it up, and you so that you can conclude. So let the person speak, because I had called their name, so that they don't feel like we called their name and then we left them out.
Yes, and I also wanted to ask also the lawyer in the house, that profession, what it is that they feel they can also do, what are the strategies, and then I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mashiri and Dr. Purity, for giving me the opportunity. My name is Angela Morezi. I'm a clinical psychologist from Kenya Methodist University. My area of research interest here is psycho-oncology. I like what Dr. Mashiri said about demystifying mental health. And I just want to talk about that, demystifying mental health, because really mental health is about mental disorders. But mental conditions occur on a continuum. We start from I am well, I am struggling, I am not well. And as such, mental health is not just about the disorders. Even when we go by the WHO definition, it's way much more. It's our ability to cope with the stressors. Because life has stressors. Life is never going to be stress-free. But are we resilient enough? Do we have the coping skills? And two, that we can function well and realize our abilities. So anything that stops people's right to self-determination could also thwart their opportunities of realizing their abilities. It's a mental health concern. Are people able to work productively? If they are not, like when you have a huge population of young people who are not gainfully employed, that in itself is a mental health concern. Are we making worthwhile contributions to our communities? So even when we become too individualistic, and I'm talking from an Ubuntu perspective, again, that is a problem because we are not making contribution to our meaningful contribution to our community. So for me, it's just to ground us on the reality that mental health is not about just mental disorders. It's about are we functioning well? Are we resilient? Do we have the skills? Where are we on the mental health continuum? And what do we do to ensure that the majority of us remain between our well, our struggling, that we don't go to the extreme end of mental disorders? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jesus.
Yeah.
Is the law in the house?
Yes, the law is in the house. Thank you very much. My name is Moni Wekesa. I teach law at Daystar University. Thank you for the invitation to participate. Listening to previous presenters, I feel very much at home, having learned some aspects of psychiatry about 40 years ago. However, I'm here as a lawyer, and I just want to point out a few things. First and foremost, going by the pre- and perinatal causes of mental illness, there isn't much of the law to come in except where drugs are blamed for the causes of that, then that would lead to some civil suit against the manufacturers of the drugs and so on. But then the real challenges with the law come in after the effects have manifested themselves. For example, persons with mental illness are not eligible to sign contracts. Now, that may sound a little abstract, but what we are saying is that they cannot sell land, they cannot sell a car, they cannot sell anything. In law, we say they do not have the mental capability, the mental capacity to know what they are doing at the time they are signing or trying to sign or transact such a business. So that also means that we need to be very careful anytime we are entering into transactions with people, just to be sure that they are in a good mental state. The other challenge comes in when, in terms of crimes committed. Generally speaking, a person with mental illness is not deemed to know what he or she is doing at the time they are doing whatever is considered criminal. And so quite a number then are not held liable or responsible for their crimes. The other aspect that touches on mental health again is what one speaker mentioned, this attention deficit syndrome in schools. Many teachers may not know how to deal with children with such a syndrome, and more often than not, those who still use the cane may end up hurting such a child, and in the process violate the rights of the child in very many ways. For example, corporal punishment is not permitted, but then for a teacher who is not familiar with the ABD, such a teacher may think that the child is being rude, the child is being unresponsive, and so on. Of course, then the last aspect regarding this that I would like to mention here at this point is that we have challenges with the law with respect to. Sorry, there's a tractor passing by. Just give me I've got a minute for the tractor to pass by, then I continue.
Yes, Prof, and you can adjust your camera so that we can see you. We are not seeing you, we're seeing your beard. We need, good. Thank you. As that thing passed by. Much better now.
The beard is the most important characteristic on me.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, the last aspect I would like to touch on with respect to mental illness and the law is that when it comes to areas like marriage again, people need to be careful whom they are marrying, because then should cases of marital violence, domestic violence arise and so on, that person cannot be punished for the acts being done when the person.
Even when it comes to transactions, because maybe there are some cases that have been there in the families just because they were transacted by people who had mental issues, even issues of.
This meeting is being recorded.
Thank you so much. So I want to thank you all, our members, because of such an insightful session, your great participation, and even for now looking at the strategies that we need as professionals to be able to move on and to reduce these mental health issues in our country and even beyond. And I think as we have conclusively and said, that there are many, we need those integration approaches so that we can be able to help our people. We need also to use prevention approaches, collaboration, and also creating awareness through demystifying these issues of mental health so that people are not condemned, especially those that have been affected. Issues of root causes, I like that because it is true. We may think that one has one major problem, or this is the cause, but it might be even other causes that are unseen. And when all the specialists come and look at this issue, they'll be able to help. We are not also ignorant that it is affecting everyone. It has come out clearly, whether the youth, whether the mothers, whether the disabled, they are also affected, and each case should be also addressed in its own way. And also, I've liked the person also who has talked about considering maybe also even us as helpers, the areas, the skills. If you don't have the necessary or required skills to help, we can also try. Maybe as an educationist, I know that the Ministry of Education, there's a policy on maybe guidance and counseling. Although they say most of the schools, especially at the basic level, guidance is done more than maybe the counseling, and where there are counseling issues, maybe they refer. But again, we are saying that even in those schools, there are not many people who are very well versed with the counseling issues. And I know KEMU was one of the institutions that was really producing teachers in those areas, which even as we were developing that policy, I think even the mention of teachers who have some knowledge are supposed to help. But we know they are not everywhere in the country. So still there are problems that are emerging from the secondary school, high school, going to the universities, and we also need to acquaint ourselves with all these. Youth have so many issues, as they have said, about relationship, about monies. Even, I think there was a research that was reviewed either 4 years ago, even where students are taking drugs because of being admitted to join or to do the courses that they never wanted. And we have seen that happening. Maybe quite about 50 students have been admitted to do engineering, but you find the following month they are all in education, or the courses they think they are simpler. So these are also policy issues. Maybe we may also try to advocate for. Thank you everyone. We continue to debate and to interact, and this is a very, very great and enlightening session. Thank you so much, the MC. I am still happy for being an old lecturer at KEMU, and you have reunited. God bless you so much. So, Dr. MC, Dr. Muchiri, I think I can stop there unless there's something else I was supposed to do and have not yet done or have not said. Kaidre, you'll guide, but back to you. And thank you, panelists. Thank you, contributors. I'm so grateful.
Thank you very much, Dr. Purity. Thank you. Let's applaud Dr. Purity for facilitating that session very well. We are happy that you are able to help us learn on the practical elements of integrating mental health in our processes. I admired every contribution that was done. We want to go into a short session where we will have a practical presentation from women of Women of Purpose International. Brenda, you have a short session to present before we can then take a healthy break. So let's keep this conversation going. Please continue to put up your question in the chat. Those of us who are experts, please look up those questions. Please provide answers to some of them. I've seen a number of those questions there. Please look up them and give practical advice to those people who are asking questions, so that they also feel that their questions were not ignored. Brenda, your chance now.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity once again. I kindly take this opportunity to introduce myself again. I'm Brenda Naranga from Uganda, Kampala. I'm representing Women of Purpose International, that's WUPI. So this organization was started in the US by a lady called Mrs. Dorothy Sebaka. Her vision was mainly to empower the immigrants in the US, purposely the women. Because as you know, once you leave your home country, you go into a foreign country, you face so many challenges. And as one of the immigrants from Uganda, she found it very key to empower and also help other women who are from other countries to settle into the US. So through that initiative, she started up an organization called the Women of Purpose International. This is basically empowering, making someone feel like you have purpose even if you're in a foreign country. So it was started in 2010, and we are going countrywide, we are going nationwide. We have a chapter in Uganda, which was started in 2019. We started as just a mere club in a secondary school in Kampala. So in that club, we were empowering the girl child in schools to feel that they belong, because we have a saying that I belong. As women of purpose, you have to feel like you belong. Everywhere you go, you have to belong and feel empowered. So we started up that initiative to carry on different things in schools to empower the girl child, also not forgetting the boy child. I know some of you ask yourselves, what about the boy child? We also empower them, but To be brief, last year we had a conference. We have annual conferences, and we reach out to our communities because we are an NGO. We do community work. We go to the unprivileged, the underprivileged. We help them out as we can afford. So last year, this year actually, early January, we had a conference, and that's where we had a theme called Faith-Based Approach to Mental Health. We found it really key to address the mental health challenges we have in our communities. I've not been into this field for long, but I've been seeing these challenges, but I didn't know how to address them, me personally. Because we go to school and you find someone depressed, but you don't know the meaning of depression. You look at someone struggling to catch up and you don't know how to help. Literally, we would say that this person is acting weird, but not forgetting that this person might be having something really sitting at the back of their mind that is stressing them out. That's when you find people committing suicide in universities. If you've heard the history of Makerere, like last year, there was a student who committed suicide. Reason being, this person was given tuition, tried to bet it out, and then they didn't know how to pay the tuition, and they had to take a degree to their parents. So if we ignore these signs, we look at people in schools, we ignore the signs. We don't know how to address them. So here as this organization, WUPI, we come out, we go to schools, we go to universities, we go to villages to talk about certain signs and symptoms about mental health, because many people are not aware. Like I've said, you're stressed, you don't know whether you're having stress. You literally find yourself acting weird, keeping away from people, hiding yourself. So we do that by, we go to schools, we create this awareness, we tell them, okay, if you notice this and this, look out for this person because they are being challenged. So kindly look out. Direct these people to the right people. Schools have counselors, take them there or pray together with them so that they can feel like they belong and they have someone to hold a hand. So basically that's what we do. And also the community outreaches, like Dr. Caroline said earlier. After that conference, we addressed so many things and people were actually coming to see that, oh, we live with these people in our society. They just have this stigma and they keep away from the people who can really help them. So after that conference, so many people reached out to us, and one of the ladies reached out and we got a chance to visit her home with Dr. Caroline. So when we reached her home, she had 3 kids having challenges, and one of them had the ADHD, so she didn't know how to, and this is a young girl, so pretty, she was 8 years old. So the mother kept her out of school because of the stigma, and the teachers were ignorant about her condition. Instead of talking to the parent to see how they can help the girl study, they just discouraged the mom to keep her out of school. And the mom being one of the church members we do our conferences from, she reached to us and she was like, how can I handle this? You address this and this and this. I'm aware of mental health, but our community is not aware. So can you help me know more about my child and know how to help the other people? So Dr. Caroline had a one-on-one with her, and she was so happy. And as I talk right now, we were able to take the girl to the hospital and also pray. She's now receiving treatment and back to school. So we really felt like we've done something to the community. So this mom promised us that she will spread this awareness to other parents who have kids who are having such challenges. So if you look at the communities, like I think I urge all of us to really create awareness. Many people are not aware of these challenges. They are not aware of the signs and symptoms. And that's the first step we should take to create this awareness. We can be here. I know all of us here, most of us are doctors, we are professors, but if you go down to the community, you'll find that either 1 out of 10 of your neighbors, they have somebody in their family facing a mental health challenge, and they are hiding because of the stigma in the community. So I really encourage all of us, before we go to this, we sit up here and we are trying to help the community. Let's go back to our local areas. Let's look at the people surrounding us. This is the way we are going to really make this mental health issue a big thing in our countries and our communities. So Women of Purpose, that's basically what we do, and we are glad that we are here in Kemu. We're actually here in January, and we discussed our vision, what we do, and the leaders here really welcomed us because I came with the CEO of the organization. She laid out the vision very well, and people welcomed us, and we are looking forward to cooperate with Kemu, to collaborate so that we create awareness in our countries. We are not only working with Uganda, but we want to open up chapters in different countries because mental health is a big challenge to the entire world. So if we start small, we do teamwork, we can really help the world at large to overcome this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Blenda. Let's appreciate Blenda for that contribution, the integration of what we're doing, and also making sure that it lands down to the community and making everybody know that they belong, they can be part of the society. They are not to be excluded. So that's a very good highlight as we prepare ourselves to have a break. Obviously, part of the reason why we are together is to network, to meet others, to hear their stories, and then to see how we can start our small story. Like she indicated, this started in the United States, addressing a specific issue there. Now it has spread, and it continues to spread. And the impact, like you just had the last case, where they visited a young mother who had a kid who was kept out of school because of teachers not knowing what was the real issue with the kid. So the kid would lose their life if Carlo and Blenda were not present, or this organization did not exist. So in our small ways, we can contribute and we can make the world a better place in this area. Thank you again, Blenda, for that contribution. I am about to let us now take that break, which we are calling health break, so that people can also have regenerate themselves, refresh, and also have a chance to have a conversation. Unless there is anybody who has any other question to ask, which must be addressed now. I want to ask Bwana Mode to give us some guidance, and then we can move on.
Thank you, MC. Thank you, participants, for the far that you've gone. We wish to thank all the people who have handled their sessions very well, and we are really grateful. As we break for lunch, we request those ones who have not registered to register. We have only 27 who are registered. And you need to register so that we are able to capture your details. When you come in the afternoon, you also register for session number 2. Session number 2, it is going to be on the site. The lunch is going to be served out here, but also we encourage that you continue interacting with each other so that we can continue learning the interaction. There, what we want to discover is the interaction between the different disciplines, including faith, psychiatry, mental health, business, everything. What is the intersection, so that even as we work, we are mentally healthy. I wish to request the chaplain or his appointee to pray for the break. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mode. Request the COD to make a prayer.
Okay, let us pray. God, we thank you this afternoon for your goodness and love and all that you are enabling us to learn. And now as we break for our lunch and time to refresh and also have interactions with one another, we pray and invite your presence that you're going to bless us and bless all that you're going to partake. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Yes, there is an online platform for registration. You are free for your lunch. I'm answering a question that was posted, whether there is an online platform for registration. Actually, the registration is mainly online. You go to the program, there's a place where you hit on the button session, and on that button then you get a screen which allows you to register. So there is an online registration. That is what we are being asked to do. Those who are online, please do the online. Even those who are with us here, there is an online platform. I guess it is still open, James?
Yes, it is open.
Okay, very good. So then people should be able to go online. Then they will see in the program, they will see a place where it's written sessions. And in that session, during that, on that session platform, you'll be able to do the registration. So there is a place for registration online. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch break. We meet again about 5 minutes to 2 so that we can start at 2. Good, and enjoy your break.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm.
See you
the
at,
convergence of
exactly
excellent
2,
facilities,
that is 1400
friendly learning
hours.
environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, Your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. the convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to Kemu. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724 256 162 or 0725 751 878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to KEMU. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to KEMU. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to KEMU. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to KEMU. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market-driven programs is by design geared towards producing the graduates that will serve and drive the world's economies now and in the future. The Kenya Methodist University, your future is here. Intake ongoing. Call us on 0724-256-162 or 0725-751-878 or log on www.kemu.ac.ke.
Welcome to KEMU. Your future is here.
Kenya Methodist University, taking education to a new realm. The convergence of excellent facilities, friendly learning environment for our scholars, the expertise of our faculty, and the market.
Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer at kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll for May and September 2024 intakes. KEMU, the future is here. Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values and commitment to excellence, we continue to be a trailblazer in the academic landscape. Call us today or visit www.kemu.ac.ke to enroll.
Spiritual and mental health. VC, could you kindly say hello to us? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is good that we are gathered here for such a significant conversation on issues around mental health, which is a big challenge, not only among the adolescents in the universities, but it's a global challenge affecting people at different ages, and there is no one who is isolated from being affected. So our gathering here at such a time when even the nation is marking the mental health month, giving the significance and the visibility that it requires to create awareness, to conscientize, and to help people discover that issues that affect our mental wellness, like depression, are not just simple things. They are diseases that need to be treated. There are diseases that people need to be helped to open up and talk about. There are issues that require people to listen to others and to support them. And for me, it's such a great joy that we are gathered here today and tomorrow to have a conversation around the issues of mental health. We are committed as a university to work with all the youth in our institution who are affected. We are committed to work with our community. We are committed to provide training. We are committed to provide mentorship. We are committed to provide leadership from a university perspective. And we are committed to invest in anything that can bring about mental wellness among the students, the staff, the community around us, and our families. I want to specifically recognize the commitment of our friend and partner, Professor Carlo from Harvard University. It's a great joy that you traveled all the way to be with us during this time. Blenda from Cabaret University, we recognize your commitment, and others who have come from other universities to be with us during this time. I will be giving my speech tomorrow, and so I will not spend a lot of time today. I know I have not said my name. I am Reverend Dr. Mary Kinoti, acting VC for Kenya Methodist University. But besides that, I have very special interests in mental wellness. I am undertaking a course, and I've been researching on the intersection between mental health and specifically depression and pastoral care. And there are very many revelations and findings that are coming out that will be very helpful for us as a university, even as we engage in both teaching clergy, training clergy, and also providing pastoral care. Because it's emerging that for a very long time, issues of mental health, like depression, has been taken as either a weakness, has been stigmatized, and from religious perspective, or from theological, or from pastoral, it's been looked at more or less as an issue of prayer. And we are saying, yes, prayer is good, but there is need to go beyond prayer, to listen to these people, to work with them, and to enable them access treatment, and to enable them open up. And indeed, I believe if people are helped to open up regarding mental issues that they go through, then we would have less patients. Many of them would not escalate to the levels of depression, to the levels of despair, to the levels of suicide. So colleagues, I want to thank you very much for taking this one very seriously. And I know together we will be able to make an impact, not just at Kenya Methodist University, but in this nation, in the East African region, and in the continent, and in the world abroad. I recognize your support, Carol and Blenda, and Professor Bantu, who is not here with us today. And I also want, as I wind up, to give us the apology of the president of the Mental Health Board here in Kenya. He was going to be with us, and something came up, and he notified me this morning that he would not be with us. So we also want to acknowledge his support, and he is committed to work with us. Thank you very much.
Please applaud our Vice Chancellor for her comments. She will give us more tomorrow, but allow us to applaud her. Those of us who are online, you can always use the icons for reactions to applaud people. Those who are here, please applaud our Vice Chancellor. Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Mary, for your coming, and also for those words that you've given to us to continue to encourage us that as an institution we are taking our first position in terms of addressing the issues that are at hand, and also, as you've expressed, your personal interest in this particular subject. We are glad that you are able to join with us this afternoon. God bless. Thank you very much. We want to move on to the next session, the afternoon session. We have a session that we are going to be discussing about bridging the gaps in understanding these issues of mental health, bridging the gaps in understanding. I want to check whether we have the persons I am going to call, because this is going to be a panel discussion. Do we have Dr. Evans Machera? Dr. Machera, are you available? Oh, Dr. Machera, thank you very much. You are going to be, you're the one, you need to be, you're the one who is moderating this session. So thank you very much. Dr. Machera is right. You'll give you a chance to, you can come down this way so that, or you can still moderate from that position, but you can also come and sit up here so that you're able to moderate from this end. Thank you, Dr. Machera is allowed with us. Then do we have a Professor Moni? Are you back with us? Professor Moni Wekesa, you are with us? Okay, we have a few other people. Dr. Mengi Asira. Professor Moni, I can see you are on.
Wekesa is in the house.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the house. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I've seen Professor Moni is there. Lieutenant Canon Evans Omoro.
Menge Astila.
Yes, thank you, Menge. Thank you. Lieutenant Canon Omoro. Do we have Dr. Gervais Daiseye? Dr. Daiseye? Dr. Tende Frolis?
Hello, good evening, everyone. It is another time that we are going to look at the, thank you. This evening, we are going to look at the psychotherapeutic spiritual approaches and the legal perspective in mental well-being. We realize that there are gaps which needs to be closed. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the challenges faced by people or patients suffering from mental health or depression, they are a keyword. So the understanding requires, we need to, the psychotherapeutic, the spiritual approaches, and the legal perspective in mental well-being. In spiritual approaches, how does one find himself or herself in the spiritual realm, so that the well-being of the mental person or the patient is assisted in the challenge he or she is facing? What are the legal challenges or legal framework in our society today to intervene so that those in need and those who are in the caregiver position or administration positions are able to integrate to one another so that the society is faring well under a legal framework and under a legal framework in the well-being of the mental challenges space. So I wish to welcome Professor Wekesa to give his contribution.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll talk mainly about the legal aspect. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof. Proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, sorry, I'm seated next to a road and it's making a lot of noise. Allow me half a second for that fact that you pass by, then I proceed.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Mental Health Act that attempts to provide or cater for the interests of persons with mental illness. The Act provides for or makes provision for when a person can be admitted for treatment. The Act provides for ways in which a person with mental illness may access healthcare facilities, and once the person has accessed healthcare facilities, how the person is to be treated. For example, Section 52 of that Act prohibits any person within the hospital or mental health facility from ill-treating, abusing, or in any way dealing badly with a person suffering from mental health. The Act allows a relative to take a person suffering from mental health for treatment in hospital. The Act also allows the chief, the police assistant chief, or any other person to also arrest such a person suffering from mental health and deliver the person to a mental health facility, and so on. Most importantly for us, and most important significantly, Article 27 of the Constitution
technicians.
We can't hear you, Prof. We can't hear you. I don't know whether there's challenges on our side. Can you hear us, Prof? Prof. Wekesa? Prof. Wekesa? Prof. Wekesa, can you hear us? Professor Wekesa, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear
you. Yeah, okay. We seem to have lost some part of us. Let's just reconnect because we have missed a bit of your conversation. Now I'm talking to you directly through the computer here. Hello, can you hear us now again? Prof, can you hear us? Can you hear me? No. Anybody online who can hear me?
It has been disconnected.
Yeah, it's disconnected. It's a disconnection there. It's not him, it's us. Yeah, but when I opened the
you can, eh? So just give us a moment so that we can reconnect. We seem to have lost connectivity, but in the next 1 minute, we'll be back on that try and register. Yeah, some of you have not registered, so we don't know how we are going to give you certificates if you don't register.
Hello.
Check. 1 2 1 2.
Hello.
Check. 1 2 1 2.
Is he getting in? Hello, Professor Wekesa. Are you getting us? Hello? I think, yeah, the technical team.
Professor, can you hear us? You are a bit frozen from your side.
So even those online are off.
You are on. You are on there, but not here.
Prof, can you hear us? Can you hear us now? You are hearing, yeah. I can see you are saying you are hearing. Are you muted? Check. Yeah, okay. Oh, you are okay. Fine. I can see you are not muted. So then, Corin, there's some disconnect because we can't hear him from that system. Yet we can hear him directly on the computer. One more time, Prof. Can you try? Go ahead. Yes, now we can hear you. Sorry for that. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just said that in Kenya we have the Mental Health Act that is fairly comprehensive, but focuses largely on healthcare provision for persons with mental health. It under the Act, a relative, a guardian, or any person can take a person with mental health for treatment without being questioned too much, or an officer can also do the same. I was now dwelling on the point of discrimination. The law prohibits insurance companies from discriminating against persons with mental illness. That's to say, such persons are allowed to have medical cover. Closely connected to that, insurance companies are prohibited from making mental illness one of the exclusions from what they provide for. So then all in all, we should be able to sit here comfortably knowing that persons with mental That is not from my side. The noise. Am I still audible?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight an area where, which we need maybe to discuss a little further and which affects all of us. And this is the area of employment of persons with mental illness. Now, ordinarily, when one is suffering under mental illness, performance may not be optimal, absenteeism is noticed, and then concentration is a challenge. And of course, sometimes there's the fear that such a person may harm others. So this then places a person with mental illness at a difficult position in terms of employment to the extent is one that poses a big challenge to persons suffering from mental illness. Of course, we all know and appreciate that with some income, one is able to afford several things. One is able to care for oneself, one is able to care for family, one is able to cater to other interests. Ladies and gentlemen, then we have the challenge of management of the property of a person with mental illness. Of course, even as I talk about mental illness, I think and alive to the fact that it also manifests itself in various grades. There may be that grade in which a person with mental illness is incapable of managing their own affairs. In such a situation, ladies and gentlemen, the law has provided that a guardian may be appointed by the court to take care of the property of a person suffering from mental illness, or the government may appoint a public trustee to do so. Of course, then there are other areas I had touched on earlier, especially in cases of children in schools. And I think there's need for a lot of awareness in this area so that teachers don't end up disadvantaging children with mental illness in schools, especially the one that was alluded to earlier, the attention deficit syndrome. Then, of course, at a personal level or private level, there's the area of purchasing property. If you purchase property from a person with mental illness, the purchase may be declared null and void because a person with mental illness is not deemed to be capable of signing a document. Such a signing includes a marriage certificate as well. But of course, again, depending on the nature of the mental illness, there are periods when a person suffering from mental illness has what are called lurid or lucid moments, where the person is not, when a person is very clear, when a person acts well, when a person is more or less out of danger. But then I'm just mentioning this because in case of marriage to a person with a mental illness, should instances of domestic violence, murder, and so on come up, that person with mental illness is protected under the law. It is deemed that the person did not either know that what he was doing was wrong, or did not know that what he was doing was actually harmful to others. So that calls for a little caution here and there in terms of our private engagements with such a person. The law is also very careful to make it clear that we should also not take advantage of persons with mental illness in terms of, say, buying things cheaply from them and the like. So, all in all, the law attempts to protect persons with mental illness, provides for the manner of their treatment, manner of management of their estates, and in general, the law does not allow such a persons to swear an affidavit, to sign contracts, to enter into business arrangements, and so on. But then, of course, it will be also upon the other people interacting with such a person to see how best to go about their businesses. Probably, let me stop here for now, and then we can proceed should there be any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Wekesa, for your perspective on the legal perspective on the mental well-being. Thank you very much. Do we have Dr. Mengia Asila to make a contribution?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, you can unmute, then proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have to apologize to proceed in French. I'm in Cameroon. I'm Cameroonian. I'm a Frenchman, what we call francophone. My English is not very good. It's too poor. I need you to allow me to proceed in French.
We'll try to get an interpreter.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we can have someone else to assist to take over. Reverend Canon Evans Omolo, as we wait for someone to interpret for us. Omolo, Reverend Omolo. Okay, Dr. Gervais Ndayize. Dr. Gervais Ndayize. Okay, Dr. Teda Flores. Professor Bantu, are you online? Hello, our online friends. It's like they're not. We take a bit of time to wait for someone to assist us in the interpretation. Hello, Dr. Megwe?
Yes, I'm here.
You can proceed. Someone is coming to interpret, but you can. Huh?
Now, is it possible to do it in French?
Yes, go ahead.
Pardon? I didn't really catch. Pardon?
Go ahead.
You can proceed with a bit of English also.
Thank you.
Hello, excuse me. Dr. Bantu, please.
Yes, my name was called, so this is translation in French, or maybe the person can proceed, then I'll be able to get back to you.
Perhaps you proceed as we wait for the friend who can assist us in the interpretation. Professor Bantu?
Yes, I was trying to understand the language that is required for translation. Which French?
You are not asked to. You are not being asked to translate. You are being asked to make a contribution to the subject as we wait for somebody to interpret the French. So that was the that was the issue. You a bit of contribution if you're able in a position.
I'll contribute shortly, but you can proceed.
Okay.
Yeah.
These others are not available.
There is a hand. There is a hand that is up.
Someone wants to talk, say something? Hello? Hello? Anyone here can make a comment. Our subject is bridging gaps in understanding psychotherapeutic, spiritual approaches, and a legal perspective in mental well-being. So anyone here can raise up and give us a talk. Yes, brother? Yes, raise it.
The legal person.
Yes. Yeah, my name is Tony Otieno from Kenya again. My question to the legal officer is, for example, where a murder has been involved, maybe you hear that someone has committed a murder and you hear that he was taken to the hospital to know whether he has a mental problem or not. So I would ask, what are the parameters? What do they consider before taking this person to hospital? And if it is found that this person is actually mentally ill, what happens thereafter? Thank you.
The condition of an accused person in a murder case. Yes, it's coming. Okay. Another question?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Prof, somebody else is also asking a second question, so you may take it so that you can respond to both.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Reverend Dr. Alice. I am from Kemu. And I'm asking, since someone who has a mental condition, the law protects them, and even if they commit a crime, they are not held responsible. So if isn't this now allowing people to actually isolate them, run away from them, especially when it comes to the issue of families, where such a person is in the family and probably they are suffering from that? What should the family do? Should they separate or run away from them, or maybe put them in an enclosed place, because this is what we have seen happening? The other one is, I have seen someone who has a mental problem. I think it's either epilepsy or something being caused by depression, and is working as a soldier. Isn't that a risk? What should be done if in this time now, when he's supposed also, he has a right to be employed, yes, but now someone who is handling a weapon, what does the law say about that? Thank you.
Can I come in now?
Yes, please.
Very well. Question. Where now the word soldier in Kenyan parlance is used to include watchmen, police officers, prison officers, members of the Kenya Defense Forces, and so on. But listening to Madam, I think she means somebody handling a weapon that can kill, like say a gun. Where a person is adjudged to be unwell, mentally unwell, what will happen is that, first of all, the boss is allowed to kind of put the person under arrest and deliver the person to a mental facility. With respect to Kenya Police and the armed forces, they now have their own specialized hospitals. Should it turn out that they do not have the specialists or the facilities to cater to persons with mental illness, then they can recommend that such a person be admitted to a mental facility. Now, once admitted, the person will be attended to, and if is found to be well, the person will be discharged so that they can continue with their employment. Now, with respect to employment and sickness under the law does not allow an employer to dispose of a sick person very easily. Now, that includes mental illness. So then under the Act, one would be allowed to continue earning one's salary for a certain period, after which, if the disease continues, then half salary for another period of up to 6 months, after which now the employer can lawfully sack or get rid of the person. So again, persons with mental illness are as protected as any other employees under the Employment Act and also under the Mental Health Act. Madam asks, now, if they are not liable for their actions, does that then not mean that family can run away from them, members of the public can either run away from them or lynch them? All those scenarios are possible. However, let's also appreciate the fact that this blanket we are calling mental illness may have about 1,000 classifications of mental diseases. So, but then now listening to Madam, I think she is referring to that mental condition where one is either maniac or too depressive or aggressive to a certain extent. Under such a conditions, a relative is allowed to deliver the person to a mental facility. An assistant chief, a chief, and a police officer are equally allowed to arrest such a person and take the person for treatment. I would also want us to appreciate that although, of course, there has been a lot of misunderstanding about mental illness, I think we've reached a stage at which we can say that all mental illnesses are manageable, meaning that even one who appears dangerous can be brought down to levels of reasonableness whereby the person is able to mingle in society without being a danger to society. But there will be those few instances when an eruption could happen and something like that does take place. But let's, in terms of gaps and inclusivity, let's appreciate that it is a disease, it is an illness like any other, and that it can be managed. Now, there's then the question of someone committing a crime, or say a murder is committed, then a person is taken for mental checkup before the person can be declared whether is fit or unfit to stand trial. There are some shocking murders. I mean, if you think of someone who has killed 3, 4, 10 members of the family in one swoop, one is tempted to imagine that the person may not have been in sound mind at the time the action took place. And that's where that suspicion of mental illness comes in. Now, of course, the person will be taken to a mental health facility where the person will be examined and a diagnosis made as to whether the person is sane and able to stand trial or not. If the able to stand trial, then of course he will stand trial, try to defend himself, and the law will take its natural course. In like manner, where a person is declared insane, then such a person cannot stand trial. Then the court can order that the person be detained in a mental health facility. Such a detention is meant to protect the public from further harm. So that is the way the law deals with those situations. I hope I've responded to both questions adequately.
Thank you very much. Any other? Yeah, there is a hand there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, Prof. Mine is connected to a comment that you had made earlier concerning entering into a contract, maybe with somebody who has mental issues. But now here is a scenario where probably you entered one without knowing, but you are suspicious that the person you are dealing with has some mental issues. Is there a process whereby probably you can initiate in a confidential way for such a person to undergo through the medical or other checkups to establish whether he is in a position to do the transactions that were meant in that particular contract?
That is a very difficult situation, in the sense that if you are entering into a contract for the purchase of a motor vehicle, then either you want to sell the motor vehicle or you want to buy the motor vehicle. The focus is on the transaction, not necessarily on the condition of the person doing the transaction or on the other person doing the transaction. The challenge in such a transactions arises where now, say, money has been paid out and the other person is not able to fulfill their part of the bargain. When a dispute arises, that's when then the question of the mental state may become important. However, if you know that person A suffers from mental illness either occasionally or periodically, then it's good to take precautions when or while transacting with such a person. But then specific to the question, it's we don't see any person who will stop demanding for the daily. You are paid for a car, you want the car delivered to you, you want the ownership changed. Now, if the person is backpedaling on transfer of the property, I don't think that's a point at which one can then start talking to certain officials to take the person for a mental check. The focus is on the transaction. So what I said earlier on is that we need to be careful with whom we transact. We need to be careful that the person we are transacting with is actually capable of carrying out and fulfilling the requirements of the transaction. If it is matters of land, for instance, and more so land in a rural area, consent of the board is required. There are certain steps that ought to be taken. Now, at the board level, which is made up of, whose membership is made up of people from the locality, they would be able to advise whether the person you are dealing with is of sound mind or not. However, if they do not know, you do not know, you pay money for a certain piece of land, and he refuses to transfer, it is at that point when a dispute arises that then now the details of the law come in handy. So we need to be able to separate business transactions from, say, these opportunities to deliver up a person with mental illness for treatment. It's not really a checkup, but it's for treatment. So I would just say, let's be careful in our transactions. Now, this becomes more challenging in this area of digital or e-commerce, because then you don't see the person you're dealing with. You don't know where, how the person is. The person may be in Japan purporting to export cars and so on. And it's quite difficult. So questions of mental illness come in business transactions where there is a default. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Our friend has come, whom we were expecting, Duncan Kiogora, to assist us with the presentation of Dr. Mengwe Asila. Dr. Mengwe?
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome. Our friend is here to assist us with the interpretation. Welcome.
Ok, thank you. Alors, je vous remercie d'abord de cette occasion, cette opportunité qui m'est donnée de contribuer à ce thème. Et avant de continuer, je voudrais savoir quelle sera la traduction se fera systématiquement, c'est-à-dire je donne une partie, le traducteur il traduit, ou je termine, il traduit après.
Okay, bon, I am very happy to get this opportunity to make a presentation and contribute on this mentor hybrid conference on this day. We continue.
Proceed.
Okay. Alors, je voudrais d'abord bien comprendre, parce que lorsque j'ai lu le thème, Bridging Gaps in Understanding, c'est-à-dire combler les lacunes dans la compréhension, et le sujet, Addressing Misconceptions and Promoting Dialogue, c'est-à-dire lutter contre les idées fausses et promouvoir le dialogue. Il s'agit là, je voudrais bien comprendre, il s'agit là de mieux comprendre la santé mentale ou bien le lien entre la santé mentale et la spiritualité. Je voulais d'abord être bien situé, peut-être pour le blocage de la langue, je n'ai pas bien compris la subtilité.
Okay, I would like to first understand the theme of our conference this morning, this moment, and understand also the contribution and the linkage between spirituality and mental health. So as we contribute, or rather as I contribute to this conference, I'd want to bring on board the understanding that mental and spirituality have some interlinkages. We continue.
Donner un peu, je vois, donner la situation de la santé mentale au Cameroun en 2 mots. C'est-à-dire, au Cameroun, la santé mentale, oui.
Okay, I would want to make a contribution on a case study that was done in Cameroon with regards to mental health and sanitation and psychotherapy. Oui.
Oui, alors, pour être plus exact, le plan de mon exposé, c'est quoi? Je commencerai par la situation de la santé mentale au Cameroun en 2 mots. Ensuite, je donnerai l'approche de la fondation de psychologie RAPAPSY où nous exerçons, où j'exerce. Et alors, de cette approche-là, qui montre clairement nos conceptions et comment nous joignons santé mentale et spiritualité, la considération de la prise en compte de la spiritualité dans l'accompagnement psychologique, dans le suivi psychologique. Et enfin, je présenterai aussi brièvement que possible le cas clinique qui me permettrait de montrer exactement de quoi je parle.
Okay, I would want to give a contribution on my research with regards to mental health and linkages with spirituality from a Cameroon experience. And I have 4 points that I would like to accomplish by the end of the presentation with regards to how coping with mental health issues and challenges have been observed from the Cameroon case study. Okay.
Alors, comme je disais, au Cameroun, la santé mentale, la compréhension de la santé mentale est en plein essor, mais il faut comprendre que la santé mentale n'est pas encore très bien comprise au Cameroun. Et le fait que ce soit un domaine qui relève de l'immatériel, habituellement, il y a des confusions avec psychologie, spiritualité, mysticisme, pratique occulte. Donc, tout cela est encore un peu mélangé. On n'arrive pas encore à faire le tri et c'est ce qui fait que habituellement on délaisse la voie de la santé mentale, la prise en charge de la santé mentale pour recourir habituellement à ce qu'on entend par spiritualité, qui ne l'est pas en réalité puisque habituellement il s'agit du mysticisme ou de pratiques occultes.
Okay, in Cameroon, there are a lot of challenges with regards to understanding mental health issues surrounding the many challenges that many people may not understand what the linkage is between mental health and psychotherapy and other mental related issues. And therefore, this approach has so many ways in which you can be able to arrive at it. And that's the reason why there's that observation from that perspective of Cameroon case study. In other words, it's a justification with regards to why the study was conducted in Cameroon. Oui.
Oui, alors
vous pouvez,
comme je le disais,
excusez-moi.
Oui.
Oui, vous pouvez peut-être dire 2 phrases alors que je puisse décrire aux auteurs. Puis qu'il y a beaucoup d'exemples que vous dites.
Merci.
Oui, ok.
D'accord, je comprends.
Okay.
Alors donc, je disais, au Cameroun, il y a beaucoup de conceptions de la spiritualité ou de la santé mentale qui ne sont pas tout à fait exactes telles que nous abordons cela sur le plan scientifique.
In Cameroon, there are a lot of issues with regards to mental health issues, and that's the reason why there are a lot of scientific research with regards to mental health, and more of this research that is ongoing. Oui.
Ok. Alors, la santé mentale, conçoivent la psychologie comme quelque chose d'inutile. Pourquoi? Parce qu'ils recourent habituellement aux pratiques occultes, recourent habituellement au mysticisme et qu'ils appellent par ailleurs la spiritualité. Et c'est ce qui fait que certains hommes de Dieu, certains pasteurs en arrivent à se positionner contre la psychologie. C'est un peu le challenge que nous avons au Cameroun.
Okay, in Cameroon, there's that challenge whereby not so many people take keen regard with regards to mental health issues, and taking cognizance of even the pastors and spiritual leaders that work within those areas. They may not be so much regarded as needful with regards to what they practice and what we conceive as mental health issues, and therefore there's that disconnection between psychology and spirituality. Okay, bon, yes.
D'accord. Alors, simplement, dans la fondation Arapsi où j'exerce, la question a été bien réfléchie et nous prenons la spiritualité sous deux plans, c'est-à-dire la spiritualité peut se comprendre d'abord comme une dimension relationnelle, c'est-à-dire comme les autres dimensions, c'est aussi une dimension relationnelle qui peut être bonne à un moment ou mauvaise à un autre moment.
Okay, psychology takes so many forms and appearances with regards to the issues that mental challenges bring, and therefore there are a lot of ways in which the Cameroonians are able to look at it from a perspective of mental health. And that's the reason why the research is able to bring on so many feedback that can be able to...
Un facteur de protection qui protège le patient. Alors que lorsque elle ne se porte pas bonne, cette dimension, elle devient comme un facteur de risque pour le patient. Ça, c'est la première conception dans la Fondation Rapapsi que nous avons de la spiritualité.
Okay, so the first conception that we have is understanding first the role of spirituality with regards to this theme of addressing mental health. So first we need to understand the conception behind mental health issues from a spirituality perspective. Okay, oui.
Alors, la deuxième conception que nous avons de cela, c'est que nous concevons la spiritualité d'une autre manière comme étant le noyau de nos expériences, de toutes nos expériences, des expériences du sujet. Ça veut dire que dans ce sens-là, la spiritualité devient l'arrière-fond de toutes nos expériences.
Okay, so in short, he says that the first conception that we have with regards to understanding mental issues is bringing it from our experiences, and the first and foremost way in which you can be able to understand it is linking it with our day-to-day experiences. Okay.
Alors, pour un cas, une de ces deux dimensions de la spiritualité peut être mise en cause. Et dans ce cas, nous prenons l'expérience spirituelle dans le cadre, c'est-à-dire qui aide en ce moment l'accompagnement psychologique de la personne.
Okay, the first point of experience is understanding our own conception of a person and the psychology of the human being, so that we can be able now to proceed with understanding his own mental structure of a person.
Alors, lorsque la spiritualité de l'individu se porte mal, elle génère ce que nous appelons, ce qu'on appelle la souffrance spirituelle. Et nous voyons donc, dans ce cas-là, la rencontre entre la souffrance spirituelle et la souffrance psychique en clinique, d'où le cas que je vais présenter brièvement.
Okay. Also understanding the role of the human perspective, the role of the human mindset with regards to thinking about spirituality, and also thinking about protecting our own mental image is the second way in which you can be able to understand or conceptualize these issues.
Oui. Alors, donc.
Excusez-moi, je suis dit que vous avez seulement 15 minutes pour terminer la présentation.
D'accord, j'ai presque terminé. Alors, lorsque je parle de la rencontre entre la souffrance spirituelle et la souffrance psychologique, la souffrance psychique, il faut voir, le cas nous permet de voir le lien entre les deux. C'est-à-dire comment la souffrance spirituelle peut exacerber la souffrance psychique et comment la souffrance psychique peut rigidifier, rendre rigide le fonctionnement psychologique et donc provoquer une radicalisation qui va conduire à la souffrance spirituelle.
Okay, so the second way in which we are supposed to, that we are supposed to understand the linkage between now psychosocial issues and also mental exposition, so that now we can be able now to link the mentality with, spiritual issues. Okay.
Alors, le cas que je présente, c'est le cas d'une jeune fille, une jeune dame qui a été kidnappée. C'est-à-dire elle a été prise en otage par des terroristes. Et pendant la prise en otage, je vais simplifier, je ne peux vraiment pas présenter tout le cas. Pendant la prise en otage, la question lui a été posée si elle était mariée ou pas. Alors, redoutant les représailles, c'est-à-dire si elle dit qu'elle n'est pas mariée, comme elle n'était pas mariée, redoutant les représailles, elle a menti en disant « je suis mariée ». Et comme ça, elle a été épargnée.
On a case whereby if it was a lady was able to be kidnapped, so she was kidnapped. The people who kidnapped her took her mental issues at play, can be able now to delink between some issues like terrorism and in that perspective, or rather that example that has been given, so that now you can be able to understand how spirituality can be able to even leave the terrorists unaware of what they are doing. Oui, merci. Alors, c'est l'heure.
D'accord, désolé.
Oui,
désolé de ne pas avoir terminé.
Ok, oui.
La difficulté de la langue.
Ah oui, vous pouvez peut-être juste une minute pour terminer, si vous avez quelque chose d'autre de dire.
Oui, alors donc, ce que je résume rapidement, ce que je voulais montrer dans le cas, c'est que la souffrance spirituelle, comme vous êtes, la souffrance spirituelle chez la jeune fille se manifeste par le fait qu'elle ne se pardonne pas d'avoir menti, bien que c'était pour se sauver. Alors, cette souffrance spirituelle-là, elle-même existe parce que le traumatisme qu'elle a subi là-bas l'a mise dans un fonctionnement rigide. Et cette souffrance spirituelle va rechromatiser la jeune fille qui est déjà traumatisée, ça va la rechromatiser. Elle aura davantage de soucis à donner un sens à ce qui s'est passé. Pourquoi? Parce que la souffrance spirituelle est amplifiée, d'une part. Et d'autre part, je voulais montrer en utilisant le protocole EMDR, c'est-à-dire le protocole psychothérapeutique EMDR. Je voulais montrer comment je me suis donc servi de la spiritualité, ou du moins du corpus de la spiritualité pour résoudre le cas. Comment la spiritualité m'a permis de résoudre ce cas. Donc, voilà un peu ce que je voulais montrer dans... Dommage que je ne puisse pas terminer à une autre occasion probablement. Désolé.
Ok, très bien. Merci beaucoup. So therefore, he's concluding by saying that basically the issues with regards to spirituality and mental linkages can be able to go on and on and on, especially for young people. There could be a lot of research within that lane to be able now to understand how mental issues with regards to age, and especially for young people, can be able now to be associated with spirituality forms. And he says, of course, he apologizes because of the time, but he wishes that if he had time, he can be able to conclude on his research that he was able to conduct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, all the panelists, the participants, and our brother was just coming for the interpretation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. We must thank Dr. Evans Machera for the facilitation. Please applaud Dr. Machera. And yes, please applaud him. It's important to do that. Please applaud Professor Moni Wekesa for his contribution, and even Dr. Giovanni Dasieje for that conversation, and Duncan, of course, for providing our understanding, because without his interpretation of the French, we would not have followed the conversation. So we are thankful that we were able to bring him in and he was able to intervene. We thank you for the proceedings. We want to get to the next presenter who is online. Dr. Zhu, Su, yeah, let me just do the Su part because it's easier for me. So we'll have a chance for your presentation on understanding alcohol addiction, what happens in the brain. So we want to get to the brain now. So everybody who was feeling like the brain is going down, please, it's a chance to let your brain wake up again and listen to this conversation about the understanding the alcohol addiction. Dr. Su, are you available already online? You are muted. Please unmute.
I am here. Yep.
Okay, great.
Very good. Thank you. We are set. We get us to the brain and let us know what happens in there.
First, I will I'll introduce Dr. Machera. Introduce Dr. Su. So Dr. Su is actually a colleague of mine. He is at McLean Hospital, and he's also an instructor in psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. So he was a postdoctoral fellow in the laboratory of Susumu Tomogaya. I don't know if you guys know him. He's a Nobel Prize winner at MIT, where he investigated the hippocampus and the in the cortex that contribute to episodic memory at the single cell and circuit levels. I think it's very important that I understand this is the intersection between spirituality but also psychiatry, because it's very important that we understand that these are biological factors and we still need to address this. So Dr. Su's current research actually focuses on understanding the neural principles that underlie cognition and behavior, with a major focus on how traumatic experiences impact the brain's stress and reward circuitry, and ultimately increase vulnerability to drug addiction. Something that's very timely right now. Using neural circuit monitoring and manipulation techniques, his research focuses on delineating the interactive roles of the amygdala and its connected cortical areas in aversive and appetitive valence coding, with the aim of edifying into new therapeutic targets for circumventing comorbid psychiatric disorders, which happen very often, including alcohol use disorder as well as post-traumatic stress disorder. Thank you, Dr. Su, and welcome.
Introduction. Caroline, thanks for the opportunity. This is a great honor. Yeah, I'm currently visiting my parents because my father is celebrating 80th birthday. Hopefully the internet connection will be great. Let me share my screen. Okay. All right. So I need to go back to the home channel, right? And then you can see my screen?
Yes, we do. Good.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so I'm talking about auditing as well as the stress. This is a very very specific research program I'm doing at McLean Hospital. Using animal models, I'm looking at brains and brain circuits and single cell levels, and to see what is the underlying neural underlying regarding the alcohol-seeking behaviors, and then how the stress can affect this kind of behavior using animal models. Hopefully, the findings that we can translate to the human research in the near future. So this is a typical, the beer. Probably I heard this is very possible, this kind of beer. However, if you are really into, drinking behavior, probably you may end up with it. There's so many bottles, and you have a lot of issues with this. So this kind of repeated excessive alcohol drinking, it can be a risk factor to develop alcohol use disorder in the near future. So I'd like to understand why it's happening and why we have a drinking in the social settings and can be leading to the addiction to the with the alcohol drinking. You end up in the morning like this kind of situation. You're just passing out and then somebody tries to wake up. So this is the sort of the snapshot drawings from the drawing from Eduardo Raudio and from the morning after the festival of St. Forms. So again, the repeated the excessive alcohol can lead to the alcohol use disorders. And this is I'm showing you the data from the U.S. Statistics Department. This is from the major substance use disorder in the U.S. Probably it's almost same as other part of the world as well. And because I like to make the point that there's a lot of opioid epidemics going on. However, if you compare number of people who's experiencing with alcohol use disorder is a lot higher. However, it's because alcohol is an oldest substance, and then if you're reaching the certain age in the U.S., especially 21, and also you have the money, you can freely buy the alcohol. You can drink even at home. So, you looking at this data, actually, in 2019, the past year, the number of people who have access to the alcohol is about 65%. However, people who abuse alcohol and is about 5%, and some of those people may end up with an ER, and then it leads to this number of the people, 95,000 people that because of the alcohol abuse. So if you look at the opioid numbers, it's much smaller. So this is a huge, the societal problem and societal burdens. So I want to understand what is the neural mechanism underlying this kind of the severe disorders. Okay, so alcohol use disorder is a spectrum disorder. Of course, that this is one of the neuropsychiatric disorders, and it also is a developmental disorder. It varies between the lifespan. For example, teenage drinking is different from the adult drinking, or the drinking in the old people can be different. So it can be different by individual. And also, we can study because it's a brain disorder, so we can looking at the molecular changes, gene expression changes, or cell activity changes, even neuronal circuit changes, or brain region changes, looking at what kind of changes are really happening, and we can have a better understanding about this AUD, and hopefully we can have some therapeutic targets in the near future. Of course, if you look at the this cycling of the binge drinking, actually intoxication, I mentioned before, the repeated excessive alcohol drinking can lead to the negative effect of withdrawal. And then because of negative effect, people tend to drink again to remove this negative effect. And they have, although they have anticipation, if you're drinking and you have more drinking, and then you have a sort of negative cycles that's happening. However, it's hard to stop once you are addicted to alcohol. And yeah. So next stage, so as I mentioned, this is the brain the disorders. So what is the brain area is involved in alcohol use disorders? So one of the brain areas I'm very interested in is amygdala. It's one of the key brain area involved in the AUD. So in the left panel, as I show you, this is a human neuroimaging data. Once AUD patient is exposed to the alcohol visual cues, and you can see the one at the brain area is very highlighted. Activity goes up. So with this is the amygdala. However, when this patient is exposed to the stop the drinking cues, this kind of activity cannot be found. So this is amygdala is very specific to the alcohol cues, and then AUD patients is craving for the alcohol drinking during the exposure to these visual cues. So some of you may know that amygdala is a very crucial structure for the the anxiety and fear learning process. So amygdala in the tiny structure, actually your size of the tip of your pinky size, you have two of them in the deep structures and in your brain. However, like 50 or 60 years ago, people found it. If damage your amygdala, actually you lose the fearful sensation, and which is shown in the right panel. And this is a monkey. There's people on the left side, Dr. Kruber or Dr. Busi, experimented quite a while ago. And when they damaged the amygdala, this monkey is naturally, even though this toy of the snake, they're afraid of snake. However, if you damage the amygdala, this monkey can approach the snake toys. They can play with it. So we know that amygdala is one of the center of the fear. However, amygdala is not the part of only the fear circuitry. It is connected to the many different brain areas, such as hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, and nucleus accumbens. These are not only the fear circuit, also it is involved in addictions. Since I mentioned the addictions, of course, one of the neurotransmitter is involved in the addiction is the dopaminergic system from the ventral tegmental area, VTA, which is provided dopamine these brain areas. And also these brain areas also affected by the stress hormones, which is shown on the right side through the hypothalamus and pituitary adrenal gland axis from the paraventricular nucleus of the hypothalamus through the pituitary adrenal gland, and it releases glutathione hormones, the bloodstream, and then it's affecting all the brain areas as well. So the amygdala as a center, not only is involved in fear, anxiety, and also it involves in addiction, and also it is affected by the stress hormones throughout the systems. So how come this amygdala have a multiple functions? So one of the hypotheses we have in our studies, and this I'm showing you the coronal section, so the mouse brain. You can find the amygdala is a very deeper structure, triangular shape. But the decades of research, we already know that the amygdala consists of multiple subnuclei. Well, I'm showing you, several of them. This is the lateral amygdala, basolateral amygdala, intercalated cell mass, as well as the central amygdala, and also within this subnuclei, and we can find molecularly distinctive neuronal population can be found. For example, TAC2, CRH, and so on and so forth. So we think that these multi-subnuclei, as well as the molecularly distinctive neurons, may be responsible for this multiple function. Or maybe among population of neurons, may be responsible for the stress. Other populations of neurons may be related to fear or anxiety or addiction. In my research at McLean Hospital, I am focusing on the basolateral amygdala, particularly Thy1 expressing neurons. So why the Thy1 expressing neurons are interesting is because Thy1 expressing neurons, actually it is a subset of excitatory neurons, as we're showing in here. So it is overlapping with excitatory neuronal markers with the MK2 alpha. However, it's not overlapping with PABA-LUIN, which is inhibitory neuronal markers. So we can see these subpopulation neurons, as excitatory neurons in the basolateral amygdala, BLA. And also, we know that these neuronal populations is projecting to the other brain area, such as prefrontal cortex, which is important for our execution or the working memory or planning. And also, it also is projecting to the nucleus accumbens, one of the core brain area for the addiction, where the dopaminergic neurons is projecting to and release the dopamine within the area. So if you look at this Thy1 projection, this is I'm showing you the axons from the cell body from the BLA to the axon parameter, you can see that it's very prominent axon projection. We think that the neurotransmitter from the BLA maybe is glutamate, is releasing these brain areas. And then by working these multiple areas together, maybe BLA Taiwan neurons is involved in the stress as well as in the addiction. So main hypothesis we are working with right now and showing in this panel. So probably within a BLA, the Taiwan population projecting to the nucleus accumbens, as I mentioned, but throughout alcohol experience, maybe this activity of Taiwan neurons may be increased, as well as the interaction between the BLA and nucleus accumbens are augmented. And in this entire process, maybe is affected by the stress experience, especially during the development, during the adolescence period, or during the adult period as well. So to learn about the role of this BLA Taiwan neurons, we simply start with very simple behavior, which is pretty common in the addiction field. So basically, we put the mouse in the box and two compartments of the box, and we divide into the two parts. And when we administer the saline, we put the animals in the other side. So when animal had euphoric experience of alcohol, they remember which side they have alcohol exposures. If you do the multiple rounds of this, the conditioning, and mouse develop the preference to the compartment they had alcohol experience. So this is called conditioned place preference, or CPP, and we establish this the behavior, and we check how mouse developed the preference. And they're showing here unconditioned animals in day 0, and then we did the multiple rounds, like day 1 to the 4, day 5. We don't see any kind of preference and which side they want to stay. However, if you administer alcohol in the upper side of a box, these animals, they tend to stay in the alcohol administered side after they have the full conditioning period through the day 1 to 4, and showing in the right side. So using this behavior, we like to understand how the neuronal activity in Taiwan and BLA gets involved. So to understand, we use a technique called the fiber photometry. So basically, we're using the optical method to check the neuronal activity, which is showing here as a GCAM6, which is the genetically encoded the calcium indicators. So basically, when neuron fires, actually concentration of the calcium inside it will increase, and this calcium indicators is bounded by calcium. Their fluorescence is changing. So in this way, we can visualize the neuronal activity and using the imaging method. So it is a proxy marker of the neuronal activity. So in the freely moving animals, after we introduce the GCAM through the virus injection into the BLA area, we are targeting Taiwan neurons, and we subject animals is alcohol CPP, which is I showing in previous slide. So this is the real time the videos. So you can see we have CPP box has a 2 different compartments, and mouse is tethered through the optical fibers from the BLA Taiwan neurons. This mouse moving around. On the right side, we are detecting these fluorescent changes in real time. Animals moving around. You can see the peak. That means actually the population of neurons, Taiwan neurons, BLA, has in the real time. So we can monitor the Taiwan neuron activity in freely moving. And using this technique, we like to look at the changes in this neuronal activity, and mouse is moving around to these boxes. So as you can see, we divide into this box in 2 compartments. One side is alcohol exposure compartment, the other one is the saline, and we, based on the animal selection, we defined it that when animal move from the saline to the ethanol associated compartment, we call it outbound. So day 0, when we did not have any alcohol association paradigm or alcohol conditioning, and we don't see any changes in the fluorescence signal changes, which is showing here. However, on day 5, when we have a multiple rounds of conditioning, when animal has a multiple rounds of alcohol exposure into the alcohol, the compartment, as you can see, when animal is about to go into the alcohol associated the compartment, you can see the increase of the fluorescent changes. In contrast, animal when one comes out from the alcohol associated compartment, we do see the flame. So we think that Taiwan neuronal activity is reflecting the alcohol experience in this paradigm. So since we learned that this behavior is correlated with the neuronal activity in Taiwan neurons PLA, we'd like to know whether this activity is necessary. In this regard, we use a slightly different technique, although it is optical power is almost same. We call it optogenetics. So the way it works, we use the opsin molecules, genetically engineered opsin molecules, by expressing these molecules, which is originally isolated from the algae, and by illuminating light in this opsin molecule, we can change this neuronal activity either positively or negatively. So this optical technique has the the way we can manipulate neuronal activity in sub-second levels. So we implemented this technique and we express these opsin molecules only the Taiwan neurons in the PLA, and we illuminate the light in a certain time to see we can bias mouse behavior. So this is an illustration showing you. So the behavior paradigm is the same. However, we combined optogenetic inhibitions. We perform either during the conditioning period, which is day 1 to day 4, or we can manipulate neuronal activity during the choice test, which is the day 5 when animal is moving up and down. Because of time restraint, I would like to show you only the data we collected through the optical inhibitions during the conditioning day mentioned here. So this is the data. So when we illuminate the light in Taiwan neurons in PLA, we inhibit these populations, and the control animals, which doesn't have opsin molecules, they develop preference to the alcohol injected side or compartment. However, by inhibiting these populations, actually we do see the disruption of the alcohol to the CPP, the behavior. And also we found that when we illuminate the light, the exon terminals from PLA to the nucleus accumbens, we also saw the disruption of the CPP formations. So this data is suggesting that the Taiwan neurons in PLA and also projecting to the nucleus accumbens, this activity is necessary to form the association between the euphoria experience of alcohol and the environmental cues. By inhibiting this population, we disrupt this association. Mouse did not develop their preference to the alcohol associated compartment. So we want to understand how the stress is affecting these processes. So one of the stress paradigms we use in the lab is immobilization stress. Of course, this is one of the stress models we've been practicing in the lab. And using these models, we'd like to know how this prior stress experience can affecting alcohol CPP formation as well as the maintain. The basic paradigm we have is the same. Again, 4 rounds of alcohol association, and then we did a test, and then we do the multiple rounds of tests to induce extinction, which is we'd like to break down those associations from the alcohol and the environmental cues. So in showing in the data, the first data, the mice who does not have prior stress experience, as you can see, they develop the preference on day 5. However, if you do the multiple rounds of the re-exposure to the compartment, mouse without enforcing alcohol injections, they are losing their association between the alcohol and then environmental cues shown here. In contrast, if you look at the mouse has a prior stress experience, not only they developed EPP formations significantly compared to this only alcohol exposed animals, but also multiple rounds of the extinction paradigm, which is we didn't give the alcohol, they still maintaining their preference to the alcohol compartment. So these data suggesting that the stress experience is increasing association, as well as once it formed, it's hard to extinguish. The second paradigm we commonly use in the lab is a social defeat stress paradigm, which is showing it. In this case, we use a juvenile animal or adolescent period, the mice. And basically what we've done is these subject animals going to the attacking our adolescent subject animals. And either they're doing 30 bites or 5 minutes they're staying, and then they're coming out. And we are repeating this process over 10 days of time. And what we learn is the social defeat stress increase social anxiety, because our subject animals, they don't want to approach even though this is the big mouse, which is new to them, and they don't want to go to spend much time. So they develop the social anxiety, and it's shown here by calculating the social interaction time. Showing here the stress animals significantly lower interaction time with the bully and the mice. However, they don't really develop the general anxiety phenotype, which is showing in open field test, and they spend almost the same time either center or patrol. So using these animals, we'd like to know how this prior experience of this social defeat stress can affect alcohol consumption or alcohol seeking behavior. So we use a slightly different paradigm from the CPT. In showing here, so actually animal is we train with Pavlovian conditioning. And using this, the animals just waiting until Q, which is lights off, and then they can go to the center. They have access to the alcohol, which is provided by a beeper. It goes up, so they can drink it. So we'd like to know how the prior stress experience affecting this kind of learning process, which is shown here. So this is the data throughout 11 days. We're doing it 25 trials every day. And in the dart, we are showing you the single trial, how many times they are putting the mouse's head into the center to have access to the alcohol. However, alcohol is given when it does at the end of this gray period, which is shown during the dark period. So as you can see, day 1, day 3, day 5, and mouse has clearly no idea. However, up to the day 5, they start to realize that, oh, during this dark period, toward the end of the dark period, there's an alcohol is available in the center. So they learn that, and they develop this anticipatory head and feet, the center foot, because they're expecting alcohol is coming. That is shown here in the rest plot. You can see mouse is putting their head during the dark period, and then they come out ahead after they consume the alcohol. We can see in the different manners with the heat maps, and I'm showing you this period during the Q, during the dark period, how many times they put in into the number of their head entries. As you can see, at the beginning, day 1, day 2, they have no idea what's going on. And then once time goes, they develop the head entries during the Q period. They try to have access to the alcohol. So using this paradigm, we tested out first set of animals, control animal who doesn't have a stress experience versus another set of animals who has a social repeat stress paradigm, as you can see. At the beginning, when they are learning the paradigms, their number of head entries almost same. However, after 7 to 10 weeks, we do see the differences between the number of head entries. As you can see, the stress experience animals, they have higher anticipatory head entries into the center core. So the stress experience augmenting this learning process. And this kind of learning process, whether it depends upon the activity of the BLA DIE1 neuron activity, what we've done is slightly different from the optogenetic method, another chemogenetic method, which is we can express the molecule called DREAD, and by injecting different ligand very specific to this DREAD molecules, we can inhibit the neuronal population, the neurons, neuronal activity of these neurons. And as you can see, these social defeat stress animals, and we can see without injecting this ligand, which is inhibit this population of neurons, we do see that during the Q period, as I showed you before, their head entry number is much higher than control. But by inhibiting this population, we can significantly reduce their head entries. But however, this kind of inhibition does not affect their head entries during the post period or pre-period. And also we have another behavior we come up with, which is different from Pavlovian conditioning, as you've seen in before. This is the instrumental conditioning. Basically, what animal has to do is they have to put either left side, which is shown here, the active port, they have to put their nose 3 times, and then the dipper on the center, it raised, and then you can have the alcohol in the center port. So they have to put the output to have access to the alcohol. This is called instrumental conditioning, through which we can check their the motivation or how desperate they want to have the alcohol access. So using this paradigm, what we saw is the animal have the stressful experience, social defeat stress. The performance is much higher, and when try to poke the left side, which is active pool, and then they have access to the control compared to the control animal. But when their incorrect trial is almost same as control animals. So the stressful experience, they motivate the animals to have access to the alcohol, and which is the way sort of the same probably stress, the way the stress is leading to the more opportunity to drink the alcohol. So to summarize my part of the talk, we learned that the activity of the BLA DIE1 neurons, it is required from the association between the euphoric alcohol experience and the environmental cues, and then stress augmented this process. And using the self-administration paradigm, we learned that social stress also promoting the alcohol-seeking behavior in different boxes, as well as stress also escalating this alcohol-seeking behavior is also dependent upon the BLA DIE1 expressing neurons. So moving forward in my laboratory in the McLean Hospital, And we're using this the computer behavior characterization program, which is based on the AI algorithm. We can delineate the more details about mouse behavior when they approach to the center to look for the alcohols, and then what kind of changes in the subsequent levels changes it correlate with the neuronal activity, and so we can see that in a more clear pictures what is going on in our brain. So finally, I'd like to thank sources from NIH as well as the people in the lab. I have my own group of people. And also I'd like to thank other collaborators from Vadim, from McLean, as well as Klaus Micek, who's the alcohol addiction as well as other addiction experts in animal research, and also a lot of undergraduate in my lab who's running this tedious the mouse behavior. With that, I'd like to thank again for the organizer for this opportunity for sharing my research at McLean Hospital. Yep. If you have any questions, I'd like to happy to answer.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud Dr. Su. Please, please applaud Dr. Su. Thank you for bringing out that element and aspect from your research. We are certainly happy that you were able to share that with us, and we are honored. We want to give a chance for a question or two that Dr. Su could address. Yes, I'm waiting. Online, there's a question on the chat. Okay, there's a question. The question, Isaac Muiruri says, so this shows that human beings are both behavioral and conditioned beings. Is that true?
As a researcher, I think I agree with both. Actually, it's a behavioral as well as conditioning being, because a human can be conditioned, as you know, because we are very prone to the developing habit. Right? This is sort of a conditioning or unconsciously or consciously. I think we are very conditioned as well, and also some of our behavior maybe is very strategic. But something can be changed. We are our wills, but still, it is all the behavior is instructed by our brains, and then based on our research in the animals, based on the our brain is evolutionary very conserved, especially in the mammalian brains. I think we are everything is happening in the animal brain is a sort of the reflection of everything's happening in the human brains, as well as the behavior.
Thank you. And Dr. Su, does that suggest that, from your research, does it suggest that at some stage we might have to, we could develop some blockers or inhibitors that could reduce this form of addiction?
Of course, that's a good question. Definitely, that's something we like to work on. Still, there's a long way to go, because some of the drugs we developed were already developed. We need to really fine-tuning it to customize or to personalize the medicine. But a lot of drugs so far have, as you know, some of them is working. Some portion of the people is not really working by those, the drugs. So definitely the personalized medicine can be happening in the near future, but we need to understand more how this the brain activity as well as is affected by the other medicines, and then we have a better understanding how to treat the psychiatric disorders such as AUD and PTSD others.
And further to that, now I'm asking my mind: is it that the expression of these molecules, there are variations in terms of how much one would, produce, and others, so that you find that individuals become addicted, others can still manage their life without having to get to addiction. What is the story behind that?
So that's a great question. I mean, even though we are using this inbred animals and genetically identical, however, we still see the individual differences. And of course, for the humans, there are a lot of individual differences. So that's why it is interesting, especially the alcohol research, as you mentioned. And a lot of people drinking, however, only a small portion of people get addicted to alcohol, while the others is not. So it's a lot of things we need to understand. How is the genetic background or our environment we grow up, as well as how we process it. And some people develop higher tolerance, but the others is not. And also there's a lot of difference between the men and women. Actually, the women are more vulnerable to the alcohol because their metabolism is much slower than the men. And also because of that, they tend to not develop AUD. However, the women who develop AUD is much severe than the men's AUD patient.
Okay, Professor Bantu's hand is up. So let me give him a chance to bring his question forward. Professor Bantu? Professor Bantu, your hand is up. You can unmute.
Yes, my hand is up, and that is very true. I want to, first of all, thank Professor Su for this wonderful presentation. In fact, this is very timely because Africa has had this challenge of addiction. And I have been listening very keenly about this important presentation, and then my brain was almost telling me, can I ask this, or I can just suggest what can really be done? And I think since my brain is talking about what can be done, I wanted to request Professor Su whether it is really very possible to have a brain bank, because I have a feeling that if we have a brain bank, it is very possible for us to do some kind of assessment for proper treatment and diagnosis of some of these conditions that people have. I would still be able to say at this moment that this could be an opportunity for us to collaborate as institutions of higher learning and also provide policy for most countries, especially in Africa. That's what I thought would be really relevant. And maybe to make another submission, I wanted to find out also whether we can get the support in terms of the infrastructure framework so that we can have this kind of establishment. I submit.
Hello?
Yes.
You can go ahead, Dr. Su.
I think that's a great idea. Actually, at the McLean Hospital, we also have the human brain bank. We are collecting the brain samples entire U.S. And also, I think as the brain bank idea is great. So, and of course, you can collect the brains, and then you can learn about what kind of changes happening, molecular changes, or connectivity changes, as well as if you have sort of the databases, for example, like a neuroimaging databases from the substance disorder, use disorder patients, you can collect all the brain images, and you can accumulate those databases, and you can have a better understanding what's going on inside the brain with the patients that suffer from this kind of disorders. Of course, this kind of endeavor is also happening in the US as well as the other countries, Europe, for example. And it is very helpful for us because, especially for my case, because the animal researcher, we can do a lot more invasive approach to looking at the neuronal activity and single cell levels. But for the humans, we cannot do such a thing. So we do have only technology, which is limited by technology. And then having this brain bank as well as in the database can be really help us to accelerate our understanding regarding this the brain disorders. Definitely.
We are intending to have in August, we can be able to have a brain bank that can be able to support not only these disorders, but also to do assessments and how effective treatment modalities. So when we are coming to Uganda, we can you can come together, and also these centers, we can have one in Kenya, one in Uganda, another one in Tanzania, because these substance-induced disorders are quite a lot. So it would be my desire that we have this, and we can convince governments, even people who are driving on the roads. Sometimes they are under alcohol and alcoholism. So this initiative at Kawa University, Kenya Methodist University, and these other institutions, we can be able to provide a basic intervention. That's my desire. So if you confirm, then I'm going to discuss with the powers that be, so that we can lay a stone, a foundation stone, so that we are going to do this.
That sounds great. I mean, I'm open to any kind of collaborations, and
I'm going to share with you the concept on this, and then in August, when you are coming, then we can be able to start off before. It's a very, very interesting area. It's very, very interesting, and it will provide solutions to some of these conditions.
Definitely, yeah. I'm looking forward to discussions as well as the future collaborations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, my mic was off. Thank you, Professor Bantu, for that conversation. And I'm sure, Dr. Su, like you have already heard, we would be very happy to have an extension of your lab to this end of the world. And I want to give any other person who have a question for him. And as I do that, I want to probably ask, in your studies, Dr. Su, have you considered any variations as a result of the nature of the alcohol? I use the word alcohol blood that is provided for these animals. Would there be any variations? I mean, like, because one of the challenges or the issues we observe in Africa on this end is that people who consume certain certain bloods, I use the word blood, some of them are local, have a greater predisposition to addiction. And I am not sure whether the same would happen to the animals in the laboratory.
So I don't have an exact answer for that. However, something I can tell you, so I'm using the mice, actually, some of the mouse lines. They don't like it for like a CBA mouse line. For me, I'm using C57 Black 6. But the animals I'm using, they really like a 20% alcohol in tap water, and they start drinking it day one. So these are more like above wine or whiskey drinkers. However, if you use a rat model, they don't like alcohol. You have to use like 5%, which is the beer drinkers. So they do have a different preferences, depends upon which animal or which strain of animal you're using.
That's pretty interesting. Anyway, thank you. I want to hear any other, I can see a hand. Anybody else who has a hand? Yes, Dr. Purity. You have the mic?
Yes, I
Go ahead.
Now, I'm wondering, thank you for a very good presentation, Dr. But I'm wondering, you've used only one approach to help you know how the animal is getting intoxicated. Pavlov conditioning from behavioral theories. Could you have used any other approach? That is one question to ask. And another thing is, I know there are levels of intoxication from use to abuse, and there is a range of spectrum of getting abuse on drugs, not only alcohol. Were you able to get that continuum so that we can be able to use the same to the persons in our practice? Because we are using your concept so that we are able to use it in practice. Thank you.
So the second question, so definitely the alcohol levels, blood alcohol levels that we're using, we'd like to reach 80 milligram per deciliter levels. I think this is the guideline the NIH, it shows it has to go beyond 80 milligram per deciliter, which is actually, this is, if you go beyond, this is illegal to drive any kind of vehicles in the US. And we like to reach that kind of, blood alcohol level in the animal models to intoxicate them. And then we like to have it multiple rounds, at least several or even months, to make them too dependent on the alcohol. So that's something we are, in terms of humans are more complicated, as you know, although we try to replicate. So a lot of behavior paradigms that we've been using, I showed the CPP, but we also have home cage drinking, try to mimic the human drinking behavior, especially people who have alcohol use disorders. They have heavy drinking, and then they have abstinence period, and then heavy drinking again, and then abstinence. By repeatedly doing so, their increasing level slowly increase. The drinking levels slowly increase. So to replicate this kind of phenomena in animal models, we like to use a slightly different the method. So it's, rather than it's a continuous drinking, we can use like a very limited time to access. We call it drinking in the dark. So you have an animal has only access like 2 hours per day, and then so they have a 22 hours off, and 2 hours again, and then 22 hours off. So by doing so, actually, you can see the increase. Or you can do that every other day. One day they have access to the alcohol, and then the other day they don't have it, and then coming day have access to the alcohol, and then the other day they don't have it. By doing so, actually, you can see the increase, and which is actually try to replicate in the human drinking pattern, and which is we try to implement it. Yeah, so that's something we are, but so more like in the behavior paradigm or drinking paradigm is reverse engineered, rather than we are using our models to try to transfer to the patient. Which we are doing the other way around. We'd like to learn it from the human patient. We'd like to replicate it in animal models. That's the one way we're doing it. Sorry, I forgot the first questions.
Purity? Okay, thank you very much. We will be bringing it to an end unless there is an urgent question that is, any other question that is pending. Okay, thank you very much. Let's applause Dr. Su once again for that very interesting conversation. This conversation continues, and as you have heard from the suggestions by Professor Bantu, sooner than later we might have the lab here, so we could come and do some of these experiments together. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time, and have a great afternoon. Is it afternoon there yet?
This is actually the 10 p.m. in Korea.
It's 10 p.m. That means you're almost turning the day. Okay, very good.
It's okay. I still have jet lag, so actually okay.
It's 4 p.m. here. 4 p.m. So we haven't had dinner yet. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Su. We are happy for having you in joining with us and bringing that very good research to our floor. So thank you, colleagues. We want to go to the next session, and the next session will be facilitated by Dr. Sabina Beretta. Dr. Sabina Beretta, you are with us? Yes, Professor Caro will introduce Beretta, and then we can proceed. Yeah, you'll be introduced. Thank you. I see you are online. Let's have Professor Caro introduce you, and then we can proceed. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Maturi. So I'm really excited to present to you Dr. Sabina Beretta. She's actually one of the reasons what motivated me to come to Africa is because some of the work that I've been doing with her. So Dr. Sabina is the director of the Harvard Brain Bank. She does a lot of like post-mortem brain research, what what Professor Bantu was referring to earlier. She's also the director of Translational Neuroscience Laboratory, and she's an associate professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School. So we're really happy to have her today. She's going to talk about the brain bank and then also about some of her research from the post-mortem brain tissue. So thank you, Sabina.
Thank you, Caroline, and thank you, everyone, for inviting me to talk with you today. I really hope that this will be a way to start some collaborations between our groups, which I very much look forward to it. So please feel free to interrupt me or to ask questions anytime. I'm really hoping that this could be the beginning of some exciting work together. I have some slides that I'm going to show. Again, we can discuss them as you are most interested in, so please feel free to stop me if there is anything that you're particularly interested in. Give me 1 second to set it up. Do you see the slides correctly with the full screen?
Yeah, we can see them. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So what I would like to do today is tell you a little bit about work that we have done, as Caroline mentioned, on studies on the human brain. Both from the point of view of why we do them, why they are important, but also how does the brain bank work and kind of make this work possible for both my own lab and many other labs across the world. And then I'll tell you a little bit about some of our recent findings, just as an example of the work that may be done. So as Caroline mentioned, I have 2 jobs. One is as a researcher here at McLean Hospital and Harvard Medical School, and the other is directing the Harvard Brain Tissue Research Center. So I'll tell you a little bit about both. So just to, oops, my animation is not quite right, but forgive me. Just to, as an outline of what I would like to discuss, I thought we could go over together how brain disorders can be studied. Why do we need all the tools we can get pretty much in order to understand these really complex disorders? And something that has been interesting to us is, as we work on the brain, is this difference that we tend to make between neurological or neurodegenerative disorders and psychiatric disorders. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because our group is more and more thinking about the brain disorders rather than neurological or psychiatric, and I'll mention briefly why we think that may be helpful. And then I'll tell you a little bit about the brain bank and kind of how it works, and then finally some of our findings. So, excuse me. Brain disorders of any kind are particularly complex, as you all know, in part because the brain is complex, but also because a lot of the presentation of brain disorders are very heterogeneous. So different brain disorders may have similarities, but then a specific diagnosis, say Alzheimer's, may present in many different ways, clinically and even pathologically. So the bottom line is we really need to use all the tools we have and probably keep coming up with more in order to understand these disorders. And of course, we want to understand them because we are hoping eventually to be able to treat them better, if not curing them. So what are the tools that we have? Different groups and in collaborations in different ways use all sorts of different methods. So, you know, they might use, let me see if I can make my, there we go. It's okay. We use genetics because we know that a lot of these brain disorders have a very strong genetic component, and this is across all categories of brain disorders. So disorders such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, many other psychiatric disorders have a very strong genetic component. It's complex for the most part. There's many different genes that converge in a heterogeneous way, but it is a really important component. We can look at in vitro studies, so whether they are primary cell cultures or cultures derived by pluripotent cells. Those are really important to look at different aspects, different mechanisms of cell biology and how genetics may influence it. Animal models are really important work that John and Caroline and many other may have told you about, that you may be doing in our lab. They are essential to understand the dynamics and the mechanism of certain disorders. And we certainly want the human side, so clinical studies, human brain imaging, and human postmortem studies look at the different aspects of these disorders in real people. None of these methods is perfect, and none of these methods is flawless, but they all bring in something important. And just to make that point, we could consider, you know, how do we transition from animal studies to human? Here you have, you know, photos of brains in different species. Up on the left is a human brain. You can see, sorry, I lost my cursor again. Oh, there we go. You can see down here there is a mouse brain. You can see the huge difference. But it's not only size that matters, it's that in different species they have been evolutionary adaptation that makes them slightly different from each other. And without wanting to go too much in detail, this study, for instance, that compared several different species show how adaptive change across evolution not only sort of create a species-specific cellular composition, but also create new cell types. And this is not to say that it's not important to study all species because they can all tell us something, and there are very notable similarities and conserved across evolution. But it's also important to put them all together to really understand what are the similarities and the differences. So what can we do? Our lab works mostly on human brain, and I'll tell you more about how they are acquired and what we do with them. What can we do with human brain tissue? Well, we can do a lot of things. As shown here, we can do electron microscopy studies, we can do morphological studies, for instance, looking at different cellular components and how they relate to each other. We can look at protein expression as well as in many different ways. And we can look at gene expression in many different ways. You recognize here, this is a UMAP graph that shows single-cell RNA sequencing in a component of the human brain. When we put them all together, we try to integrate them with studies, with clinical, with imaging, with animal studies, and with genetics to try to have the best picture we can about the different disorders. Now, when we study the human brain and try to understand both its physiological and biological components, its anatomy, its cellular aspect, but also how these change in disorder, we face an important question, which is there really a clear difference between what we call neurological disorders, such as Alzheimer, Parkinson, Huntington, and instead what we call psychiatric disorders? And the reason I'm making this point is because when we segregate them in two different categories, we kind of allow an assumption that psychiatric disorders don't have a biological basis, which is often what people overall as a society think. So we seem to think neurological affect the brain, psychiatry is just behavior. That's not the case. And I know this audience knows that very well, but it's important to discuss it openly because it is something that further stigma toward psychiatric disorder, something that it's important and happens in all societies. So why do we think that we really should drop this distinction and, for instance, talk about brain disorders overall? It is true that there are some disorders in which you can see clearly changes. So, for instance, in this case, I'm showing up here at the top in the brain of somebody that suffers from Alzheimer's disorder. Well, below is the brain of somebody that didn't have a brain disorder. And you can see, as you know well, that they are quite different, that there is quite a bit of atrophy in the brain of a person with Alzheimer's. And these are examples of the pathology in a brain in a person with Alzheimer's. These black aggregates are neurofibrillary tangles, so tau pathology, and these are senile plaques or neuritic plaques, which are sort of a hallmark of Alzheimer's. So in diseases like that, we can see changes very clearly. We have known them for a long time, and that's why we identify them as disorders of the brain. Now, the same thing is, for instance, for Huntington disease in these photos. So on the right, you see the half of the brain, one hemisphere, of somebody that wasn't affected by brain disorders, where on the left, you see the brain of somebody that suffered from Huntington. And you see the atrophy not only in the cortex, but importantly here in the corputamen, in the basal ganglia, which you know is lost in severe Huntington. So again, very clear changes. You can see them without a microscope. But now if we look at the brain of somebody that has Parkinson's disease, to the untrained eye, they almost look identical. The changes pointed out by this arrow are that this black strip, as you know, is the substantia nigra, is the site where there are cells that make dopamine. It's lost in the substantia nigra of people with Parkinson, and therefore no dopamine goes to the brain. So you see that even in a disorder as subtle as, as severe, as Parkinson, there can be differences in the brain that are relatively subtle. There are other disorders that we consider neurological, such as dystonia, in which we actually don't know what the brain changes are yet, or at least not as clearly. And not long ago, we all thought that, as a field, psychiatric disorders may or may not have brain changes. Well, now we know that they are subtle, but not always. It depends on what you're looking for. So this is a study that our group did. If you compare these two brains, you can't see a difference. So you would think, well, there is no change in schizophrenia. See, they are identical. But if you look at the expression of certain molecules, such as we did in this study, you see a huge difference. This is a part of the brain, the amygdala, the hippocampus, and entorhinal cortex, or somebody that suffers from schizophrenia. This is the same brain region on somebody that wasn't affected. You can see the difference. It doesn't happen often, but if you dig deep at the molecular level, there are very obvious differences. And I stress this point again because although we all know that as a whole we tend to make a difference between obvious brain changes and more subtle brain changes, and how that explains behavior in people that suffer from psychiatric disorders. The other point to consider is that even in disorders such as Huntington, where we see very strong changes and very obvious motor symptoms, there are actually many psychiatric symptoms. And this is true not only for Huntington, but for Alzheimer's, for Parkinson, from pretty much every brain disorder. If there is a motor symptom, we focus on it, but in reality, there are also important cognitive and psychiatric symptoms. So these are symptoms that are common, for instance, in Huntington, that we are studying, that include anxiety, depression, apathy, at times manic symptoms, psychosis, suicidal thoughts, and many others. So it is important, in our view, for many reasons, both to understand these disorders and these symptoms very clearly, but also to combat the stigma that is related to psychiatric disorders, to really remind ourselves every day that these are all disorders of the brain. They affect the brain in many different ways, at times more subtle, at times more obviously. At this point, I'd like to switch and tell you a little bit about our brain repository, but I wonder if there may be questions that you might like to ask.
Are you inviting the questions before you switch?
If people have any, if you prefer that the question go at the last, we can do that too.
Yeah, any questions that you want to bring forward for on this matter? Mine would be, having made all these observations, obvious changes at the molecular level, just asking, and probably this already is known. At the molecular level, are there detectable molecules that could obviously propose or predispose somebody to some of these conditions that are already maybe documented. We know, for example, in conditions like cancer, we have certain molecules that people would be said you are likely to get to this condition. And in this particular case, I know we probably don't do a lot of this on our side, but from your studies, from others, is there clear molecular, rather than just, okay, the image part is part of the story, but are there molecules that could be detected? And maybe this is about chemical pathology, probably, I'm asking.
Yeah, and that's a really, really important question. Thank you for raising it. So the image that I was showing, let's see if I can put it back, is actually a set of molecules that are part of the extracellular matrix. That is the sort of molecular network that takes up about 20% of our brain volume and plays really important roles both in brain development, but also in adult brain, for instance, in plasticity. The particular molecules that are shown in this image are called chondroitin sulfate proteoglycans, which is a mouthful, but is one of the key components of the extracellular matrix, and something that we have shown over and over is affected not only in schizophrenia, but in several brain disorders. The challenge there, as you point out, is we can see them in the brain and therefore we can study them. I'll show you, if we get toward the end of this talk, other changes that we are following up and that we are hoping may be detected in patients with these disorders so that we can target them. But the difficulty is always, once we see them in the brain, how do we know what is the cause and the effect, and how do we know that those are important targets? And that's something that we are trying to work. But there are a lot of, to answer your great question directly, there are a lot of molecules such as these and others that we already know are affected in these brains. We just need to understand how they work and what could be something that we could target to come up with better therapies. And Professor Bantu, you have a question?
Professor Bantu, your question? Professor Bantu, your question, your hand is up. You want to ask a question?
Yes, my hand is up. Actually, Professor Beretta, I'm excited about this kind of presentation. My name is Professor Bantu, a professor of psychology. Now, I'm excited. Why? Because your discussion, your topic of discussion, is in line with what you was making suggestions on, especially diagnosing and the treatment of these complex brain disorders. They really require a brain bank facility. Because it's a brain bank facility. Because in these processes, we are able to do diagnosis and treatment of complex brain disorders. Recently, I was asking my colleagues here at the university how they can be able to tell or label schizophrenia in the mother tongue, in the local language. It was very difficult for them to make it. So the brain bank helps us to really understand whether these conditions are genetical, or these conditions are biological. For example, discipline disorders and genetic predispositions. Some research can be done at our brain bank facility, where we can be able to differentiate between attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and conduct disorders. And this can only be done through a brain bank. Why am I so much interested in a brain bank? A number of conditions a number of conditions. Most of the many mental health disorders share overlapping symptoms, such as mood disturbances, cognitive impairments, and social dysfunctions. So these overlap necessitates a broad understanding of mental health to develop effective treatments. And therefore, a facility in terms of trying to improve diagnostic accuracy or develop targeted treatments or enhance quality of life, it is important that we do have that brain bank established and launched. And I'm praying that in the visit that we are looking at the same school here at Kampala University in Uganda, would like to have Kampala University has a big school of medicine, and also Kenya Methodist University has a very nice school of medicine. And therefore, since I came in under the Inter-University Council for East Africa, it would be one of the facilities, the deliverables that we are bringing on board. And you can imagine if people are able to understand the cellular components of the human brain, and it is really put real right, and this can really explain how important the brain is. Very, very important. So my prayer is that as we discuss a way forward, let's prioritize the brain bank and have branches in Kenya and another branch in Uganda. Recently, I traveled to Uganda and I was with the Vice Chancellor, and I discussed about the work that we're going to have in August. And one of them, the Dean of the School of Medicine, Professor Tumine, welcomed this idea and said this is something that we can begin with. So, Professor, you are really welcome to Uganda and also welcome to Kenya. In other words, what I'm saying is the study of complex brain disorders, the genetic predispositions, and advances in treatment require a brain bank. So my prayer, I will still be able to share with you the concept that I earlier on mentioned, so that when we go back on the ground, we can now begin planning for this facility. A number of problems, a number of psychological conditions affect the society. Like when you look at the road transport, a number of drivers and pilots, some of them experience mental conditions that cause accidents on the roads, and people don't understand. But I know governments within the East African region are looking for a solution. And we now have a solution. And one of them is to put in place a facility so that now people can be assessed before, like in transport, traffic and transportation industry. People can now be able to go through assessments. People can be provided treatment modalities. And it's really my desire, and I'm praying that you come and you're welcome. I think we can begin with that. I don't know your opinion about this suggestion.
I am so delighted by what you're saying, because one of the things that we would love to do, Caroline and I and our colleague Timmy Fologonzo, is exactly that, is collaborate with your groups and in fact have some ideas on how this could be also bring some funding and collaborating up a brain repository both in Kenya and Uganda and maybe in other places if possible. So I hope we will be in touch very, very soon to discuss this. I would love to come there. I'm sorry I'm not there today. I wish I could have, but I was traveling just yesterday. But but I love to come and I love to discuss more, and perhaps we can set up a meeting very soon.
Yes, in Uganda you can come, and I can assure you, because I'm looking at the different mental problems and that do not receive a proper diagnosis, and as a result of that, we make improper treatment modalities. But the solution is that brain bank, and I can assure you, I have been talking to governments like in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have representatives from the University of Kinshasa, Professor Etenet, as a neuroscientist. In Kabare, we have Dr. Matovu, who is a neuroscientist. And Makerere University, we have the right people, but we can begin these kind of branches in this kind of collaboration between Kenya Methodists in Kenya. We do it in Uganda. This afternoon, I met a professor from the University of Arusha in Rwanda, the Vice Chancellor, and we shared this kind of thing because the problems of the brain can, but we can still be able to find a solution that is really working. So I'm very excited, and I'm looking forward to starting like the funding and resources. We can secure a grant, and then we write, and we see how we can implement. But I can assure you that this conference has a full support of governments, because I came through the Inter-University Council for East Africa. The Inter-University Council for East Africa is countries. And the deliverables that we are going to bring on board, this one, the Brain Bank, can be one of the things that we can do. Is the oncology conference.
All right, Professor Bantu, let's have Dr. Bretta complete her presentation because she was midway. She was midway. We need her to complete her presentation so that we can. She's talking about the brain repository, which is basically what you're saying. But let's now hear the little story. Dr. Bretta, you want to complete your presentation?
Yes, and I see there is another
Professor.
Hand up, but if they don't mind to wait until the end, perhaps I can take more questions later.
Yeah, I suppose there will be probably more questions. There was a Geoffrey. Yeah. Geoffrey had put up his hand. Geoffrey?
Yes, Dr. Mshiri.
You had
Professor
a question?
Sabina, thank you for the presentation. I've seen significant changes between brain of a person with schizophrenia, and I was thinking around how is the recovery path like. So if diagnosed early, can the patient refer to normal brain size or mass? Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'll answer briefly now, if I understand it correctly, and because I have some data at the end of this presentation, maybe we can also rework it. But if I understand your question, there are significant changes in the brain of people with schizophrenia, with many other psychiatric disorders. Because it is a genetic disorder for the most part, although there is an environmental component, it is very difficult to reverse those changes, but there are molecular aspects and cellular aspects that we're hoping can be addressed to at least address many of the components that cause suffering in people that have these disorders. So at least attenuate, if not completely address all the symptoms. So we're hoping that by looking at different changes, we might have targets that can be used for better therapies. Let me tell you a little bit about our brain bank. So our brain bank is called Harvard Brain Tissue Resource Center. We tend to abbreviate to Harvard Brain Bank. And we are one of 6 neurobiobank sites, which I'll tell you a little bit. So what the mission of the brain bank, what the mission of the brain bank is to make research possible. So while my lab tries to, and many other labs, tries to understand what are the biological and pathological component of brain disorders, the brain bank makes that possible for my lab and again many other, not only here in the US, but across the world. So something that I want to bring up for all the researchers in the audience is that we can ship tissue to pretty much any lab, and I'll tell you a little bit more about it. So how do we advance research? How do we make it possible? We collect brain donations from across the US, and we redistribute tissue samples, obviously not the whole brain, but just the as much as it is needed by investigators to do their studies across many different labs, hundreds of labs every year. But something that is also very important that I have mentioned earlier is that nervous system disorders, particularly psychiatric disorders, but also others, neurodegenerative, neurodevelopmental, if we want to make that distinction, are associated everywhere in the world, in every society, with a lot of stigma. We tend to think that there is something wrong with that person, that is something they could address, they could do something about, or that without even maybe being aware of it, we consider them as less than other people. And what we are hoping is that by showing that all these disorders have a pathological component, that there is no difference between, what happens with people that have, for instance, diabetes. There are changes in their insulin or in their reactivity to insulin. It's a biological change. The same thing is for brain disorders. So we are hoping that by showing and helping others to show that these are changes in the brain, that the brain is part of our body and changes just as any other part and gets sick just as any other part of our body, that this stigma is lessened, that we understand that just as much as we can't blame somebody for having diabetes, we shouldn't blame somebody for having major depression, for instance. Very briefly, again, we are funded through NIH, the federal funding here in the US, through an organization called the Neurobiobank. It's 6 brain banks overall. And we accept brain donation from across the US. This is, for instance, numbers over 10 years. But we also distribute samples out to laboratories, as I was mentioning, not only within the US, but also pretty much across the world. And this is really important to us because it's important to think about how each brain donation goes into hundreds of studies and therefore really kind of expands the value or the invaluable aspect of this work. So very briefly, how does it work? We try to receive tissue as a fresh preparation, and therefore timing is really important. So between the time a donor passes and the time we need to receive it and dissect it and store it, we try to keep it under 24 hours. This is not a written in stone value. In fact, we have data to show that depending on condition, it can be longer, but we try to keep it as tight as we can. So we work very closely with families. They notify us either when somebody that, a family member may be imminent or immediately after passing, so that we start working with them to receive the brain donation. Now, I want to emphasize that this is only one possible model for a brain bank. There are many other models that can be used. For instance, many brain banks work locally, so they receive brain donation only, for instance, from the hospital where they are located or nearby. So there are many ways to make a brain repository work, and I'll be happy to explore them with you. So for us, again, according to what we do, how does it work? The first step is what we call donation coordination. So family members or a clinician or a social worker or nurses will call us to tell us about the possibility of the brain donation. Somebody is imminent or they have already passed. This was one of our donation coordination. We are on call 24/7, 365 days a year, so no matter what time and what day, somebody will pick up the call immediately. We'll screen. We have some exclusionary criteria, not many, but we need to be careful with certain diseases. And if we can accept it, we'll do an informed consent with the legal next of kin securely but remotely. So because we work across the country, we don't actually work in person for this. We have a network of pathologists that can do the recovery for us. Again, this can be different. This is our model, but it can be done, for instance, at the same hospital where the brain repository is, that makes life a lot easier. But in our case, we have a network of pathologists across the US that can do the recovery. And then we have a courier that will transport the brain kept cold, suspended in wet ice, to our laboratories, which are here in McLean Hospital, in fact, in this building here. We have another team that is on call 24/7 that will wait for the brain in our laboratories because they need to dissect it as quickly as they can to keep within the 24 hours. So they will be there at no matter what time, in the middle of the night, early in the morning, during weekends, so that they can dissect the brain quickly. They will send samples for serology, toxicology, assess quality measures such as pH and rings. And then we store the brain in part frozen, so dissected and frozen, and in part fixed, because we also do a full neuropathology report on each brain. And importantly, we need to collaborate with the family later on, because at the moment we receive a call, the time is so tight that we take what the family knows at face value. Whatever they know is good enough for us. But then we need to learn as much as possible about the donor. And therefore, we collaborate with the family to receive health records, family questionnaires. And this is important for us to understand better each brain and each brain disorder. Now, I want to emphasize that privacy and confidentiality are absolutely important. So we never share with anyone else information that is private to the donor or their family. We share the identified information, but we need information about family history and clinical history and many other things that are helpful to investigators to understand these brain disorders. We have a neuropathologist, so this is Dr. Oakley, assisted by one of our team, dissecting a brain, the part that has been fixed, and issue a full neuropathology report, which we share with the family, and this is often very welcome by the families because it's a way to understand better what what disorder was affecting their loved one. In case of genetic disorders, whether there may be other family members, they may want to know about it. And once we have collected all this information, so clinical, family information, neuropathology, and all that, we meet in actually a much larger group than this, and we review all we know and issue sets of diagnoses for each case that then, in a de-identified manner, we share with investigators. And just to make an example of why this is important, this is work that Karen Joseph and Catalina Tabit did recently in looking at how the diagnosis in life matches or doesn't at times the diagnosis that we can make neuropathologically. So, for instance, in this case, with donors with frontotemporal dementia, the clinical diagnosis made in life was frontotemporal dementia, but in fact only 37% was confirmed neuropathologically. Part of it was frontotemporal dementia and other pathology, but part was completely different dementia-related changes. So that's why it's really important to have a neuropathology component to our work. And then obviously the whole point of this is to distribute tissue to investigators and to carry out research. As I was saying, the really exciting part of this work is that each brain contributes to studies across the world and is distributed to many, many different laboratories. And again, I am not expecting you to read this, but tissue from our brain bank can be requested through a portal run directly by NIH. If anybody in the audience or your collaborators is interested to understand how to request tissue, I will be happy to meet with them and sort of go over the process. So it's a relatively straightforward process, but it's important to know how it works. And we provide information to the investigators in a de-identified manner. For instance, things like I listed here in this slide, neuropathology, clinicians note, family history. I put in time of death in there because that's one of the interests in our group, is looking at circadian rhythms. So as you know, our whole body, our cells in our body, and particularly in the brain, go through rhythms during the day. So several different molecules and cell types may have ups and downs during the day. So for instance, we know cortisol rises during the morning and then goes down. Excuse me. This is, for instance, work that Josh, a data analyst in our lab, is doing. It's too complicated to go over the detail, but I'd be happy to go over it if there is time for questions. But basically, these graphs are showing how different genes in a particular brain region, in this case is the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, vary actually in two different brain regions within the prefrontal cortex, how the gene expression varies across the time of the day between sunrise all the way to through sunset and back to sunrise, so obviously in a cycle. So I don't want to take too much time because I'm hoping to leave time for questions, but very, very briefly, I wanted to give you an example of a recent study that we just published, actually. Just to bring everybody in, as you know, our neurons, our cells in the brain talk through synapses. And an important component of these synapses, other than the two neurons talking to each other, is glial cells, in this particular case, astrocytes. And in a study we recently completed, we showed that neurons and astrocytes indeed collaborate very, very closely and invest in gene expression in a parallel manner, so that if in a person neurons are really investing in synaptic components, so that the connection between two neurons, astrocytes will do the same, investing in synaptic components that they give to neurons. And what we found is that, and we call this effect, synaptic neuron astrocyte program, so SNAP for short. And we found that this program, so this coordinated collaboration between neurons and astrocyte, is overall decreased in persons with schizophrenia, and is also decreased to a lesser extent in persons in aging. So as we age, this collaboration between neurons and astrocyte is still there, but is overall lower. it goes faster in persons with schizophrenia. And I won't go to the detail of how this works, but again, I'm happy to discuss it further. But basically, this study says that this tightly coordinated program between neurons and astrocytes, or different types of cells in the brain that work together to process information, is disrupted in people with schizophrenia and also with aging. And this program, importantly, has a very high concentration of risk factors for schizophrenia. So we think it's not a secondary effect of the disease, but it's in fact an effect of the genetic vulnerability that causes these disorders. And I'm going to close by thanking you for your very kind attention. I welcome any question and collaboration, but I also want to thank all the brain donors and their families. Without them, we wouldn't be able to work and do research. It's just because of their generosity that we're beginning to make some progress in understanding these disorders. So thank you all for your attention, and please feel free to ask any question.
Thank you very much. Let's acknowledge Bleta for that presentation. Let's continue and do the applause. Tafadhali. You don't seem to mean it. Please do it like you mean it. Thank you very much, Dr. Beretta, for that. We are happy that you are able to do your presentation. Obviously, you have invited a question or two, which we will definitely take. My one obvious question at the from the question of the brain bank is to ask, now, do you target particularly people who have any pathological condition, or do you accept brain from any donor? I'm asking that because, of course, you have research moving on forward from there. What's your target group? That's an important question. The other question is, which I guess will apply more to us if we were to establish such a system here. How do you overcome the stigma associated with, giving away brain, especially for our side of the world? There's a lot of attachment in death, and people, the persons, you want to make sure that they are whole as you inter their remains. So that's from me. Other people can ask questions, then you probably can respond. Others who have questions for... Yes, Dr. Mwamisi would want to ask a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mine is to link with Dr. Mushiri's. Maybe I'm just wondering, could you, or have you used animal brains instead of human brains? And then in that case, I think you would not have a lot of problems. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really important question. As I mentioned at the beginning, absolutely every way to look at these disorders is really, really important, and it has its pros and cons. The difficulty with human brains is the many things that you can imagine and that we could discuss. They're difficult to collect in some ways. We collect them at the end of life, but they give us precious information, which is what are the changes in the brain of people that have these disorders. Without understanding those, we can't use animal models because we wouldn't know what to mimic. What do you simulate in an animal model if you don't know what are the changes in the brain of people with schizophrenia, with any other brain disorder? So you need both. Neither is perfect, and neither is exactly gives us the whole information, but they are all important. And there are no, in my view at least, sorry, I managed to reconnect my computer, so I'll leave here. Recording. Sorry about that. It is very difficult to make an animal model of complex brain disorders such as schizophrenia. You can model aspects, but not the whole disorder. And the reason for that is it is so complex. It has genetic components that are multigenic plus environmental components. So you need to use both. You need to use animal models so that you can do dynamic studies, but you also need to you also do need to. Am I still on?
You're on. You're on. We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. My computer is doing something strange. Apologies. So you need both. You need the human brain to understand what are the changes at the molecular and cellular level and connectivity, but you also need a way to mimic them and understand them dynamically. I see many hands up.
Yes, there are several hands up. But I also I asked a question. I wanted to learn, how do you target donors who are coming from certain conditions, or are you open to donations of brain from all donors?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. And I think my computer disconnected just when you were asking it. In our brain repository, we accept any brain condition. So we have a very broad range of brain disorders, anything from very rare genetic disorders to neurological to psychiatric. But this is, again, just one model. There are other brain banks that focus very specifically on certain brain disorders. So for instance, one of the other neurobiobank sites, the one at the University of Pittsburgh, tends to focus on psychiatric disorders almost exclusively. There are other brain banks in the States that only focus on dementia. But in our case, we have a good representation of many brain disorders, including rare ones. We probably have one of the largest collection of brains from people that suffer from Huntington disease, for instance. But I'm happy to share more information, particularly if we will follow up with other meetings on working together on brain banking.
All right, let's take briefly a question from Dr. Charles Kenanga. Then we go to Wajiro, and then we conclude with Professor Bantu. And briefly, so we still have a presentation or two remaining, so I want you to keep it brief, everybody. Charles?
Mine is very brief, Dr. Mushiri, and I say thank you to the presenter. Now, I wanted to know, is brain transmission possible?
Sorry, could you say?
That's my question.
Could you say it again? What kind of translation?
Brain transmission.
Could you help me understand what you're asking? I'm not completely sure.
Let me ask, Charles.
Are you not transmission? Sorry, it is transplantation.
Oh, I see. Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, sorry, no, I couldn't hear you well. Not at the moment. There are, as you might know, perhaps that's why you're asking that question, there are a couple of people in the world that claim that it might be possible. Not at the moment, no. And we wouldn't want to do that necessarily. It would be it has a lot of complexity, both biologically and medically, but also ethically. But there are other ways in which we can try to address these disorders. And, we used to focus on pharmacological approaches, but then there are many more now that are coming up, including acting directly at the gene expression level and perhaps addressing some of the simpler genetic risks. But no, not yet brain transplant, perhaps. But that's a great question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Charles. We go to Anastasia. Briefly, keep it brief.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Sabina, for a wonderful presentation. My question is, you've spoken about brain disorders and neurological disorders. And I am wondering, might we also have mind disorders? Is there a distinction between the brain and the mind?
That's a fantastic question, and perhaps we should have a symposium just on that, because it's a really fascinating question. We all have different opinions on that. My opinion is that there is no mind without the brain. So our brain is what we have. What we tend to refer to as mind is what our brain does. Our thoughts, our emotions, our opinions. So anything that we refer to as mental, like a mental disorder, is really the product of what our brain does. But of course, none of us really can prove whether a mind is there or not, right? What is a mind? So, opinions are really opinions and not facts. What we do know is that the mind and the brain are very closely related. One could think, as I have said, that there is a mind, that there is a brain, and the brain does its work, which is make us have thoughts and emotion and opinions as well as running our body. But that's just an opinion. The danger in calling some brain disorders mental disorders is that you would kind of imply that there is no brain change. And if there is no brain change, can the person simply snap out of it? Is that their fault that they behave in that way? So that's why I tend to call them psychiatric and not mental disorders, because it has the implication that there is no biology behind it. We know there is, and it's important because of the assumption that we make as a society on whether that person is at fault for having that particular behavior. I don't know if that answers your question. I would love to discuss it more another time.
Yeah, you have, but it's a subject of discussion. I would also like to engage further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a great question.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to invite Bantu. Please keep it short, Bantu, so that we can listen to the next presentation. But I also wanted to hear, I didn't hear any connection between diet and some of the disorders that you have talked about. And yet, I'm suspicious there could be some relationship.
Absolutely. In fact, very big connections. I just came from a meeting, that's why I couldn't be there, just talking pretty much about metabolism and brain disorders. As you know, there are a lot of connections between our diet, the so-called ketonic diet at the moment here in the US is a big thing. It seems to be something that helps with certain symptoms, particularly immune symptoms. So absolutely, it is really, really essential. It's a long conversation again, so I would love to have it offline.
All right, thank you. Prof. Bantu, is that had the same one you raised earlier? Is it another one?
Yes.
Is it
this is not the same hand, but it's now a different hand.
It's a different hand. Okay.
I want to
keep it short so that we listen to the presentation.
For this elaboration of these mental disorders and how they are connected with the brain. The reason, and I still stand on this point, the reason of a brain bank. Recently, we have had scenarios of LGBTQ plus. Now, these conditions, people do not understand that they have a basic component on the neurobiology of the brain. So, my emphasis that the brain bank will help us carry out researches to explain these phenomena. We cannot have a conclusive ideology that these conditions are as a result of witchcraft or a result of environment, but they have a lot of connotation with the brain. I want to give an example. For example, if we establish a brain bank in East Africa for substance-induced disorders, so the prevalence of substance-induced disorders such as addiction and related mental health issues is a big concern. Recently, we have had students commit suicide. We have had students hang themselves. We have even had staff at the different universities commit certain kind of behaviors like this. So a brain bank facility is very important. And I want to illustrate some scenarios. We can do studies to investigate the neurobiology of alcohol use disorder. For example, I have had scenarios where I have got students who are struggling with alcohol addiction for several years. And even in the stories that I've heard that they have done multiple attempts to quit, but they find themselves relapsing into heavy drinking episodes, which of course leads to severe health complications and social consequences. So, like families that we have really visited, they notice that there are changes in the behavior of their children. They continue to seek professional help. And after they have gone through treatment for alcohol use disorder, the response is really varied, and therefore highlighting the complexity of addiction and the need for personalized interventions. So establishing this brain bank within East Africa would allow researchers to study brain tissue samples, as Professor Barretta has mentioned, like such kind of family members that we are trying to help, but with very little developments. I understand, and I do believe that a study in this area, by having that particular facility, will explain even the current behaviors. In schools, you have heard about this lesbianism, you have heard about these behaviors, and we only do not have a facility to give, I always call it evidence-based interventions, which can really be very relevant for us to understand. You saw Professor Barretta trying to give out the disorders which are very complex, including schizophrenia. But we can begin in this lab, we can begin with the common ones, and then we end up with the complicated ones. Like now, if, for example, one talks about LGBTQ plus, no one will listen. But it is an opportunity for us to have this kind of dialogue with experienced, practical professionals who can really be able to guide us in this. So my prayer is this, and I still make it very important. I am requesting that the idea of the
Thank you.
Is very important. Thank you, Bwana Muchiri. Thank you for even understanding my point of emphasis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Bantu. And we shall be welcoming those remarks tomorrow. Just to put your finger on them. so that we can discuss a little bit more as a way forward for this particular conference. And we concluded on this one. Yes, we are just about to conclude this particular session, and then we'll see whether we can be able to squeeze one presentation, and then the other. There were supposed to be 2 presentations, but due to the way the time has progressed, we shall squeeze only one if we have time, and if the participants feel that they can be able to stay a little bit longer, and then the other one will be pushed to tomorrow. Thank you. MC?
Thank you very much, participants. Dr. Sabina, we must appreciate your contribution and your conversation. You can see it's very interesting. We are all interested to do it offline. That means extended beyond this session. And thank you. We should be able to benefit by that continuous interaction. And like Professor Bantu has said, we certainly will be glad if we can be able to establish a place where research can continue beyond just the talk that we have here in a more specific manner, even on this other side. So thank you very much. We appreciate, and we want to wish you a good afternoon. I'm sure it is a little warm now in Boston area and that area now. Correct?
Yes. Yes, it's warming up. Thank you. And thank you so much for inviting me. I'm really grateful.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much, colleagues. Like Bwana Mude has said, we will want to see whether we can accommodate. I'm going to check. Are we able to accommodate one more presentation? Charles Moyoya, are you able to hold on your presentation for tomorrow, or are you able to do it tonight? Charles. Charles Kenanga.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you rather that we hear you today?
What you could do?
Yes.
To give me like 10 minutes, I'm sure I can.
Okay, that's what I was asking, whether we can still listen to you. Yeah, very good. We are going to listen to you now. So we are happy to have you. You are going to close the day.
That's fine.
Okay, Sasa, go ahead. Set up your presentation.
So can I take the floor?
Yes, please do.
Okay, my presentation is on church, family, and the quest for mental health well-being. This interest was created in me, and I've been bringing a wider focus on the family. I chose on the family for one reason, especially this is it was ignited by the horrors that we were seeing here in Kenya at the coast, which were instigated by a religious group or a group that was claiming to be religious, and it kept. As I listened to the interviews that were being conducted on the victims and the perpetrators, I just couldn't imagine how people can be that gullible, that they can be told to just commit suicide or commit certain action that obviously will lead to them losing their lives. And I thought, could it be something to do with mental issues? And these mental issues then would be at the side of the perpetrators, that's the religious leaders themselves. Maybe they have mental issues, and these mental issues then they are able to convince other people who are also maybe having a mental health condition, and who can then very easily become attracted into doing the kind of things that we were looking at. And then I looked at it and said, how best can we handle this other than focusing on the family? Could these issues arise as a result of some deficiencies in upbringing, in parenting, in the social interactions within the family? And I thought maybe we we need to refocus our attention on the family. And I feel that we have neglected the family. And we are not trying, even the church and the hospital, we really do not seem to do enough in order to make sure that the nasal bed of human life, that the family, is well taken care of, so that the people who come out of it are people who are well-rounded, well-rounded to face the hardships in life, some of which may be at the causes of these mental health issues. So my focus is on the dialogue between these institutions, family, church, and the hospital. Although I added another element there, under the family, I also said the PWDs, the persons living with a disability. But so, because I don't have a lot of time, let me just say that the pillars of my research really are to look into issues of how well is the issue of mental disability understood. Is it adequately and sufficiently understood? The terminologies that are used, are we able to, at the grassroots, at the level of the common man, the family, the ordinary families, in family members, are they able to understand those terminologies and understand the basics of how mental health conditions work and what interventions they can make to help the person who is affected? And then next, what about the infrastructure? The infrastructure of mental health care. As you all know, we do not have enough personnel. We don't have enough psychologists, we don't have enough psychiatrists, we don't have enough doctors, even in other sicknesses. But using whatever resources we have, how can we roll out this infrastructure in order to reach to as many people as possible, right there to the grassroots level, to the village level, where families live? And then now the collaborations, pillar number 3, the collaborations. And here I'm talking about collaboration between the hospital, the church, and the family. And I was saying like the church can act as an intermediary. It's the one that should be able to refer cases of mental health illness to the hospital. Why? Because in an ordinary situation, and the majority of people in Kenya are, for instance, Christians or religious. They belong to a certain religious group. They will take these people, when they notice they are not behaving well, the first place they will go to is probably to the pastor. I decided to focus on Christianity myself, but I know there are many spiritual orientations in the country, including traditional African religion, who also have their spiritualists, where these people will be taken like the witch doctors. But I'm looking at it and saying, how can we enable, because these people will be taken either to the spiritualists or to the pastors. Then the pastors, are they well trained and well sensitized to know this issue? I'm not just going to end up praying for it. I should also forward it to the experts, to the profession, to the hospital, so that if it can be treated. If it cannot be treated, then we are advised on how to live with it, to live with its members within the community. Then at the level of the hospital, just almost the same issues, asking what infrastructure exists there to deal with the mental health cases in terms of awareness creation, how has the hospital collaborated with the churches. They can come into the congregations, use the network of congregations that the churches have throughout the country to create awareness. to how much is this working. And once you reach the members of the church, in a way you have reached families, because members, church membership is comprised of families. At the level of the family, looking at it and seeing how well, of course, are they aware, how well sensitized are they on the various mental health issues, what kind of impact they create. Some of them fear even on the issue of the cost. They may have someone they know is sick, but then when they think of taking them to hospital, they are afraid because they know they were most likely going to be asked to spend a lot of money in their treatment. So they live with the person, and the person condition maybe is continuing to get worse. And that's at the level of the hospital. That's another thing that we want to know, maybe with collaboration with the government, how can we make mental health care as affordable as possible? And if most, in some cases, it can even be offered free of charge. And on this, I think I need to give an example of an experience I have to someone, and a story I was narrated in a university where a lecturer was having these programs, and the university was in contemplating of terminating this person, the lecturer, because of on the grounds of mental health. Why don't we first take this person to hospital? Of course, there was a lot of argument and the council, but finally they convinced the council, and the council agreed. The person was taken to a hospital. At hospital, they was said they cannot admit this person unless a family member, a relative, signed the documents. It was hectic, also, to look for the family members because everyone was called. Sisters, parents, they were distancing themselves from it because they feared of the cost of treatment, because they were not going to be asked to pay. But finally, they were convinced that you are not going to pay, the university is going to pay fully. All we need is just for you, for your signature, that this patient can be admitted. When they did that, and the patient was admitted, no one from the family even visited, even one day. It was the members of the mother who are going to visit this lady. But finally, she was treated and she became well. Once she became well, the family members were the first to embrace her and thank the university a lot. What am I trying to say? Sometimes the family is afraid to take a step, fearing for maybe financial. So how well are they sensitized or the interventions of the available avenues that they can work with the patient, so that if the patient can get well, they will, of course, benefit. If it doesn't get well with a condition that cannot be treated, how do we live with it? And so on. So those are it's just a summary, because I wanted to keep within my 10 minutes. I don't know whether I've kept my promise, but I want to stop there. It's a continuing dialogue. I will I will submit my paper, just give the details of my my research, and I'm gaining also from the other presenters, and I would of course really improve a lot on my paper and expand a lot on it once this conference is done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Charles. Let's applaud Charles as we get to appreciate his presentation. I am aware that you haven't had a cup of tea, that's why you are a little low. But having said that, please applaud Charles in a better way. Very good. We will invite a question. Thank you. You kept your time, Charles. That's good. We will invite a question or two to respond to the presentation by Charles. Anyone who wants to respond briefly with a question, a comment, physically, online. Yes, Reverend Shebere would want to, yeah, he is going to tell us whether there's a question or a comment.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Mine is
comment, and this comment is coming in terms of having just a brief sharing of what I've encountered in my village. A situation of, and actually that's a current situation, a child gets sick, then this child is taken to hospital. This person who is looking at this child gives some medicines which are not actually going to help, but refers this person to a psychiatrist because he realizes that the problem is big. But when this child goes back at home, the parents are associated to a church, and where they attend the church, the pastor tells them that this child is being bewitched, and even knows the person who is bewitching the child. And what happens is that he asks for 7,000 Kenya shillings, then a ram, that's something to do with the 6,000. Altogether, on average, someone is asking for, let's say, $100 to pray for this person for restoration. And actually, the parents give out these things, and because the pastor wants to confirm to them that it is not psychological, but someone who is torturing their child. Then they even organize for a day they can go and remove the witches from the homestead. But actually, even after doing that, the child does not improve, and then the person continues to tell them that the child is going to improve, no problem, just be committed, let us continue to pray. Already, the parents have invested their money, and actually this money, these parents are not financially stable, and you realize that now when maybe you hear some other sentiments from the parents is that when they are asked to take this child to hospital, they don't even have other money to refer this or to take this child to hospital. What I'm saying is that they are so much intoxicated, let me use that term. They are just indoctrinated to believe that what is happening is actually something connected with some other things. But when you see this child being referred to as a psychiatrist, they have actually identified the problem. And therefore, the issue of faith is a very rooted thing that very strongly impacts the lives of people, and for them to be told to believe that it is not what is they are being told in the church, it takes it takes a long time to convince them, and it's very actually difficult even to debunk the myth that oh, this is actually not witches, the child is suffering. And I think that relationship, I've had the presenter saying, talking a lot about the relationship, and I think it's a big challenge. It's not just a simple one. So yeah, that is what I wanted to say in connection to that presentation.
Very good input, Reverend Chebere, on that. Any other question or comment? That's a real live example of the discussion. So these are not imagined situations. Any other? Online? Yes, Geoffrey, please go.
Thank you, Dr. Muchiri. Thank you, Dr. Charles. I think a very insightful presentation. But again, what I can pick is that the spiritual aspect is very key in terms of how our families and our children will be able to get grounded in the Word of God, because then they will not be able to be washed, brainwashed by what we are seeing. But again, even from the perspective of the Kenya Mental Health Policy 2015-2030, of course, issues of inadequacies in infrastructure that cuts across even to the health workforce, because you see there are issues of kind of multidisciplinary approach that is required by specialists in these areas such that we are able to holistically address issues of mental health. So I think is a good a study that should be beefed up, so that it will be able to also give evidence in terms of what we are expected to do in this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Geoffrey. Thank you for that contribution. I want to check whether there's anybody. Yes, Reverend James Karanja would want to make a question or a comment. We will be bringing it to a close soon, so be patient.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daktari, for that very interesting presentation. I was wondering, I know from an African traditional point of view, there were people who are called medicine men and also diviners. They were close friends of the people. They were really very much available. They didn't actually charge exorbitantly, and every other person who had an issue, they were able to provide solutions. Now, going back to the church can become a kind of a kinship, because those blood relationships may not be there. But that particular scenario that Dr. was talking about, I found it to be a very good model. But I was also wondering, especially when you talk about spiritual issues, and maybe the pastor becomes the one who refers people to the hospital. I was thinking of maybe the pastors working together, a kind of ecumenism, right there in the village. I was thinking about, the church comprises of various professionals. Counselors are there, doctors are there, and many other people who are really versed with these issues. Maybe I was thinking to be able to work, one probably can come up with a model at the village level, where these health centers, people keep on visiting them, so they regularly meet people who have issues. Church, of course, we know they meet very occasionally, regularly on Sunday basis. And then also there are teachers around there who have issues to do with the children. There are those other fellowships and all that. So if it is so localized, then we harness the professionals around, and also we collaborate with those that are really on the grassroots, probably it can work. That's my way of seeing it, because the church has people who have fellowships right to the very center, that is to the very family units. And many issues are reported to the pastor, as he has said. And then also the church comprises of people from different backgrounds, different experiences, different skills and competencies and all that. So I tend to think it is a very interesting model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reverend James. These are all comments. I haven't had a question yet. So I don't think, Charles, you have any issue to respond to. Who is this?
Can I all the same just affirm what my colleagues have said? Eh?
One more, then I give you the last chance. Once you say whatever you say, we'll be done. So let's get one more. Please introduce yourself and then put your question or comment.
Anne, we can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm Anne, and I want to say thank you for Dr. Kinanga for that great presentation. In fact, he was my lecturer some years ago. My question is this: how can we be able to tell that somebody is suffering from mental illness, or differentiate between somebody who is suffering from mental illness and spiritual disorder? Because for sure we know, as many presenters have presented it today, that we have those mental operators or equipment that we can be able to tell that somebody is suffering from mental illness. But when now we come to spirituality, we don't have a spirituometer, let me call it that way. Because in my ministry, I've found many people who are suffering from mental illness, but only to go to a pastor and the family are saying, go deliver our sister or our brother or a family member, only later to find that they were suffering from mental illness. So how can we be able to discern from the very word God that this person is suffering from mental illness as opposed to spiritual disorder?
All right, now we hand it over to Charles to conclude. We can never end the conversation. This conversation is continuous, so we are not going to be able to say we are done. So Charles, pick it up, let's pause, and probably give us a meter to use one of these days, or how to get that done as Anne requests, and then we can take it home.
But let me start with Reverend Karanta's question. The approach, the multidimensional, multidisciplinary, multisectoral approach in dealing with this, which was also alluded to by the DVC in the morning. And actually, in my paper, that's what I have put at the end as a model. I've suggested a model to be used at the village level, but it can be escalated to the national level. And this is a group of important people in the village from the different sectors. I think today I've added one more professional there, whom I think is very important. I've left out the psychologist, but I put in the medical, the health worker at the village level. This could be a nurse or a clinical officer in the local clinical center, which are clinical centers, are clinics. These health facilities are the grassroots. They are all over. I think they are in every village. Then it includes a teacher. Every village has a school, and there are teachers there. It also includes a pastor. Now, the issue of pastor is a bit tricky because in a village there will be so many you can sort this out. It can be done through ecumenism. And then I also put in a parent, chosen to have a parent in this committee, in this group. Then the local, what we call it, administration. This would be either the Nyumbakuni head or the village head, and I'm happy the government has now started recruiting the village elders into civil service. So now these people, there should be a kind of a council at the village level where they meet on a regular basis to review certain issues. Here now, I was dealing with the family at the whole, all the issues that deal with the family, not just mental health. Many issues that deal with the family which bring developmental problems to people, and that's why we have people with who end up having various antisocial characteristics. Now, but of course, now mental health is a major one there, and so this could be sorted out at very early stage. The teacher will say how the environment in school is, and what dangers are likely to be there, so that there can be intervention can be done right there. The pastor can say some of the things he has observed about the members. The parent will, representing all parents, not they get views from the people they represent, representing all the parents in the village, will say what kind of challenges they are facing in parenting, and how they can be helped, and what to even exchange of ideas. They themselves can find out models or solutions on ways of how to overcome the challenges that they are facing at that level. Coming to my student, Anne, thank you so much for your question. And Anne, I think, was asking about barometers. How do we differentiate? How do we tell? And I'm happy that she is asking. I know she's in the background of counseling and also ministry as a church minister. That that's another thing that a challenge that we need to do, and I've suggested that in my paper, awareness creation. Let the pastors be trained. And the assumption I'm making here is church is an authentic and an orthodox organization, and we have pastors who do their work the way it is expected. So I'm not learning too much to what I know there are some can you call them low pastors if you allow me to use that strong word. Pastors who don't follow the ones the chairman, our chairman Njevere was saying, who solicit for payment before they do their work. Now, training is key here. Let the pastors be trained on what could be spiritual problems and what could be mental problems. But what I'm saying here, if you see someone, even if it's a spiritual issue, someone is behaving in a way that is not normal, whatever the case, I think this is someone who needs to be referred to the relevant authorities, the relevant experts, like counselors, like psychiatrists, or in the hospital, to the health workers, in collaboration also with the pastors. Indeed, pastors are a therapeutic way. Their work can have some therapy on the condition, the health condition of members and of patients. So spiritually, you collaboration. So you collaborate with the spiritual element and the scientific element. Indeed, there are some mental cases that can be healed, can be cured, as the example I gave earlier. And maybe some people do not know. So for me, I would say, first of all, let pastors go through some training. And I'm thinking one of the things that ministers, church ministers, where they are training, ministerial training, should include is some basic course in health, in the field of health. Maybe that they can think about the colleges, Dr. Njevere. Maybe you can be thinking about that and see how that can be included in the syllabus of ministerial training. But going forward, I suggest that that's the only way. Let the church be workers, the church, the ministers and the pastors, let them be trained on how to deal, not just how to diagnose, but also how to deal with issues, with patients, with people who seem to present such cases that are keen to mental health disorders. And then lastly, to my chairman, Dr. Njevere, talking about traditionalism, and I think that was also earlier on alluded to. I'm aware that in Africa, we still lie in between there. We are quite not totally in the Western. Christianity came with a lot of Western of clothing, and still we are unclothing it so that we can fit in there properly. And so sometimes we are heavily influenced by how things happen within our traditional society, and there are people for sure who still follow that line. And for me here, as a religious scholar, I would think we cannot condemn theory as such. Dr. Karanja has put it correctly. There were lead medicine who are doing the work rightly. But there were also people who are maybe just conning people, claiming to provide a spiritual solution. But what important thing we need to know is that according to Africans, they conceived or perceived any phenomena and interpreted it in two ways, both physically and spiritually. There was always a spiritual dimension to everything that occurred. Even an injury, as simple as being stumbling on a rock or on a stone. It was not just you pick a wound, but it will not just end there. Someone needs to look and see why we might have placed that rock there. And when it was also really a rock, or there was some spirit in it. And even also the whole issue of spiritualism, understanding what is spirit. In traditional African society, I think people thought spirit is some kind of thing that continues to stay after one is dead. And that feeling still is there, is widely held, and even as inflated into Christianity, you'll find people praying and saying, may your spirit, they think the spirit is going somewhere else. But I think there was the professor from America in the morning who gave the first discussion, said properly, spirit, soul, mind, brain, all these things are in one person. So when a person dies, all that ceases. And but we have a long way to convince, to educate our people to change their speech, to their orientation, so they can understand this.
Dr.
And think without making very far. And you can also assist us to come with this barometer.
Yes, Charles. Yes, Charles.
Maybe you can also dive into.
Yes, Charles.
Thank you.
We need to bring it home. It's getting dark, and we are very near the forest here. Thank you very much, Charles. Let's applaud Charles one more time for bringing that conversation to us. We asante sana. We have enjoyed your presence since morning, and I want to ask now Bwana Mude to bring a few announcements and comments. And then perhaps at the end of it all, we could then ask, I've seen our assistant chaplain is online, Reverend Joseph Obwanda. So after James has concluded, then you can come in and give us the blessings.
Thank you, Dr. Mushiri. Thank you, Dr. Mushiri. Thank you, participants, all of us. I think we should give ourselves a very hearty clap to appreciate. Mine is very simple, just to thank you and to welcome you tomorrow again. Tomorrow we are going to have quite a number of presentations. I would wish to apologize to one of the presenters who are not, we were not able to accommodate today, but your presentation is going to be done tomorrow. But before we close, we would want a recap, at least a summary of what has happened today, and that will be done by Professor Carol Palasivino. She's sitting right here. She'll be very quick. We don't want to keep you until the elephants come home. And then we shall break, and we shall rejoin again tomorrow. I am encouraging everyone, each one of you, to register so that we can capture your details for certification. Those of you who will have registered by tomorrow at 10, that is the latest, so that at least we can get the certificates on time. Those are the ones that we're going to forward for certification. So if you will not have registered by that time, it is possible that you may not be able to get your certificate by the time that we are closing tomorrow. So, Carol, Professor, kindly.
There's somebody asking whether his question will still be given a chance. You have a question, in the question and answer part. Something that you can add to that, that's fine.
So, Professor Carol may take a minute to address that, whether it is going to be addressed today or tomorrow. Yeah, it might be a good idea to address it tomorrow so that the person who asked that question, will be interested in finding the answer.
The question went offline, came back and brought the question back. Now, that's why I'm putting it across.
Yeah, that is okay, and I'm forwarding it to the next speaker for our own discretion. And then after that, the chaplaincy, represented by the assistant chaplain, will close for us. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, James. So I just want to conclude today's conference. It was I think it was very timely. We talked about very important issues, and that I hope we continue tomorrow. We explored on exploring the spirituality and mental health. Sorry, the ethical and legal perspectives. Oh my gosh, my voice. Also addressing like the different misconceptions of actually having mental health addressed by different medical as well as pastors, and also looking at how stress can make substance abuse actually more vulnerable, which is very important, especially in areas that experience a lot of extreme weather conditions that can be very stressful to people. We also talked about the brain banks and how important it is to have that. And we look, forward to continuing this dialogue tomorrow, and as well as carrying on these collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Reverend, you are on stage.
Can I be heard?
Yes, indeed. We can hear you, Reverend.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the very wonderful, well-prepared, detailed, and timely presentations by all the presenters. And great kudos to the moderators and all who have made this successful. Shall we pray? Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we give you thanks and praise for this day, the day you have made. We rejoice and we are glad in it by your mercy and by your grace, because we know the subject obtaining in this conference is such that many are not able to experience joy and peace. And so I pray that, Lord, we will not take our mental health for granted. And even as we receive the knowledge and the information from this conference, I pray that it shall not end with a talk, but we shall be ambassadors of mental health in situations and spaces that you have positioned us. So we commend ourselves to you, and we pray for your grace and for your mercies. So friends, as we recess this evening, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face shine towards you and give you peace. May he lift his countenance towards you and give you his precious peace. In the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you all. God bless.
One more announcement before we go. There is an updated version of the program, which captures tomorrow's details. Today is gone, so whatever is overflowing to tomorrow has already been taken care of. Kindly download and prepare. See you tomorrow. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless. Great evening.
Dr. Mapesa, please get ready. Tomorrow you should be able to take up a lot of this load.
Imagine a university that inspires change, a university that offers ultimate campus experience. Welcome to Kenya Methodist University. Over the years, we've grown to be a global brand in higher education, with students from over 34 countries. With our strong Christian values